Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
After investigation by the Discipline Committee, Student Union, and Student Affairs Office regarding the beating of a classmate by Arya Spencer, a first-year C-class student on March 3rd, this violated the school motto of Tatsuki Academy and deviated from the Code of Conduct for Linmin High School students. With the approval of the Disciplinary Office and the Student Affairs Office, and after review by the Board of Directors, the following punishment will be imposed on Arya Spencer. 1. Make a written apology to Hua Xiaofeng, who was beaten, and provide financial compensation. 2. Suspend Arya Spencer's eligibility to apply for scholarships, grants, and other assistance for the next 3 years. 3. Effective immediately, you'll be on leave for 1 week. Tuesday noon, in the first-year department of Tatsuki Academy, students gathered in front of the garden where the student union posted the bulletin board and whispered to each other. No way. What kind of punishment is this? Isn't this the same as no punishment for that guy? Haha, Spencer, don't you realize anything after hearing this last name? The last name is engraved on the newly built building, and you are still imagining things like this. Oh my God, I'm going to say these words one day. Just as Huan expected, as soon as the announcement came out, Spencer became famous in the school. The girl standing on the outskirts of the crowd couldn't help but pursed her lips as she listened to the conversation of her classmates next to her. On her shoulder, an illusory white snake spit out its tongue and said to her, "Are you satisfied with this punishment? Nothing happened to me at all, but you're still paying so much attention to me that you came over to see it." Annel pursed her lips. The worry on her face did not diminish at all. But if Spencer can't join the club and win the club war, she might get expelled. Isn't it good that she's gone? Huh? What? Littlefinger blinked, thought for a second, and said, "Maybe it's just an illusion. Every time she mentions Huan, I always feel a chill. Don't you feel anything at all?" Annel heard that Littlefinger suspected Spencer of having impure motives, so she quickly defended Spencer. How could that be? Spencer clearly said he would bring Xiao Huan and I together. She's the best. Besides, she was the one who stood up for me when Park Shuan bullied me before, and now it's all because of what happened between me and Park Shuan. Littlefinger rolled his eyes at Annel. He got angry when he heard this and cursed. "It's all your fault. You clearly had the power I gave you at the time, and you could have severely punished Park Shuan and the others, and I would have helped you correct your memory afterwards. What happened? You didn't even dare to fart." While slapping Annel's shoulder with his tail, Littlefinger was furious. "Look at you. If you were a little braver, there wouldn't be so many troubles now." "I'm sorry." Littlefinger hummed softly and said, "And don't be so nervous. Dropping out of school may be scary for you, but maybe people don't care at all. Spencer's family situation is hard for you to imagine. Don't be like a peasant who imagines the emperor using a golden hoe to hoe the fields. The emperor is not anxious, but the eunuch is." Annel opened his mouth, but did not agree with Littlefinger's idea. He just turned away and muttered, "No matter what, I have to find a way to help Spencer." Pinky rolled his eyes again, but he wasn't as angry as before. It has been discovered that now any behavior towards Annel must be viewed dialectically. Anyway, there's only one host. Changing it would be tantamount to suicide. I can't change it even if I want to. So now, no matter what Annel does, Littlefinger tries his best to find the good side of it. Like now, this guy didn't listen to his own advice and refused to keep a distance from Spencer, who somehow brought a sense of danger to Littlefinger. But on the bright side, this guy was originally a coward, but now he is willing to take the initiative to find a solution for Spencer. Rather than getting angry with Annel, the host, it is better to seize the good side of things and make use of them, and then slowly eliminate her bad side. Thinking of this, the Littlefinger, after comforting himself, raised his tail and said seemingly unintentionally, "Come to think of it, isn't Huan in charge of this? He's also the student union president. It would definitely be better to go to him than to act like a headless fly like you are doing now, right? That's right. Annel's nervous expression faded slightly after hearing Littlefinger's reminder. She turned and walked towards the stairs, wanting to go to the student union office on the top floor. But as soon as he entered the stairs, he saw Huan walking down from upstairs alone. Little joy. The moment she saw Huan, her originally fair skin began to turn pale pink as blood surged up her spine. Her fingers subconsciously entangled in front of her lower abdomen, subjectively wanting to avoid the embarrassing sight. But he didn't realize that because of this movement, his arms became soft and deformed, making them more eye-catching. Huan, I have something I want to ask you for help with. Huan was slightly stunned, then smiled faintly. Immediately, he pointed outside the teaching building and said, "It just so happens that I came to see you as well. I have something to ask you. It's almost time for lunch. Let's go to the commercial street outside." "Huh? Looking for me?" "Yeah. Okay. Littlefinger looked at this scene with a smug expression on his face. "I am indeed extremely smart. Huan, how about we sit inside?" In a restaurant on the commercial street, Huan and Lu sat at the table and chairs outside. As soon as she scanned the code and started ordering, Annel blushed and said this to Huan in a timid voice. Huan ordered a curry pork chop rice, looked at Lu, and asked, "Why?" "Because it feels like everyone is looking at me." Huan glanced to the side. "Because the commercial street is essentially within the scope of Tatsuki Academy. Of course, all the people who come here to shop are Tatsuki students. Of course, not everyone was idle and stared at Huan and the others. Occasionally, when they passed by, they would still cast a glance or two over. Everyone in here is from our school. There's no difference between sitting outside and inside. If you want to eat something, I'll treat you." "Huh? Me?" Annel took the phone handed to him by Huan with both hands, pursed his lips and swiped it, randomly selected the cheapest rice bowl, and handed the phone back. After placing an order on his mobile phone, Huan put down his phone and rubbed his shoulders and chest. He immediately gasped in pain. Seeing that the atmosphere had calmed down again, the little finger on his shoulder hurriedly urged, "Come on, just say something. Aren't you going to ask Huan for help? Wait for her to speak first, right?" These words brought Annel, who had been looking at Huan's face, back to her senses. She blushed and opened her mouth. Just as he was about to say something, the smile on Huan's face faded a little as he locked his phone. He raised his eyes to look at Annel in front of him and suddenly asked, "Is it true that Park Shuan bullied you before?" And Lu was slightly stunned and was about to answer, but when he looked at Huan's stiff shoulders, it seemed that any movement would cause pain. So she immediately changed the subject and asked worriedly, "Huan, are you feeling unwell?" Huan smiled helplessly, looked at her, and said, "I'm asking you how you are. Don't change the subject." "I know. I'm just worried about you." Looking at her watery eyes, Huan had no choice but to explain, "I've been working out a lot lately, so my muscles are a bit sore. It's okay. The pain means I'm growing muscles." Fitness. Hearing this, Annel glanced up and down at Huan's body hiding behind the table. It was unknown what he was thinking about. His eyes were blurred and his face flushed. The little finger next to him rolled his eyes and complained, "Big slut." Annel blushed and didn't refute. After being together for so long, Littlefinger already knew what kind of person she was. However, Huan seems to be in a lot of pain. If I can use my superpowers to help him feel better. Thinking of this, she quickly asked Littlefinger, "Pinky, if I use my superpowers to give Huan pleasure, it should ease his pain, right?" Of course, pleasure is the best painkiller. The little finger stuck out its tongue, as if it had something unfinished to say. But after thinking for a while, it changed the subject and continued. "This level of pleasure doesn't require a strong memory correction like a superconductor. You just need to call out the snake tattoo on your hand, and then gently touch him with the tattoo to relieve it. That is to say," the little finger stuck out a letter and smiled. "In other words, find a way to touch Huan's hand." Annel pursed her lips, her heart suddenly rising to her throat. Her eyes trembled and moved upwards little by little, from her own softness all the way forward, until they fell on Huan's fingers. You haven't answered my question just now, Anil. Huh? Unlu was silent for a moment before nodding. Actually, I was just isolated and occasionally treated with sarcasm. It was only that one time, because I overheard them sending love letters to you, Xiao Huan, through Yahashi. I wanted to meet you this way, but they found out, so... Yin Huan rubbed his brows and showed an expression of as expected. Anna was like this. She could have come to me directly, but she insisted on taking all these roundabout ways. This is because before doing something, she always anticipates or imagines countless possibilities in her mind. In the end, you may either be scared by these possibilities and choose to give up, or simply risk your life to gain courage in this indirect way. However, this brought up a huge question for Yin Huan. Judging from the time, Anil should have obtained the modifier when he was bullied by Park Shuan last week. Given Anil's personality, he would never use a modifier to retaliate, even if he was bullied. Yin Huan could understand this. However, on Thursday in the corridor outside the student union, she inexplicably used the modifier to give herself pleasure, but Yin Huan was completely confused. Fortunately, I had resistance at that time. If I didn't, I would have turned into a puff. So why? He was submissive to Park Seo-mun, but attacked himself hard. Is this the way to be happy with your childhood sweetheart? Yin Huan was puzzled. But looking at Anil, who was pursing her lips and seemed a little scared, Yin Huan silently suppressed this thought. He would rather believe that Anil made the mistake because he was not proficient in using the modifier. If you think about it carefully, this is really possible. If she was there at the time, she would probably have secretly seen the cold mask she wore in front of Spencer. Anil is a fool. If she is bullied, she will not use the modifier to punish others. But if she sees her friends quarreling with each other, she will use the modifier to help them. You, Anil, have been like this since childhood. I'm sorry, Xiao Huan. Yin Huan looked at her pursed lips and lowered her head, as if she thought he was blaming her silly girl, and couldn't help but laugh. She was like this already, and I just misunderstood that she was deliberately using the modifier on me. As expected, I almost went crazy trying to solve the modifier. Happiness is happiness, just the same as before. Thinking of this, Yin Huan couldn't help laughing and raised his hand to knock her on the head. But Anil raised his eyes and looked at Yin Huan's hand that was getting closer and closer, and the little finger next to him also reminded loudly. The opportunity, Anil. It's now. Oh, yes. Yes. Anil reacted quickly. She awkwardly pretended to be shy, so she held out her hand to prevent him from hitting her on the head like that. In fact, it was intended to make contact with Yin Huan's palm. An illusory, snake-shaped tattoo moved to Anil's right hand without Yin Huan noticing. So the next moment, Anil took a deep breath and gently grabbed Yin Huan's wrist. Snapped. Yin Huan shook her hand gently and smiled slightly at her shy expression. Just as he was about to say something, a familiar feeling came from his arm and suddenly jumped into his brain. Question mark. Yin Huan's pupils shrank slightly, and he immediately started to manage his expression perfectly. But underneath the mask, his expression was still somewhat incredulous. Anil, do you really want to jump in the wolf trap? On his shoulder, an illusory black cat appeared out of thin air, looking at Anil with bared fangs and claws, and warned, Yin Huan, part of your resistance has been shattered again. Yin Huan was about to speak, but the next second, he miraculously felt that all the fatigue in his body seemed to be driven away by the pleasure that surged into his palms. Hiss, can still be like this. Yin Huan suddenly held Anil's hand, causing Anil, who was already very nervous, to feel his heart almost jumping out of his chest. Little thumb, little Huan, he. Calm down. Don't panic. This is a normal phenomenon after using superpowers. This will make him like you, right? If you're not used to it now, wait for others to help you get used to it in the future. What? Yin Huan took a deep breath and let the stimulation coming from Lee's body wash away all the pain in his body. It was like the debuff had completely disappeared. Meow. Miaojiang was originally very alert, but after taking a closer look, she found that it was Yin Huan who did not let go. So it meowed at Yin Huan as a warning. Yin Huan, don't be corrupted by the sugar-coated bullets of the modifier. This is not good for you or Enlu. But as she was talking, Miaojiang thought of how Yin Huan felt last night when she was sleeping and felt pain wherever she touched while taking a shower because of the curse. It opened its mouth, its tail tied into a knot, and its tone softened. At least in the long run, meow. Yin Huan blinked, thought for a moment, and gently let go of Annel's hand. As soon as I let go of Annel, the pain immediately resurfaced. But this time, Yin Huan did not reach out again. Under the mask of expression, he said to Miaojiang in his mind with regret, I thought Annel's modifier would eliminate the problem forever, but it turned out to be only temporary. Hearing Yin Huan's somewhat disappointed voice, Miaojiang, who was standing on his shoulder, said helplessly, if it can solve the problem once and for all, you don't really intend to use the power of the modifier, do you? It's not borrowing, it's using it critically, Miao-chan. Miaojiang didn't say anything, but just opened his cat mouth angrily and bit Yin Huan lightly. Yin Huan was not annoyed. He just stretched his body, which seemed to have become much more relaxed, and looked at Enlu, who was blushing in front of him. Don't be stubborn. For me, it can ease the pain caused by the curse. For Annel, after all, we have been separated for a long time. This can also shorten the distance and help me collect more information about her modifier. For example, now I know that the effect of the modifier she is using now is different from the one activated at the comic convention. This effect is not only weaker, but also very direct, and seems to be activated through physical contact. While Yin Huan was still thinking, Miaojiang's trembling voice suddenly came from the side. Yin Huan, you don't think this is a win-win situation, do you? Win-win, indeed. Yin Huan originally thought that Miaojiang was the kind of person who was stubborn in order to deal with the modifier, and wanted to put an end to all possible ideas of his using the modifier. But the next second, he no longer thought so. Yes, although Miaojiang is well known for being useless, he also knows that he is useless and never interferes with or directs his behavior. And at this moment, Miaojiang's tone was 7 parts horror and 3 parts despair. Something must have happened. Thinking of this, Yin Huan suddenly discovered that a tall shadow suddenly appeared on the table in front of him and Enlu. Is it the store clerk who brought the food? The shy Annel breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Yin Huan look normal and more relaxed. So, of course, she immediately noticed that there seemed to be someone standing next to them. A tall man. Yin Huan and Enlu turned their heads at the same time to look around them. What caught my eye was a gorgeous girl with long, straight black hair that flowed like a waterfall. Her skin is as white as snow, and her body is well proportioned. She was as beautiful as a fairy, but her expressionless face looked so cold, as if it was the prelude to a snowstorm. She just stood quietly beside Annel and Yin Huan's table facing the street, as if it had been some time since she saw them. So it is likely that she saw Yin Huan and Enlu shaking hands? Yin Huan didn't know, but she saw it from the corner of her eye. She held the phone in her hand, and the screen was shining purple. It was also at this moment that he understood why Miao-chan had spoken like that just now. Win-win is not important. The most terrifying situation is when both parties win and one party loses. Yin Huan's expression froze for a moment. After a moment's silence, he said nothing to the people around him. He just looked at Enli's cold and elegant girl with a look that was not like looking at a human being and said hello. Sister Shiyu. After hearing Yin Huan's call, Yi Shiyu, who was like a murderous puppet, seemed to have regained a little humanity. Her expression became visibly more vivid, and she withdrew her gaze and looked at Yin Huan. But for some reason, the screen of the phone in my hand is still bright. The kind that is so translucent that it looks purple. Xiao Huan. Hearing Yin Huan addressing Yi Shiyu, Annel was slightly stunned and carefully looked at the tall girl standing next to the table. Sister Shiyu? What a beautiful sister, but her expression is a little bit. Shudder? The little finger on his shoulder glanced at Yi Shiyu standing beside him and asked in confusion. This woman looks familiar. Did you see her in classroom L502 this morning? Little Thumb was very curious, but Annel was just confused. But Yin Huan was so frightened that his heart almost jumped out of his chest. Fortunately, he managed his facial expressions perfectly, so there wasn't any strange look on his face. He tried to remain calm, smiled at Yi Shiyu, and invited her. Sister Shiyu, have you had lunch? If not, let's eat together. Yi Shiyu looked at Yin Huan and said after a moment of silence, "A good welcome." The waiter was just walking out of the store carrying the lunch ordered by Yin Huan and Enlu. When he saw Yi Shiyu, he greeted her. He sat down next to Yin Huan, and the fragrant curry pork chop rice was also placed on the table. Yi Shiyu took a quick glance, and then raised her phone to scan the QR code on the table. She didn't seem to have much appetite, so she picked a dessert at random. After placing the order, Yi Shiyu put her phone on the table again and looked at Anil. Just as he was about to speak, Yin Huan, who was stirring the curry sauce with a spoon next to him, took the initiative to introduce. Sister Shiyu, this is Anil, who is in the same grade as me. She's a good friend I have known since I was a child living in the South District. Hello there. Anil nodded timidly and greeted Yi Shiyu. This is Yi Shiyu, who just came to Linmen. I usually call her Sister Shiyu. Seeing that Anil was still a little confused about the relationship between himself and Yi Shiyu, Yin Huan explained a few more words about the relationship between Yi Lan and his deceased mother, and then Anil suddenly realized. Yi Shiyu glanced at Yin Huan, who looked like a gentleman with an open mind, and then looked at Enlu, who was blushing in front of her. Hello. Hello. Sister Shiyu. Anil smiled slightly, trying hard to express his kindness to Yi Shiyu, so he adopted the way Yin Huan called Yi Shiyu. Buzz. Little did she know that as soon as she said this, the way Yi Shiyu looked at her became even less human. The conversation just now reminded Yi Shiyu of a scene like this. Yin Huan brings his future daughter-in-law to meet his family. Sister Shiyu, this is Anil. Anil, this is Yi Shiyu, the daughter of my mother's best friend. Hello, Senior Sister Yi. Why are you still calling me Senior Sister Yi? We're all family now, so you should call me Sister Shiyu. This doesn't seem to be a bad thing. After all, from another perspective, this is also a manifestation of Xiao Huan treating herself as a family member and a sister. But Yi Shiyu's inner desire, or rather her truest thought, is whether to regard Xiao Huan as a so-called family member or your own belongings. If they're family members, they should also maintain the so-called distance, right? Even between parents and children, who are the closest, there should be space between them. But even though they were already so close, Yi Shiyu was terrified and couldn't accept such a small amount of space. Xiao Huan was so nice to me before just because he considered me a family member, right? In addition, he is also kind to other friends, elders, childhood sweethearts, and even his lover. Reason told Yi Shiyu that it was wrong to try to completely control Xiao Huan's love for others and pour it on herself. But desire told Yi Shiyu, it doesn't matter, you have an app, so it's natural to think this way. Thinking of this, Yi Shiyu glanced at Anil expressionlessly and said softly, call me Senior. Oh right. Sorry, Senior Yi. Anil smiled awkwardly, pursed her lips, and lowered her head to eat, trying to pretend to be busy. Yin Huan glanced at Yi Shiyu and said, Sister Shiyu is not very good at dealing with people, but it's actually not difficult to get along with her. There's no need to be so polite, Anil. Damn it, what I said to Yi Shiyu now is exactly the same as what Aunt Yilan said. It's just that Yilan probably has a biological mother filter for Yi Shiyu, so she probably thinks she is telling the truth. And I know how dangerous Yi Shiyu is, so I said this purely to solve the problem of the modifier. This is what it is. Anil smiled awkwardly, but Yi Shiyu did adjust her expression because of Yin Huan's words, so that she didn't appear so cold. Littlefinger was getting more and more dissatisfied with Yi Shiyu, who was spontaneously hostile. He spat out his tongue, patted Anil's shoulder, and said loudly, No, why is she so arrogant? Why is she so aggressive? Use the modifier on her to see if she's honest or not. Maybe she just has a cold personality, and it's a bit impolite to call her Xiao Huan when I don't even know her. What politeness? I think she was hostile to you because she saw you and Yin Huan touching hands just now. Really? Littlefinger sneered and didn't answer, but the meaning was obvious. As the smartest little finger, it trusts its sixth sense very much. This was the case with Spencer before, and this is the case with Yishiyu now. Is there any direct evidence to prove this now? No, but based on experience, things that little finger has a strong premonition about are usually true. We'll know if it's true once we give it a try. How about you tell her some of your intimate childhood memories? Intimate things. Anil had no intention of becoming an enemy of Yishiyu, but she did care about what Littlefinger said. Does the other party have the same opinion about Xiao Huan? So, she thought about it for a while, and before Yan Huan opened his mouth to change the subject to ease the atmosphere, she took the initiative to ask. If senior sister Yi has just arrived at Linmen, she should have been staying in Longwood before, right? Yishiyu nodded expressionlessly. Which city in Dragon Country is that? Pengsheng. Yan Huan glanced at Yishiyu. It was also the first time he knew where Yishiyu had gone to school before. Anil pursed her lips, and after thinking for a while, she finally said softly, I came back to Linmen from Nanzhou, but I was born in Linmen when I was young. At that time, I played with Xiao Huan every day and often invited him to my home to sleep with me. As Yin Huan listened, his heart clicked, but he was not in a hurry and just made up a sentence. That was when we were very young. Yishiyu beside him had an unchanged expression, still expressionless, but her eyes were fixed on Anil's face. Obviously, Yin Huan's attempts to make amends were useless, and in Li's purpose of testing had been achieved. 2 o'clock. Anil also calls Yin Huan Xiao Huan. Moreover, Xiao Huan actually slept with her when they were young. Feeling that terrifying gaze, Anil couldn't help but believe Littlefinger's words a little more. This senior sister, Yi, is really good to Xiao Huan. Look, am I right? That look? Is it true? Is it true? Humph. It's not easy to deal with a love rival like this with the ability I gave you. The little finger had a smug look on its face, as if it was saying, you can be right by listening to me. It looked at Yishiyu in front of it with disdain and planned to instigate Anil to use the modifier on her. Before he could finish his words, he suddenly noticed that Yishiyu's cell phone on the table lit up. To others, it seemed like it just sensed touch or face, so the lock screen interface was displayed. But in Little Thumb's eyes, the screen of the phone showed a vortex of dark purple. Furthermore, the deep purple vortex seemed to be spinning faster and faster. Finally, it roared towards it as if it formed a bloody mouth that wanted to swallow it. That is, ouch! Littlefinger seemed to have recognized something extremely terrifying. His originally arrogant expression froze in an instant, and his entire snake body straightened up in fear. It quickly hid behind Anil, bit her collar like crazy, and said loudly, Hurry up, Anil, hurry up. Stop eating. Run. What's wrong? Anil looked at the little finger behind him with great confusion, as it suddenly became extremely frightened, not understanding what had suddenly happened to it. Littlefinger looked at her blankly, not knowing how to explain. This? Yishiyu. Oh, don't worry about it. I feel a little uncomfortable. Anyway, hurry up and go. Uncomfortable. Although Littlefinger often teases her, Anil unknowingly regards this talking little snake with superpowers as a close friend. As for friends, Anil has always been very concerned. She glanced nervously at Yin Huan and Yishiyu in front of her and said, Well, Xiao Huan, Senior Yi, I have something to take care of. Yin Huan was slightly stunned, and at the same time, a huge stone in his heart fell. He had actually been looking for a reason to quickly leave after dinner. Yishiyu's current condition is like a time bomb, and the countdown begins in front of Anil. The problem is that Anil also has a modifier on him. If this turns into a battle between gods, the one who will suffer will be immortal like me. Now, Anil was planning to leave first, and Yin Huan took the opportunity to back off. Yin Huan glanced at the nervous expression on her face, which seemed to be something urgent, so he took the initiative to say, Okay, see you later. Well, I'll be leaving first then. Anil got up and left. Yin Huan breathed a sigh of relief imperceptibly, and Yishiyu's movement to reach for her cell phone paused slightly. Her eyes followed Anil's departing back, not knowing what she was thinking. Classmate, your dessert is here. Just at this moment, The dessert she ordered arrived, disrupting her thoughts. "Thank you." She thanked the waiter and picked up the spoon. Annel took Little Thumb and quickly left the commercial street and came to the forest park next to the commercial street. This place covers a large area, and there is an artificial lake in the center of the park, so it doesn't look very lively. Strictly speaking, this forest park and the commercial street next to it are under the jurisdiction of Huan Academy. However, there are other entrances to the forest park that citizens can also enter, but very few. After finding a quiet place with no one around, Annel squatted down nervously and placed his little finger on the ground. "Little finger, are you okay? What happened to you just now? Don't scare me." Ever since it had been away from Yishiyu, its extremely uncomfortable state had gradually recovered, but still seemed to be feeling a lingering fear. It glanced at Annel in front of it, but remained silent, not knowing how to explain. Should I tell her that the other fingers exist and are competing? But the Lord God told me that only when the host discovers the existence of other fingers can he explain these things to her. The other fingers don't have such troubles because they can't even communicate with the host. In addition to the modifier effects of the main body, each finger of descent is given special gifts by the gods. For example, I was endowed by God with the highest wisdom and the ability to break the resistance of other finger effects. Although his abilities cannot be compared with those numerical monsters, Little Thumb believes that wisdom is the most powerful thing. So, think of a solution quickly, Little Finger. Yishiyu had an extremely terrifying index finger on her body. Little Finger glanced at Annel and asked in a low voice, "Unlu, do you think it's possible for us to stop liking Huan? How about you find someone else to like?" Facing Yishiyu, the previously fearless Little Finger turned into a cowardly white snake and decided to back down. But as expected, after Annel was slightly stunned, he shook his head silently. It's not because of the other person's appearance, but because of his talent, and his future is promising. She lowered her eyes and suddenly thought of her helpless childhood, when Xiao Huan was the only one who chose to be with her. From Linmin to Longhua, and then from Longhua to Linmin. I have always been a coward, and even Spencer has shown his disdain for me from time to time. But only Xiao Huan would accept myself like this and look at me with gentle eyes. Pinky me. Looking at her like this, Little Finger could already guess the answer even without her saying it. "Oh my God, what should I do? There is no way you can beat that supermodel monster by fighting." Even Little Finger could feel that Yishiyu had basically never used a modifier, and the level was probably still one, but the sense of oppression it gave him was still so strong. And the gift that God gave to the index finger was that. If the modifier can't win, what about the host? Little Finger secretly glanced at the cowardly and weak Annel in front of him, and his heart became more and more desperate. Look at Yishiyu. She looks like she wants to eat someone. She has already figured out the concept of the modifier, and she looks like, "I am the boss and the world is the second." It is really worth it to follow her with your index finger. Look at Annel again. Okay, from a modifier to the host, they're all defeated. Let's wait for 15 votes. So what's wrong with you, Little Finger? Didn't you say you felt uncomfortable? Where exactly do you feel uncomfortable? My heart aches. Little Finger lay weakly on the ground, glanced at Annel, who was looking worried in front of him, and spoke in a listless voice. "So, Xiao Huan, were you asking her about the bullying by Park Shuwen just now?" In the commercial street, Yin Huan and Yi Shiyu, who had just finished their meal, were walking on the busy street. After listening to Yin Huan's explanation, Yi Shiyu blinked and asked. The hustle and bustle of the surrounding commercial streets gave Yin Huan courage, because Yin Huan knew that Yi Shiyu's hypnosis could only work on one person at a time. So according to past experience, as long as she is not alone and not looking at her mobile phone that is always lit, her editor will be stretched to the limit. Hearing this, Yin Huan smiled slightly and replied to Yi Shiyu, "That's right, Sister Shiyu. That Spencer is the one standing in front of the aquarium." Yi Shiyu recalled the extremely terrifying power of the golden lion this morning, as well as the way she scolded other classmates. It seemed that she understood more about her besides disgust. Whenever Spencer stood next to Xiao Huan, she felt a little disgusted. And it is precisely such a person who is friends with Anil. Birds of a feather. Yeah, that guy's personality was so strange that it left a deep impression on me. I didn't expect to meet him here again. With my own explanation, I should be able to get through this difficult time, right? Huan had a smile on her face, but the stone in her heart that seemed to be about to fall never fell. Although his previous escape from Yi Lan's house did deal a heavy blow to Yi Shiyu's modifier, it seemed that he did not consider the sustainable solution to the modifier problem. This attempt to increase her favorability was too much, causing a subtle change in Yi Shiyu's opinion of Huan. But the problem is that Yi Shiyu is like a time bomb now. No matter how careful I am, as long as I solve the modifier, I will inevitably have to deal with those hosts, right? This is so intimidating just by saying it. If she runs into other unruly modifiers taking effect on her next time, she's definitely going to explode. The future is bleak. You have to think of a way. Huan glanced at Yi Shiyu, whose expression gradually became normal. He had no idea yet, but an idea in his mind became more and more firm. I must never let Yi Shiyu use the modifier on me again. The package needs to trigger CG. By the way, Huan. At this moment, Yi Shiyu's devilish, calm, yet terrifying voice rang out beside him. I didn't understand the email the student union sent me about the club. Can you help me take a look? Duh. Huan kept smiling, but forced herself not to look at her phone screen. Do you think that's a real email or a purple swirl on the phone screen? Huan didn't guess. He just said, it should be because Spencer caused a big fuss this morning, and as a result, some students didn't join the club, so they were notified to gather another time, right? That's true. Yi Shiyu nodded and took back the phone she had handed over. Huan breathed a sigh of relief and then looked ahead. Sister Shiyu, why don't we go buy some milk tea to take back? There aren't many activities in the craft class this afternoon. I guess they'll be talking about theory or something. Yi Shiyu blinked, but seemed to suddenly see something and pointed to the side of Huan. Huan, what do you see on TV? It looks very cute. What? Television? Huan was slightly stunned, turned around, and looked at a small promotional TV placed at the door of the shop next door. The TV was clearly playing a promotional video for the Angry Piggy game, but the moment Huan turned around, the screen was instantly filled with unreal snowflakes. Then, it suddenly turned into a purple vortex in Huan's eyes. Am I stupid? Is it still possible? The moment he saw the whirlpool, Huan subconsciously wanted to look away. But apparently, it was too late. A familiar tingling sensation accompanied by extreme disbelief instantly took over Huan's body. His originally lively eyes gradually lost their brilliance and became dull, and his expression became confused like a puppet. And behind him, the answer to this vision seemed to come from the expressionless Yi Shiyu. Modulator level 1, 2. App effect. Individual hypnosis. 3 times a week, 20 minutes each time. When you hold your phone and it still has power, you can use any electronic product with a screen within a 5-meter radius as a medium to release the app. When you use this method to launch the app, no one except your target will notice the changes on the screen. App has been launched. Effect: individual hypnosis. Duration: 20 minutes. Timer: start. No, ladies. Huan had never expected that Yi Shiyu's damn hypnosis app would be upgraded without anyone noticing at such a critical moment. Yi Shiyu, who was standing behind him, showed a little excitement on her expressionless face after seeing Huan standing still. She looked around and then whispered to Huan, Huan, come with me to a place where there is no one else. Hearing this, a tingling sensation came from his body, and he felt that he was obeying Yi Shiyu's orders. Yes, Buzz. In the deserted corners of the bustling commercial streets, shadows seemed like a sticky swamp, and it was so difficult to walk in it with one's own consciousness. Huan barely resisted the tingling sensation in his body and looked at the black-haired girl who was walking in front of him, holding his wrist and leading him forward. Still got hit. Yi Shiyu's modifier evolved unknowingly, catching Huan off guard. But he did discover a difference about the modifier. The rest of the modifiers, whether it's by Yi's, Spencer's, or Lee's, when they activated the modifier, They had no idea how strong it was or what the effect would be, and could only guess based on what happened after they were hit. But Yishiyu's modifier is completely different. Every time she was hit and the resistance took effect, a phantom voice would appear on her body, telling her the specific strength, duration, and even changes of the effect. This seems to be some kind of uncontrollable mechanism, or rather, weakness? The transparency of the information provided by Yishiyu's modifier is a good thing, but the corresponding problem is that Yishiyu always activates it without any warning. How to react when the frame starts at 0? I was already very cautious. Who would have thought that I could be hypnotized by watching a small TV on the street? Huan sighed inwardly. As Yishiyu led him towards an unknown fate, his mind was frantically thinking of a way out. But there is no solution at all. Yishiyu's modifier really has the smallest operating space among all the modifiers. This kind of unreasonable control makes you feel like you have to take your hands off the keyboard and watch the CG of defeat. Finally, there's no one here. Yishiyu glanced around at the deep and quiet end of the alley, then suddenly turned around and looked at Huan. Although his face was still expressionless, his eyes seemed to be filled with something unclean, dark, and hot, which made Huan feel a chill. You don't really want to go into CG, do you? Tonic, Sister Shiyu. This is still a school. What are you doing? Yishiyu looked at the confused boy in front of her, moved closer to him, and raised her right wrist that she was holding. Just now, that animal touched this place, right? OM. Huan's throat surged uncontrollably, and he spoke to Yishiyu blankly. Yes. Yishiyu looked at Huan's wrist and felt that the place wherein Lu had just held it was dirty. At this moment, her expression burst out like a flood. She frowned, stretched out her hands, and tightly held Huan's right hand. Amidst the uncontrollable numbness, Yishiyu's touch stood out so much. It's icy cool and as smooth as silk. Huan, is that Lu really your childhood sweetheart? Yishiyu held Huan's hand, but the oppressive feeling on her body pushed the dazed Huan back little by little, until Huan completely leaned against the stiff wall, her eyes as cold as ice water in the first month of the lunar year, suddenly raised up and asked this. Yes, only at this time, that is, when it comes to truth, can Huan still take action. Yishiyu would assume that Huan, who was hypnotized at the moment, must be telling the truth, so she could take advantage of it. But once it came to the big adventure level, Huan couldn't resist anymore. Yishiyu was slightly stunned when she heard this. For some reason, at this moment she felt as if she was back at the entrance of the aquarium that day. She took a fancy to a jellyfish keychain and considered it a sure thing. But just when she was about to take it away, another hand reached out to snatch it from her. And not just one, but many. A person has nothing in her hands and looks the weakest, but she may have held this doll since it was first produced until today. One person had elegant hands and seemed to have no intention of competing, but with the other hand that was not holding the doll, she silently pulled out a gun and pointed it at the others. A person is full of brute force and looks very rough, but she has money and power that others can hardly imagine, and she is just waiting to beat up others who are fighting for this doll. Of course, she understood that Huan was not an object. He has never belonged to me. It is impossible for him to really belong to me just because he has shown kindness to me and is unilaterally declared to be my own. If you really want to gain someone's sincerity, you need to exchange it with your sincerity. This is what my mother has always told me, and I've tried to do the same. But she couldn't help but raise her eyes and look at the handsome boy whose confused eyes reflected her completely. However, I could obviously just bypass everyone and own and control him. He would follow his own heart, and there was no need to feel even the slightest bit of unhappiness like he did today and in the past. Besides, I'm not a tyrant, so how could I not give him any freedom at all? Boom! The next second, the surging desire in my chest seemed to be hard to suppress anymore. Yishiyu's face seemed to be covered by a vague shadow, making it impossible to describe her expression, because the next second, she suddenly came close to him. Exclamation point. Huan's expression remained unchanged, but the feeling in her body was like ripples of tingling and numbness. so clear and obvious. When Xiao Huan was little, she went to Li's house and slept with her. She must have touched every part of my body, right? Yishiyu's faint voice suddenly came. Her palm was holding Yin Huan's right hand, while her left hand was moving up restlessly. Here, that's the wrist. Here, that's the waist. Or here, that's the back. As their hands moved upwards little by little, Yishiyu and Yin Huan's movements seemed to be in opposition, but were actually a hug. Her extremely soft body was as cool as early spring, so she longed for Yin Huan's hot body temperature. The process of absorbing body temperature made Yin Huan's back tremble slightly, but it also invisibly showed Yin Huan her presence. Tell him, Yishiyu is hugging you. What? He took a deep breath, and his nostrils were filled with the floral scent from her long black hair. Maybe it was because of hypnosis, but Yin Huan subconsciously raised his hand a little, wanting to hug back. I really should carve my name on these places, Xiao Huan. Because Yishiyu was tall, she didn't need to raise her head to reach Yin Huan's earlobe. He spoke, and his cold voice made Yin Huan suddenly put down her hand that had been raised by that charming touch. This way, when others see my name, they will know that you are mine. This is how it should be between family members and between siblings. What kind of family are you? Too weird. Yin Huan was too weak to complain, but the next second, he felt a pain where his neck connected to his shoulder. Hiss! Yishiyu actually opened her mouth and bit Yin Huan's shoulder through his shirt. Time seemed to stop at this moment. The shape of her teeth rubbing against him, her moist breath, and the shape of her embrace were the only things that could be felt at this moment. This is a mark, Xiao Huan. It belongs to me. As long as I have this mark, no one can take you away. Yin Huan's eyes narrowed slightly, and goosebumps suddenly appeared on her back. It was not because of anything else, but because he seemed to hear a tremor in the word "take away" from Yishiyu's mouth. She seemed to have a natural fear and disgust for this word. So much so that in order to fight it, extreme anger has been born. The next second, a more intense pain suddenly came from the shoulder bitten by Yishiyu. She bit herself harder, but Yin Huan clenched his teeth tightly. The reason was simple. The place where she was biting so hard at this moment was the muscle part that she had trained yesterday. It was already painful there, and now it hurts even more. A pain that was doubled by the curse surged up instantly, causing his muscles to tense up all of a sudden, and he almost cried out. Fortunately, he had strong willpower and the control of hypnosis, which prevented him from losing his composure. Hiss! The Yin Huan on Sunday is not the Yin Huan today. This is, of course, sophistry, but Yin Huan once again deeply regretted the idea of making himself suffer at that time. Very painful. The pain that had just been alleviated by Annel's modifier suddenly erupted like a volcano, causing Yin Huan's body to instinctively bulge with veins. I'm sorry, Xiao Huan, I'm sorry. During the biting, Yishiyu's repentant voice came vaguely, making the pain seem to be tolerable. Sister Poetry, don't say sorry while hurting yourself. The sense of déjà vu is too strong. Yin Huan, I'm here to save you, Miao. At this moment, Miao seemed to see Yin Huan's predicament. It said this to Yin Huan in its mind. Nine Chan. Yin Huan was slightly stunned, then felt happy in his heart. Ever since it knew that Miaojiang could appear within a range of 15 meters, it has been like a stand-in for Yin Huan, saving him from danger many times. This time, surely. At this moment, from the other side of the alley, a cute cat Meow suddenly came. Meow. Yishiyu kept biting Yin Huan's shoulder, and her black eyes glanced faintly at the entrance of the alley. Then I saw a black cat walking towards me with its head tilted up. It tilted its head and said in a low voice, Meow. Yishiyu gently released the bitten part of Yin Huan, turned her head expressionlessly to look at Miaojiang, and said, Leave far away. Meow. Miaojiang was struck by lightning, with a look of disbelief on her face. Actually, is there anyone who can resist this god's cute attack? Miaojiang still didn't believe in evil and wanted to try to seduce Yishiyu with her cute cat appearance. So she approached Yishiyu with her tail up and her big eyes blinking. But what greeted it was Yishiyu's raised foot. Meow. Miaojiang quickly jumped away and ran away in shock, disappearing at the entrance of the alley. I'm sorry, I can't save you, Miao. You're on your own. In my mind, I heard Miaojiang's helpless voice. Won't you try a little more? Well, I am revealed as a modifier. Ordinary people can't see or touch me. Although I can actively reveal myself, my nature has not changed. The illusory Miao Jiang appeared helplessly on Yin Huan's shoulder and explained to him, if I get hurt, it will be my turn to explode the fragments. Our modifier is not linked to desire, and if the fragments explode, you will lose levels. Yin Huan's face turned dark instantly. At this moment, he really wanted to pinch Miao Jiang's fat face and study carefully why this fat cat was so useless. But at this moment, Yishiyu was in front of him, so he had to hold on for these extremely long 20 minutes. Yishiyu watched Miaojiang disappear little by little at the entrance of the alley before she slowly retracted her devilish eyes. Because of the hugging posture, Yin Huan couldn't see her specific expression clearly at that moment. He could only see her slightly red earlobes. She just opened her mouth, and for some reason, her open pink lips suddenly made Miaojiang shudder. Its fur suddenly exploded, and it disappeared from the spot. Yin Huan's body straightened a little, and his mind started to work rapidly. Then, when Yishiyu bit the mark again, he seemed to raise his hand uncontrollably and gently hug Yishiyu's back. Well, Yishiyu was slightly stunned when she heard Yin Huan's voice and felt the movements behind him. She turned to look at Yin Huan, her expression seeming a little confused. But seeing Yin Huan's still confused expression and looking at his stiff body, he asked, "What's wrong, Xiao Huan? It hurts a lot there." Pain. Yishiyu was slightly stunned, but then asked, "Why does it hurt? Is it because I bit you?" Yin Huan tried to speak as slowly as possible. He didn't time it, so he didn't know how long these 20 minutes were. He could only delay it as long as possible. I accidentally injured my shoulder while working out yesterday, so it hurts a lot. Upon hearing this, Yishiyu suddenly remembered that she had just talked to Xiao Huan on the phone last night. At that time, he told himself that he was working out. Yishiyu knows that the body will feel pain after exercising. But instead of caring about the specific details of Xiao Huan's life yesterday, she only sadly remembered that she heard other girls chatting her up when she answered the phone last night. He wanted to possess and control Xiao Huan, but in order to possess and control him, he seemed to have ignored everything else about him. It was not until this moment that Yishiyu's senses, which had been devoured by the demon of desire, suddenly became sober. She looked up blankly at Yin Huan, whose clothes were in disarray, his shoulders were wet, and his muscles were a little red. What did I just do? Yishiyu covered her face, as if she couldn't face herself being controlled by desire, and took a step back. Is it working? Seeing Yishiyu taking a step back, Yin Huan's heart, which was about to jump out of his chest, finally calmed down a little. Yishiyu is now like a pentagonal warrior. Her only weakness is probably that she really has feelings for her close people. This causes her to frequently reflect on her own behavior and criticize herself for the things she did wrong. In this case, I'm sorry, Xiao Huan. Is it time to end it? Yin Huan swallowed silently and looked at Yishiyu in front of him warily. If I was the only one who had Xiao Huan, it would be like this, Yishiyu. This is not right. But the next second, she looked up at Yin Huan with an apologetic look. After thinking for a moment, her face turned red again. But what if Xiao Huan also owns me? We are brother and sister in name only, but in reality. What? The logic in Yishiyu's mind, which was originally entangled with reason and guilt, seemed to make some sense. She looked at Yin Huan and stretched out her hand. So, Xiao Huan, just like I did to you, give me the same mark, a mark that belongs to you, okay? This way, I can always justify myself. Yin Huan opened his mouth, and the expression hidden under the perfect, dull expression was about to burst out. Sister Shiyuyu, Aunt Yi, please look at her. Where are you? Please come and save me. I can't stand it. Watching Yishiyu's arms moving closer and closer, Yin Huan seemed to understand her thoughts. She subconsciously wanted to possess the others, just as she possessed the dolls. But she also knew that people and objects were different. So every time she took this method to possess Huan, she would feel guilty. However, if the other person also owns himself, then it is justified. It was like Lan was her mother, and she was Lan's daughter. They both owned something about each other, so when Huan first came, she had every right to expel him. Although she now calls Huan Xiao Huan, and tells Sakuramiya Hitomi that she is Xiao Huan's sister. But I'm afraid Huan and Yishiyu know each other. The so-called sister and brother were nothing but empty talk after Lan failed to adopt Huan. Therefore, Yishiyu urgently needs to find a reason for Huan to possess her, even though after hypnosis, Huan may not remember the existence of this mark at all. Yishiyu also had something to say. Xiao Huan has already left a mark on me, so whatever I do is reasonable. This is deceiving yourself, but to a certain extent, conscience means feeling guilty about yourself. What if Yishiyu got away with it? Doesn't that mean we have to go into CG every day? Alarm bells went off in Huan's mind. He looked at Yishiyu's arm that was approaching him with hope, and his body seemed to be uncontrollably filled with the urge to take a bite and leave a mark. Meow. He wanted to tell Miao Jiang to do something, so he made a random call on the phone in his pocket. Even a phone call, someone come to save me. But before he could open his mouth, the cell phone in his pocket rang. Ding, ding, ding. It's a plain phone. Yishiyu was slightly stunned and looked at Huan's pocket. After a moment of silence, she reached into Huan's pocket and took out a cell phone. The caller ID above is body.I. Yishiyu fell silent as she looked at the name that seemed a little strange, yet familiar. Then he stretched out his hand, as if preparing to reach for the answer button. Huan, who had just thought she was saved, looked down at the name of the incoming call on the phone and saw Yishiyu reaching out to answer the call. The heartbeat that had originally calmed down suddenly jumped up like a roller coaster. Yes, I had originally planned to have a study group with body.I at noon today. Ding, ding, ding. In the quiet atmosphere, the phone still rings. End of this chapter. Siobhan_left, ding, ding, ding. Body.I. Yishiyu looked at the name displayed on the phone and felt that the name was familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere before. She glanced at Huan in front of her and gently reached out and pressed the answer button. Huan's breathing paused slightly, and he glanced at the time, guessing that it would not be long before the 20 minutes were up. After all, it took a lot of time from the time Yishiyu hypnotized him to the time she took him to a deserted corner. So, just hold on a little longer. Huan, I have good news for you. As soon as she answered the call, a pleasant and energetic female voice suddenly came, causing Yishiyu's eyelashes to tremble slightly. Feeling the other person's joy, she did not answer, but just listened silently. It was as if a spider hiding in the dark was using its multiple scarlet eyes to spy on the tiny flying insects that were about to step into its web. This morning, music platforms and record companies from Linmin and Longwa contacted me. Not only did they want to buy the copyright of the song Fan, they also planned to help me release an album that includes the previous songs. As Yishiyu listened, she seemed to suddenly remember more information about the name body.I. When her mother took her and Xiao Huan to the aquarium, she mentioned this name when chatting with Xiao Huan. He is said to be a new generation idol in Linmin, and has starred in a movie invested by his mother. But Yishiyu remembered that Xiao Huan said at that time that, I am not familiar with the other party. Does the tone of this speaker sound unfamiliar? Feeling Yishiyu's terrifying gaze, Huan wanted to cry but couldn't, and said to body.I, who was talking on the phone without realizing that there was no response, I'm so sorry, so sorry. Body.I, read the air quickly. Let's talk about the tonic first, and quickly realize that something is wrong here. I heard that there are a lot of clips of my music on the short video platform in Longwa. I have received a lot of private messages on my social platform. Then, there is something I would like to ask you for help with. As he was speaking, body.I's voice seemed to pause for a moment, as if he was a little embarrassed. It might be a little offensive, but they said they were going to shoot an MV for the new song, and I wanted to invite you to participate. After all, this song was born, to a large extent, because of you. Yishiyu's dark eyes were as deep as the abyss as she stared at the name body.I on the phone, as if she wanted to lock onto the girl who was speaking through this name. A song that was born because of Xiao Huan? Is it a love song that conveys feelings? Is there such a thing? Besides the three girls who have a crush on Huan, there are actually other people? Yi Shiyu, with an expressionless face, was slightly startled, and many scenes of conversations with her classmate, Gongzi, flashed through her mind. Whenever Gongzi introduced new friends to her, they would always look at her with surprise and shining eyes. Is this President Yan's sister? Nice to meet you. Or they would greet each other normally, but after adding the plane, they would ask vaguely, Student Yi, what's going on between you and the president? I'm still a little curious. Huan is such a popular school. Is it really necessary to exist? In Yi Shiyu's view, a student's duty is to study hard so that they can prove their own value and achieve success in life in the future, instead of having unrealistic ideas about what other people have. No, other people's brothers. Of course, there will be rewards and such. If you care, I have also thought of a plan where you don't have to show your face. Also it's just to make this MV more in line with the theme of the song I created. Don't misunderstand me or anything. After all, this song is a first in many aspects. It's the first time I've sung it live on stage, and it's the first time that others like it. So, it's better to be serious about it. What do you think, Yin Huan? I think you are in danger now by E. Yin Huan didn't even dare to look at Yi Shiyu's expression at this moment, because he knew that her expression must be very terrifying at this moment. The convenience of modifiers will, of course, cause alienation in people's personalities, especially since the hosts chosen by these modifiers all have personality flaws to a certain extent. If we talk about flaws, our Yi Shiyu, who has a terrible possessiveness, must be the best. And now, she is still constantly producing wonderful chemical reactions with the hosts of other modifiers. Before it was Spencer, then Anil, and now it is Bai. We're really going to have to fight the Holy Grail War if this continues. I originally wanted to talk to you about this in person. Didn't we agree to have a study group at noon today? I'm already at the door of the student union office, but the door is locked, so I called to ask about the details. Huan? Are you there? Yi Shiyu remained silent for too long. Bai, who had shared a lot, but received no response, finally realized that something was wrong. It seemed like it was too late. She spoke in such a doubtful tone, and Yi Shiyu opened her lips expressionlessly, as if preparing to respond. But at this critical moment, the numbing feeling on Yin Huan's body, which had been as quiet as lake water, suddenly began to ripple. Buzz. Hypnosis countdown. Only 3 minutes left. Please be careful when interacting with others during hypnosis, so as not to let a third party notice anything unusual after the session. After hearing this reminder, Yi Shiyu's lips, which were originally open, suddenly closed again. She thought for a moment, then reached out and pressed the hang-up button. When Yin Huan saw this scene, he felt relieved, but also confused. Yi Shiyu, will you let it go so easily? Just when he was thinking this, Yi Shiyu, who was holding the phone, suddenly raised her eyes and looked at Yin Huan. There was a complexity in those eyes that Yin Huan could not understand. With her lips slightly open, she walked towards Yin Huan again, and her lips fell on the place she had just bitten. Hiss. Yin Huan was slightly stunned and showed a puzzled look where Yi Shiyu couldn't see. I thought it would be another strong bite, but this time it was completely different. It seemed like a kiss, landing at the place where the pain occurred. Along with the almost imperceptible kiss, her gentle voice came, penetrating into Yin Huan's ears like water. After the hypnosis is over, Huan, you'll definitely forget all this, right? But it doesn't matter. I will remember it. So give me the same mark. As for other people's affairs, whether it's Spencer or anyone else, I will slowly and secretly resolve them. Solve? Yi Shiyu, you can't. Yin Huan chewed over what she said, but the next second, she took a step back. But Yi Shiyu grabbed her collar and pulled the original restraint a little, thus revealing her white neck and part of her shoulders. Yin Huan's pupils shrank slightly, and the numbness in her body could not withstand the stimulation she saw at the moment. Yi Shiyu tilted her head, her dark eyes staring straight at Yin Huan, who had a dazed look in front of her. A hint of shy cherry color took over her originally cold face as her body temperature rose, along with her neck and shoulders. Facing the increasingly strong scent of flowers, she opened her lips and spoke to the hypnotized Huan as if commanding or pleading. Right here. Choose a spot you like and leave your mark, Huan. Duh. Huan's throat surged slightly, as if something was moving. The plain phone call was suddenly hung up, causing body.I, who was standing in the corridor on the other end of the line, to look puzzled. What's going on? Is the signal bad? She was about to make another call when she heard footsteps in the corridor behind her. Then there was a doubtful voice. Student body.I. Body.I was slightly stunned, turned around, and saw the lady who was still smiling and seemed to have just finished lunch. Vice President Sakuramiya Hitomi. Vice President Sakuramiya, hello, have you just had lunch? Seeing the beautiful girl standing in the corridor, she was slightly stunned and reached out to tuck the pink hair behind her head. With a slight smile, her eyes flashed a glimmer of illusory scarlet. Yes. What's the matter with classmate body.I coming here? If it's nothing important, most of the students in the student union will take a lunch break and won't be in the office. I signed up for that study group. President Yin said that I should report to the student union office at noon because I had something to do in the morning and didn't come to school. That's it. Sakuramiya Hitomi walked past body.I and gently placed her hand on the door handle of the student union office. Body.I had tried it before, and the door was obviously locked, but it was easily pushed open by Sakuramiya Hitomi's hand. Click! The door was opened, revealing a wide, dark space inside. A strange feeling of discomfort surged into body.I's heart, perhaps because the curtains were drawn and the lights were not on. Sakuramiya Hitomi smiled and turned to look at body.I and took the initiative to invite him. If it's the president who invited me, even if he's busy with something, he should be here soon. Before that, please sit in the office and I'll make you some tea. Also, your performance on Sunday was truly astounding, and the songs you sang are still very impressive to me now. Professional singers are just different. If possible, could you tell me about your creative process and such? A professional singer? Not that professional. I just started singing too. I seldom sang before. The uncomfortable feeling that originally came from the room was covered up by Sakuramiya Hitomi's compliments. Body.I couldn't help but turn up his nose when he was praised. She was obviously very pleased, but she still pretended to be modest. Sakuramiya Hitomi took her performance in her mind, and the smile on her face became even more friendly. That's not the case. Although I am not talented, I have listened to many singers in my home country. I can say that among your peers, your performance is outstanding. This is too good to be true, huh? Body.I was flattered by the praise, and without realizing it, the distance between her and Vice President Sakuramiya, whom she had just met in the morning, was shortened a lot. She took the initiative to walk towards the office, and Sakuramiya Hitomi smiled and opened the door, allowing her to enter first. Just sit on the sofa. I'll make you some tea. That's too much trouble for you. No trouble. Sakuramiya Hitomi smiled and glanced at the empty corridor outside the door, then gently closed the door. As the door closed, blocking the light in the corridor, her perfect smile seemed to be covered by a shadow. We are classmates, but you, body.I, can create such beautiful music. I really envy you. No, I just did what I was good at. I don't know anything else. Persisting in your dreams is also a kind of ability. In this respect, I should regard body.I as my idol. Idol, crack. As if the space inside and outside was isolated, the previously clearly audible conversation disappeared in an instant, leaving only silence. The bustling commercial street has always been the best place for wealthy and free students from Tatsuki to spend their lunch break. Here you can find wide, clean, and stylish streets, colorful and affordable goods, and an atmosphere of diverse styles and cultural integration. But all this excitement belongs to others and never to peace and happiness. Normally, after lunch, Anil would find a quiet, shady corner where there was no noise and he could be alone. The forest park outside the commercial street is a good place to go. You can read, watch videos, or do nothing and just think quietly. However, the so-called no noise is usually relative. Through the lake, she could always see couples coming here to be intimate. Either students from some club come here for team building, or people from outside come here to visit the forest park. She had no objection to this. After all, she knew that even when she chose the so-called corner, she followed someone. Anna looked up at a tree on the hillside, not far away, with strong branches and emerald green leaves. On the branches and in the shade of trees are Huan's favorite places to take a nap. This is the edge of the forest park. Behind Anil is the tall wall of Tatsuki Academy. Yes, even to this secluded place, Anil followed Huan. But today, Huan did not come here. Anil silently withdrew his gaze and looked at the little finger lying on the lawn in front of him with its eyes closed to rest. He couldn't help but reach out and touch its cold snake scales. After all, where did this magical white snake come from, and why did it give me superpowers? Anil didn't know, nor did he think that he was really the chosen one, as it said. I am stupid and timid. If someone like me can become the chosen one of the world, then the world would have probably ended long ago, right? So, why does the little finger give itself the ability? Do you have something to ask of yourself? Is there some conspiracy? Anna was also curious at first and inevitably wary of the white snake. But gradually, she stopped thinking like that. Whenever I want to choose the same conservative school uniform as before, it always stops me with a curse. Are you stupid? This outfit is so ugly. Change it quickly. When you are bullied and are speechless and just want to apologize, it will instigate you to fight back. Damn, a four-eyed girl dares to talk to you like that. Curse back. When I was timid and cowardly in front of you, Huan, it would encourage me to take action. Hey, when are you going to do something naughty? I can't wait any longer. How about buying the balloon first? Do you know its size? Anna looked at the little finger in front of her, and her timid eyes drooped little by little. After Pinky came, she had a terrible dream. In her dream, she saw a huge white snake opening its bloody mouth, gnawing and devouring the pink earth. The earth was constantly shaking because of its gnawing, and the wind and clouds were trembling on all sides, and a storm was about to come. The giant snake seemed to want to exhaust something, and it was devouring the world around it that was constantly being generated like crazy. Anil was terrified by the snake's behavior. He was afraid that the snake was going to eat him, so he covered his head and tried to turn around and run away. But when he wanted to escape, he suddenly found that he had lost feeling in his legs. Looking down, she saw that her legs had transformed into the body of a snake. Then, she seemed to realize something and looked behind her along her legs that had turned into snakes. At the end of her legs, she saw a giant snake that was madly devouring everything. It was as if I had turned into that white snake. It also seemed that I was the white snake that was transformed. Anil looked at the sleeping little finger in front of him, stroking its white scales with his hand, and recalling its strangeness today. Was it frightened because it saw Huan's sister, the senior named Yishiyu? And I also asked myself, can I stop liking Huan? But no matter how I asked it, it didn't respond. It's weird. Anil thought for a long time, but could not find an answer. He could only sigh helplessly. I clearly said I would help Spencer, but after meeting Huan, all I talked about was my own problems. If Spencer was expelled, it would all be because of me. Besides, Senior Yi is so pretty. If she also likes Huan, then I have no chance of winning against Vice President Sakuramiya or Senior Yi, right? Just when Anil was looking down in frustration, a refreshing voice suddenly came from the wall behind him. What do you mean there's absolutely no chance of winning? You're a coward with no confidence at all. What are you afraid of when I'm here? Hearing the familiar voice, Anil widened his eyes and turned his head in disbelief. That action made Little Finger, who was sleeping comfortably on the lawn, raise his head in confusion and look behind Anil with his tongue sticking out. But behind Anil, on a wall about 6 or 7 meters high, a beautiful blonde girl wearing a sports short t-shirt and a white thin windbreaker jacket was sitting on top. She supported her cheeks and looked at Anil below with a clear smile. Student Spencer, aren't you suspended from school and banned from entering the campus for a week? Huh? Yeah, I was suspended from school. The security guards know me now. They use electric batons when they see me. I don't know what the school told them. Spencer folded his hands and nodded, but then he showed a disdainful smile. She pointed at herself with her thumb and said cheerfully, "So, I climbed over the wall to get in, didn't I? It's so high. How come you are so tall?" Little Thumb also climbed onto Annel's shoulder and marveled at Spencer, who was sitting firmly on the super high wall. Amazing. Is this guy a human? He can even climb up like this. Spencer, who was originally smiling, froze slightly after hearing Annel's compliment. She folded her hands, glanced at the scary distance below, and raised her head with a guilty look. Outside, I climbed up on the roof of the car, but how do I get down now? Hiss, let me think about it. What? Annel stared at Spencer blankly, seeing that she had a thoughtful expression. But as she had become friends with Spencer, she knew very well that, generally speaking, after Spencer showed such an expression, it would take no more than 3 seconds before he would show an expression of impatience and give up thinking. Oh, it's so annoying. Why is the bottom designed so high? It's just a shabby school. It's like a thief-proof. Look, Annel smiled helplessly, but did not refute the other party. Spencer pouted, looked at Annel below, coughed lightly, raised his head, and said, "Well, you have to think of a way to get me in. Your Huan gave me a trick to avoid being expelled from school. I have to do it in school. If I'm not expelled, what I said before will definitely count." Annel opened his mouth, looked at Spencer, and asked, "What I said before? Didn't I tell you that I would help you get Huan?" Huh? I thought you were joking, Spencer. Spencer curled his lips, folded his hands, and said, "I'm not kidding you. And didn't I say before that those guys who like Huan are not easy to deal with? But with my help, it's no problem." Spencer smiled confidently as he spoke, then stretched out his hand, pointed at Annel, and said loudly, "I'll help you." End of this chapter. Well, so, Spencer, do you need to gather 4 people to create a club now? In the forest park, Annel asked this as he looked at Spencer jumping down from the tree in front of him. Before Annel looked around to find something to put under Spencer, she seemed to have found a way by instinct. First, he found a tree that was relatively close to the wall, then jumped from the wall, and actually jumped a distance of 3 or 4 meters and jumped onto the tree. Then he slowly climbed down from the tree and finally managed to get into the school. Could this guy be a transformed Mara? Littlefinger was amazed by what he saw. Spencer sat in front of Annel, folded his hands and nodded, and said to Annel, "Anyway, Huan said so. I have to participate in the club war and win in order to avoid being expelled. Because I beat up that guy who took sides on behalf of Park Shuwen, they probably won't accept me. I can only find one myself to participate in the competition." Hearing this, Annel pursed her lips, feeling a little guilty. Spencer beat up Hua Xiaofeng just for himself, and now he can't join the track and field club because of this incident. If the club is not successfully formed, compared with Annel's guilt, Xiaoji spit out his tongue and showed a puzzled look. Wait, why did Huan tell her the method? When did their relationship become so good? Annel looked at Littlefinger and said angrily, "Maybe this is just Xiao Huan's duty as the student council president. Also, is it possible that Xiao Huan did this because he knew that Park Shuwen bullied me? Haha, just tell me straight. You just think Huan helped Spencer because of you?" Annel blushed, but did not speak or nod in agreement. But the top priority now is to help Spencer avoid being expelled from school, as for the rest. Anyway, Spencer said he would help me when the time comes. Thinking of this, Annel's brain started working quickly. She pursed her lips, looked at Spencer, and said seriously, "I see. Then I will join your club, Spencer." Oh, so now we have 2 people. Where are we going to find the remaining 2 people? It shouldn't be difficult to find the remaining 2 students. There are still a few students who didn't join the club this morning during the club recruitment. They should be similar to me, the kind that aren't very popular in the class. At this point, Annel glanced at Spencer cautiously and asked, "If you don't mind, Spencer, I don't care. My club doesn't do these kinds of things. As long as they are happy to join, that's fine." Spencer folded his hands and said this nonchalantly. Hearing this, Annel smiled slightly and thought to himself, Classmate Spencer is indeed like this. But soon, the smile faded a little, and she began to analyze it seriously. I still remember the names of those classmates. I can search for them in the campus mailbox, find their email addresses, and then ask them out for a chat. Ow! The most important thing now is the theme of the club and the probability of winning the club war. Ow! Spencer looked at Annel in front of him and thought, as if she was his external brain. It doesn't matter whether you can understand it or not. Just show an expression that shows you are impressed. At this point, Annel glanced at Spencer cautiously and asked, "Student Spencer, do you know what the so-called club war is like?" "I don't know." Annel was not annoyed, but explained very patiently. "Many of our activities at Tatsuki Academy are completely different from those at other schools, either in terms of time or content. For example, when running for the student union, most schools start at the end of the school year, but our school starts at the beginning of the school year. It's the same with the club war. Other schools use it as a recruitment activity, but our school holds it as a grand competitive event. We even have things like granting the winner's wish." Spencer nodded in confusion, stroking his chin and muttering, "Well, what should I wish for? Why not let those annoying guys? The club hasn't even been established yet, Spencer, and you're already thinking about the reward for winning?" Annel smiled helplessly and reminded Spencer, "If Spencer wins, the wish will have to be used to prevent you from dropping out of school. So Huan made you have to participate in the club war and win." Like this. Annel also just realized that Spencer had just sorted out this logic. She looked at Spencer in front of her with considerable concern, wondering if it was necessary to introduce her to the rules of the club war. After thinking about it, she decided not to tell Spencer so much at once, as she would probably forget it soon anyway. Annel simply stood up and took out his cell phone. "Then I'll contact those classmates first. As I remember, it was Senior Nino from Class B of Year 1, Senior Sakawa Tatsuya from Class D of Year 2, and Senior Jongyin from Class C of Year." She entered the corresponding name into the Tatsuki exclusive campus email software, and while typing the email inviting them to join, she asked Spencer, "So, Mr. Spencer, what exactly is our club going to do?" "Oh, don't worry about that. I've already thought about it." Spencer folded her hands and smiled confidently, causing Annel, who was typing, to look at her curiously and hear her say loudly, "That's the book club." Annel's hand that was typing on the keyboard stopped for a moment, and he and the little finger on his shoulder stared at Spencer, who was smiling freely with wide eyes. The next second, her face flushed, and she retorted, "No, don't use something this weird as the club theme. No one will join like this." What? Spencer was very confused, and it seemed that Annel was not a normal person. Shouldn't everyone like this true story that is so popular? There are so many people lining up to buy it at the game exhibition, and you are also like that. How can it be real? Spencer, you can't tell the difference between virtual and reality. Annel blushed and was trying to explain the key points to Spencer, a newbie who knew nothing. But she couldn't be as ignorant and fearless as Spencer. She just mentioned the nouns and was a loss for words. All the stories there are made up. They're just comics, especially the one you read. Pure ballet. Annel was about to cry, so she simply covered her face in despair so that she could say the rest of the words in one breath. Anyway, the story inside, whether it's the reaction of the heroine, the size of the hero, and the duration, it's all lies. Do you take the tonic seriously? Spencer opened his mouth, slightly startled, but retorted indignantly, "You are lying. How can it be a lie? It's obviously true. It's not real. Just like Santa Claus, it's fictional. It doesn't exist in reality." "What did you say? Santa Claus is fake?" Spencer opened her mouth wide, even more shocked than when she heard Annel refute that her pure ballet was fake. Annel raised his head and looked at Spencer's reaction. He didn't know what to say for a moment. The little finger on the shoulder showed a sympathetic expression. "I don't know if I'll have the chance to meet Spencer's parents. If you can, you should persuade them to get another one if you have a chance. I'm afraid this account has been used up." Annel pursed her lips, but her kind nature prevented her from showing the same sympathetic expression as Littlefinger. Spencer folded his hands angrily, obviously not believing Annel's nonsense. Don't worry about whether Santa Claus is real or fake. Just talk about the pure ballet. You say the things in it are fake, but they're obviously real. How can it be true? Looking at Annel's face full of doubt, Spencer, with his hands folded, opened his mouth, then seemed to suddenly think of something, and his face became slightly red. She raised her head, and her blue eyes began to flicker. The size and stuff you mentioned is obviously real, and I know it. So you don't have to lie to me. Littlefinger looked at Annel with dead eyes and complained. What on earth is this idiot using as a reference? Duh. Annel no longer wanted to debate this with Spencer. She now covered her head in doubt. He raised his cell phone like a white flag, surrendering. But that's it. Don't say anything more, Spencer-san. Hee, you still want to deceive me? Woo. Annel really wanted to die, but she also felt that it would be too unfair if she died because of something like this. She looked at Spencer, who was standing tall and full of energy, with a sad face, and said, But even so, if we submit this as the club's theme to the student union, Huan will not approve it, so. She lowered her head again, and it seemed like she had been there for a while. Let's change the subject, Spencer. Hearing Annel say this, Spencer thought of Huan, the guy who said one thing and did another but acted upright. Sooner or later, she will want that guy. Spencer made an unhappy tisk sound, ruffled his long golden hair, and stood up. Okay, I get it. Let me think about what the theme of the club should be. You can call them out first and get everyone together first. Annel breathed a sigh of relief, raised his head and looked at his phone, and then his eyes lit up slightly. Senior Sister Jiangyan has replied to my message and agreed to come out and meet us. We are still one person short, and we can set up a club. Oh no, we also need a mentor, and then the school committee will approve it. Don't worry, leave it to me. I've asked the AI butler to do it. AI butler? What is that? Is there a butler who is not a real person? Spencer glanced at Annel, and his originally sunny expression became a little dim. But the gloom only lasted for a moment, and then she patted her chest again and became bright and shining again. Oh, don't worry about it. I don't know how to explain it. Anyway, it's very powerful. Come on, make an appointment with the people, and I'll treat you to food. Oh, let's go. No, we still have classes in the afternoon, Spencer. Isn't it okay to just lift it up? No way. Buzz. On the commercial street, Huan's originally confused eyes gradually focused and finally became as lively as usual. In my mind, the memory of what just happened receded like the tide, but was once again pulled back by resistance and retained in my mind. Therefore, the new influx of revised memories seemed so abrupt. Huan blinked, felt the corrected memory, and touched his shoulder that had just been bitten by Yishiyu. There was a faint red mark on the skin through the clothes. When he felt a little bit of moisture coming from above, Huan quickly withdrew his hand and muttered to Miao Jiang in his mind. Although each modifier seems to have memory correction, the effects are not the same. Miao Jiang appeared silently on his shoulder, glanced back at Yishiyu, who walked out of the alley with an expressionless face behind him, and replied, It's like this, Miao. Just now, Annel touched you. If you don't resist, you will assume that the pleasure you feel is because of your affection for her, and even the pain from muscle exercise can be ignored. Yes, modification. Make unreasonable things reasonable. If there is no third party who is not affected by the modifier, the two parties alone will definitely not be able to break the situation. It is terrifying when used on any ordinary person. Miao Jiang didn't explain any more because Yishiyu had already walked over behind her. Huan instantly put on a mask of perfect expression management. He turned around to look at Yishiyu, glanced at his phone, and smiled. It's already this late, Sister Shiyu. I have something to do at the student union at noon. I was so engrossed in shopping with you that I'm late. I have to go back to the office now. Sister Shiyu. Since the hypnosis ended, Yishiyu seemed like a different person. Even though the expression was a little abnormal, it was at least lifelike. Unlike now, with an expressionless face, she looks like a walking, beautiful girl doll. Hearing this, she nodded and said, Let me take you home, Huan. It's a good opportunity for me to go back to class and take a rest. It is good, seeing the normal expression on Yin Huan's face, which showed no sign of realizing what had just happened. Her heartbeat and breathing quickened a little, just like a murderer leisurely wandering around the crime scene without being discovered. But when this exciting thought came to mind, what followed was a wave of strong guilt. There's actually quite a distance from the commercial street to the inside of the school, and then to the teaching building, but maybe because she was walking side by side with Xiao Huan, Yishiyu always felt that time was short. It seemed like just a blink of an eye, and they reached the upper floor, and it was time to say goodbye. Sister Shiyu, I'm going home now. See you in the elective class this afternoon. Yeah, see you later. Yin Huan smiled slightly, turned around, and went up the stairs, while Yishiyu behind him was still waving goodbye with an expressionless face. Not until the handsome young man's back completely disappeared did Yishiyu slowly put down her right hand and opened her mouth with a sense of loss. After hesitating for a moment, she walked towards the second grade. But as she walked, Yishiyu pursed her lips and her pace gradually slowed down. She was silent, raised her white hand, and gently placed it on the collarbone on her shoulder. It was as if there was something under that collar that made her concerned. What? Her face turned slightly red, and she covered that place with her hands. It seemed that her body had gone limp, and she was unable to stand, so she held on to the wall next to her. As her black hair fell, she opened her mouth, recalling the feeling of Xiao Huan's breath hitting her mouth. It's almost there, the mark is there. She pursed her lips, her deep eyes revealing dissatisfaction. From it, a purple vortex of desire opened wide and summarized the reasons to her. The hypnosis time is still too short. Yishiyu supported herself against the cold wall, stood up little by little, and then walked towards the second grade department. In my hand, the screen of the mobile phone seemed to absorb food and became brighter and brighter. Click! Yin Huan pushed open the door of the student union and looked up, only the petite figure of Sakuramiya Hitomi cleaning with a broom. She cleaned the dust in the corners meticulously, as if she were running the household she lived in. When she heard the door behind her open, she was startled and turned around. When she saw Yin Huan, her stunned expression turned into a beautiful smile. She lifted up the pink hair hanging down from her temples and said to Yin Huan, "You're back, President." Although he thought he was a little embarrassed, it was undeniable that in Yin Huan's mind, he had the feeling of a wife welcoming her husband home. The fatigue from the previous entanglement with Yishiyu's modifier was somewhat swept away. He looked at Sakuramiya Hitomi in the room and always felt that she was particularly beautiful and cute today. "What's wrong, President? Is there something strange on my body?" Being stared at by Yin Huan, even the ladylike Sakuramiya Hitomi felt a little uncomfortable. She took a look at the clothes she was wearing today and asked doubtfully. Yin Huan came back to her senses, smiled, and shook her head, then walked into the room. "No, I just think it's great to be back in the student union office." Sakuramiya Hitomi smiled, put the broom away, and said, "What do you mean? Is there someone outside that is bothering the president?" Yin Huan rubbed his shoulders and walked towards the student union president throne. He did not answer Sakuramiya Hitomi's question, but just asked, "Where's body?" She was going to join the study group. I made an appointment with her for today, but she was delayed because of something. "Ah, I've already helped you, President, with bai's report. I think bai came here at noon just for this matter, right? When she saw that you were not here, she chatted with me for a while and then left." So, Yin Huan glanced at the back of Sakuramiya Hitomi, who was standing in front of the tea table. This time, she didn't feel nervous because of the contact between bai, the host of the modifier, and Sakuramiya Hitomi. First, bai's modifier lacks initiative and is not as destructive as others. Second, she had just resolved a problem, and judging from how happy she sounded on the phone, she wouldn't use the modifier again right away. In fact, in Yin Huan's opinion, bai's personality is actually quite normal. If it weren't for her mother's Wujiangqin, Yin Huan probably would have given up on the modifier herself before long. So, if bai's modifier is still dangerous, the bottleneck must lie with Wujiangqin. "President, please have some tea." As Yin Huan was thinking, a cup of fine black tea was brought to him. He turned his head and looked at Sakuramiya Hitomi, who was smiling beautifully. "Thank you, Sakura." "You're welcome, President." Huan took a sip of black tea, and before he could pull his thoughts away from the editor, he opened the files piled up next to him. The modifier needs to be solved, and these original issues also need to be solved. But as soon as one of them was opened, the written plan and reply were revealed. Looking at the beautiful red handwriting above, Huan was slightly stunned and looked at Sakuramiya Hitomi beside him. She smiled slightly and made another cup of black tea. "They are just some chores. I happen to be free, so I will help the president deal with them first, so that the president won't be so tired." Huan sipped his black tea and said nothing. But he always felt that the warm black tea was flowing from his stomach to his chest little by little, making him breathe a long sigh of relief. He watched Sakuramiya Hitomi sipping her tea, and some words were pushed up to his throat by the warmth, and he wanted to tell Sakuramiya. But before that, Sakuramiya Hitomi raised her eyes and looked into his eyes. When they looked at each other, she was stunned for a moment, then looked away a little. A second later, it moved back. She smiled and continued. "By the way, President, there is one more thing I may need to apologize to you for." "Apologize? Why?" "Regarding the incident with Spencer this morning, I was a little careless." Sakuramiya Hitomi gave an apologetic smile, holding the warm teacup in both hands, and explained. "I inquired privately and found out that Park Shuwen might have bullied his classmates. But I didn't consider this and thought Spencer was just being unreasonable. Spencer was wrong to hit someone, but she was punished and is now on the verge of expulsion. But Park Shuwen, who clearly bullied Anil, did not receive any punishment. This is not fair at all." Sakuramiya Hitomi looked at Huan and said word by word, "I have submitted a statement to the school. Although it is of no help to Spencer's current situation, it may be able to redress the grievances that Anil suffered before." Huan, who had originally planned to investigate the matter of Park Shuwen when he came back, was suddenly stunned. He looked at Sakuramiya Hitomi in front of him and didn't expect that she had already done a lot for him before he came back. Student union work is also good. Park Seomun's matter is also good. Even things like hot tea and hygiene. Sakuramiya, when the time comes and I solve the problem of the modifier, I will definitely ask Miao-chan to send you a banner. This was a joke, but looking at Sakuramiya Hitomi in front of him, Huan suddenly thought of the beginning of last semester. At that time, because she used her connections to seize the position of vice president of Yahashiki, Huan had a dissatisfaction with her for a long time and even treated her coldly. But since when did Sakuramiya Hitomi seem to become an indispensable member of this student union? Huan couldn't quite remember it, but suddenly recalled the first time she went to her house to see the cat. He always felt that Hitomi Sakuramiya was very similar to those furry cats. They are all cute. So at this moment, he moved his gaze away for the first time and did not meet Sakuramiya Hitomi's eyes. He coughed unnaturally and said to Sakuramiya Hitomi, "I was originally planning to look into the matter of Park Shuwen. Thank you for your help, Sakuramiya. It's my duty, President. However, regarding that Principal Spencer, he has received a lot of money from her family and will not let her drop out so easily. Now that the track and field club will not accept her, she will create a club and then participate in the club war. Creating your own club? If so, yes, the chances of winning are slim. It's basically impossible for us to be a match for the track and field club." Huan took a sip of hot tea and smiled helplessly. But in this case, Principal Hermes will have a reason to speak up, and he won't be speechless to the Golden Lion Group. 2. Sakuramiya Hitomi smiled meaningfully and was about to say something when her peripheral vision suddenly caught a glimpse of something on the edge of Huan's collar. She suddenly froze in the motion of drinking tea, and even her smile faded a little. Sakuramiya Hitomi wiped her eyes in disbelief and took a good look. Finally, it was confirmed that it was not an illusion, but real. Under the president's collar, there's a small strawberry-like thing? Sakuramiya Hitomi opened her mouth, suppressed her trembling hands, and placed the teacup on the table. She raised her finger and kept smiling, but the smile was so forced and pale. Um, President, there seems to be a red mark under your collar. Huan, who was drinking tea, was also slightly stunned and turned to look at Sakuramiya Hitomi beside him. Um, President, there seems to be a red mark under your collar. Upon hearing this, the smile on Huan's face froze slightly. He lowered his head and glanced at the little bit of red showing at the edge of his collar. Sure enough, there was a little mark left by Yishiyu's bite. Fortunately, Yishiyu bit through the clothes, so there were no teeth marks left, only two arc-shaped marks. In memory correction, this is a mark left by accidentally bumping into something, and there's also a detailed memory process of being bumped out. Ugh. After taking in the general situation of the trace, Huan thought for a second, and at this moment he could only speak according to the content of the corrected memory. He pulled open his collar a little, revealing the marks on the upper part, and said to Sakuramiya Hitomi with a smile, "Maybe he got hit by something?" Hiss. Why does it sound so much like a plot where a cheating husband is questioned by a skeptical wife? Huan smiled helplessly, but it was not charming at all. At that time, he just felt that Yishiyu was very scary, with a terrifying look of someone in the late stage of a terminal illness. Did you bump into it? When Huan pulled open his collar, Sakuramiya Hitomi's eyes dodged for a moment, but soon looked back in disbelief. That trace. Was he really hit by something? Are you joking? Sakuramiya Hitomi took a careful glance and found the mark glaring no matter how she looked at it. Somehow, her sixth sense had already painted a picture of illusion. A woman whose face could not be seen clearly could only get close to the president's shoulder because of her height. She opened her pink lips and looked provocatively at Sakuramiya Hitomi, who was stunned behind her like a winner, then gently approached the president. "Buzz, why do you have such a good imagination?" Sakuramiya Hitomi shuddered, and just as she was about to retract her thoughts, she forced a smile and said, "That's it. After all, I've been working out these days, so I often bump into things." Huan sighed inwardly, feeling a little uncomfortable for lying to Sakuramiya. But when it comes to modifiers, it would be more trouble than gain if Hitomi Sakuramiya was involved. Just do your best to maintain your daily routine. As he said this, Huan pulled up his collar again. Huan rubbed his brows tiredly and smiled slightly as he looked at the documents processed by Sakuramiya Hitomi in front of him. However, he did not expect that because of this action, the collar would fall into the sunlight shining through the floor-to-ceiling window behind him. At this moment, Sakuramiya Hitomi clearly saw some reflections on the collar covered with red marks. Is that some kind of dried water stain? Sakuramiya Hitomi, who had felt a little relieved, was quickly worried again. Is there nothing wrong with your imagination? If the red mark wasn't a sign of a bump, could it be? Sakuramiya Hitomi suddenly felt dizzy, and even the face of the president in front of her became blurry. Is it possible? The president is such a troublemaker in private? Sakuramiya Hitomi's face was pale, but looking at Huan's very natural expression, she denied her own point of view as if she didn't even dare to think about it. Calm. Huan was also afraid that if he stayed in front of Sakuramiya Hitomi, he would reveal more flaws, so he rubbed his shoulders and stood up, smiling at Sakuramiya Hitomi. Since there's nothing to do here for now, I'll go back and take a nap. I'll draft the arrangements for the club battle tonight and send them to the group. Then we can all take a look at it together. I'm fine. Sakuramiya Hitomi also stood up, forced a smile, and said to Huan, "Take care, President." "Okay, bye-bye." Huan waved his hand and walked out of the office. Crack! The moment the door closed, Sakuramiya Hitomi rubbed her middle finger with red eyes and took out her computer from the drawer. Just now, when Huan went out, she was considering whether to use the barrier to modify the president's common sense and get to the bottom of it. But reason told Sakuramiya Hitomi that she should never reveal her abilities to anyone unless it was absolutely necessary, especially now that it is clear that Spencer has superpowers. Even if the trees are beautiful in the forest, the wind will destroy them. When a situation is not clear enough to ensure victory, it is always safer to be in the dark than in the light. This is the experience that the Sakuramiya family has learned through observation and immersion. So, expanding our thinking, are I and that Spencer the only ones with superpowers? Does anyone else have it? Sakuramiya Hitomi's eyes were silently dyed scarlet, and a train of thought was instantly cleared. She turned on the computer and started to play the president's timeline along the camera. After class, the president walked out of the classroom and first went to the door of Class C to take a look. Who are you looking for? Yes, peace and happiness. The president's childhood friend Anil is in Class C. Not finding it, the president left the atrium and seemed to be going to have lunch first. I met Anil in the corridor who was just going upstairs. Sakuramiya Hitomi had a cold face. She dragged the mouse and jumped along the timeline between the camera numbers. The pair of eyes hiding in the dark seemed to transcend time, staring closely at Huan's back. I went to the commercial street and treated Anil to dinner. It looked like they were having a very happy chat. The president even tapped Anil on the head, as if he was treating her like the little sister next door. Duh. Sakuramiya Hitomi pouted and touched her head subconsciously. However, the next moment, the camera showed Enlu reaching out and tightly grabbing Huan's wrist, and then the two of them were stunned. Sakuramiya Hitomi clenched her teeth with red eyes and dragged the mouse with trembling fingers, trying to skip this glaring scene. Is it possible? Was it Anil who did it? Well, you, Anil, looked timid on your face, and I thought you were an honest man. I didn't expect that her personality is just like your messy breasts, and she dares to cheat. Should be punished. Just as Sakuramiya Hitomi silently dragged Anil into the ranks of enemies that need to be alerted, the figure of a tall girl suddenly appeared in the camera screen. As soon as the cold girl appeared, she suddenly caught Sakuramiya Hitomi's attention. Yishiyu? Sakuramiya Hitomi's expression changed slightly, and she suddenly had a bad premonition in her heart. Think about it carefully. With Anil's short height almost the same as mine, how could the president get strawberry marks if he didn't lie down? It's not like she hadn't fantasized about the possibilities of various positions with the president at night before, and Sakuramiya Hitomi was aware of this. But Yishiyu is different. I don't know what this woman for Dragon Country ate, but she is tall and well-proportioned, so this is a possibility. Is it possible? With this thought in mind, Sakuramiya Hitomi watched Yishiyu's every move with extreme vigilance. As expected, Anil left in the middle of the meal, and then only Yishiyu and the president were left. The two walked around for a while then. Sakuramiya Hitomi's pupils shrank. The left mouse button made a slight sound, and the picture froze at the moment when Huan turned his head to look at the small TV on the street. She frowned and dragged the picture back and forth. Before watching the TV, the president still had his usual smile on his face. But after that, the president suddenly stopped smiling. It was as if he saw something and was suddenly stunned. Yishiyu didn't open her mouth either. This is what it is. Sakuramiya Hitomi zoomed in on the surveillance video and saw the ordinary, angry, piggy advertisement playing on the small TV. She felt something was odd, no matter how she looked at it. If an ordinary person saw this scene, they might not feel anything, but who is Sakuramiya Hitomi? She monitored Huan day and night and knew his every move. How could she not notice anything unusual? As expected, it was the president who took the transfer student Yishiyu on a tour. But after watching that TV, it turned out that Yishiyu was leading the president who looked very dull and moving among the crowd. A few minutes later, as the number of people decreased, they arrived at the edge of the commercial street. Sakuramiya Hitomi concentrated to the extreme and wanted to switch the camera to see the next scene, but the camera number suddenly jumped to where Huan worked. There are no more cameras installed over there. But is there any need to guess why Yishiyu took the seemingly dull-minded president to a place with so few people? It's impossible that we're going to sit there and play a game like Angry Piggy that only idiots would play, right? Cold sweat broke out on Hitomi Sakuramiya's forehead. She bit the nail of her left thumb and had to drag the screen back to the original point, trying to find more information. She repeatedly watched the president watching TV, a possible... No, it should be said that it is a fact that has been laid out in front of Sakuramiya Hitomi. This sworn sister who came from afar, named Yishiyu, is the same type of person as herself and Spencer. She also has superpowers. When she thought of this, Sakuramiya Hitomi became more alert, and a feeling of anger welled up in her heart that was difficult to suppress. As an orphan, the president has lived alone in Linmin for so long. When he introduced you as his sister to the student union last week, he clearly had a smile on his face that was different from the one he showed to everyone else. The president probably feels fortunate that after so long, he finally has a family to rely on. The president, I think he really treats you who have come from afar as his family. But, Yishiyu, is this how you treat the president? Sakuramiya Hitomi felt sick when she thought that the family that the president had hoped for and relied on might now be the lair of evil, where Yishiyu used his abilities to defile him. And she used the convenient identity of adopted sister. Even after he gained superpowers, he treated the president with great caution and didn't dare to do anything excessive. And you, and that brainless Spencer, are so bold as to do this. No wonder the president didn't show any abnormality when he mentioned it just now. No wonder the president seemed to have no memory at all just now. It turns out to be you, Yishiyu. Okay. Feeling the pressure, Sakuramiya Hitomi's expression turned completely cold, and she subconsciously rubbed her middle finger. Sakuramiya Hitomi took a deep breath and opened the folder next to her titled Key Prevention Targets. She glanced at the folder of body.I, where some documents had just been obtained from the conversation with her. The idol was probably also. At this moment, Sakuramiya Hitomi felt as if she was surrounded by enemies on all sides. But she was not afraid at all. Instead, she showed an oppressive sneer and opened the folder of Yishiyu. I edited all the previous scenes and dragged them in. She had a cold face, tapping on the keyboard, taking detailed notes based on each frame. Just wait, Yishiyu. How dare you treat the president like this? After I get rid of this Spencer, you'll see how I'll deal with you. Sakuramiya Hitomi in the dark took everything in. On Tuesday afternoon, in a magnificent hall of a hotel in Linmin, Jinga District. Spencer sneezed and rubbed her nose. She was about to mutter in her heart. Could it be that Santa Claus is cursing himself again? But then I thought of what Enel said just now. She said, Santa Claus is not real. Then, Spencer glanced at Enel beside him doubtfully, as if he was struggling to think about the mystery of Santa Claus's existence. Hello, please wait a moment. The VIP room will be ready for you soon. Here are 3 individual packages for today. Please take a look at what package you would like. Next to them, the beautiful waitress handed Spencer and Enel a white menu and said with a smile, By the way, the final price also includes a 15% service charge. Behind Spencer and Enel stood 3 classmates who looked a little reserved. From left to right, they are Jiang Yun, a senior student with acne on her face, Tatsuya Sakawa, who is chubby, and Nino, a thin white boy with braces. As soon as Enel opened the menu and saw the exaggerated price under the cheapest set A, he quickly closed the menu with a pale face. She forced a smile and looked at Spencer beside her and whispered, Hey, Spencer, how about we go to another restaurant? What? Spencer glanced at Enel beside him impatiently and was about to say something, but when he saw Enel's reluctant expression, he stopped talking. She turned to look at the 3 people behind her who seemed quite restrained by the environment. They looked not much different from Enel. Given their family financial situation, it was obviously unlikely that they would have come to such a place to eat before. She swallowed the words she was about to say. She thought for a moment, then reached out and took the menu from Enel's hand. Okay, let's go to another place. It's up to you what you want to eat. Let me check. Here in Jinga District, Enel quickly took out his cell phone, and the fat Sagawa Tatsuya wiped the sweat from his head and raised his hand. I know there's a Burger Queen nearby. It tastes pretty good, and the portions are quite big. Enel looked at Spencer, but she handed the menu back to the receptionist behind her without any concern and said, Okay, where is it? Outside. We have to walk a distance. Spencer got up and walked away, and Enel turned back and apologized to the receptionist behind him. But the smile on the receptionist's face was the same as before, and he waved at Enel. After walking out of the restaurant with the Golden Lion logo, Spencer and a few others walked on the roadside in Jinga District. Not long after, We arrived at a Burger Queen restaurant that was doing pretty good business. After sitting down, scanning the code, and ordering their meals, the students put down their phones one by one and looked at Spencer, who was stroking his chin and looking at the various burgers. What is this? Order one. This one. Jiang pushed up his glasses, looked at the young lady in front of him who was out of tune with them, and took the initiative to ask, "So, Mr. Spencer, you mean to invite us to join your club?" Spencer glanced at Jiang, nodded, and said honestly, "Yes, we are still short of 2 people. No, everyone can join. There must be at least 4 people." Unlin knew that Spencer didn't think before speaking, so he took the initiative to change the topic and explain to Jiang and the others. "Because of what happened between me and Park Shuan, Spencer is unable to join the club now. So under the suggestion of President Xiaoyan, we decided to create a new club." Jiang still looked at Spencer beside Anil with some vigilance, but did not respond. Students like them who were admitted from outside and were not popular had always kept their distance from these young ladies in the school, not to mention that this guy looked so violent this morning. "Oh, this shrimp fish burger looks delicious. Do you want to eat it?" But as Jiang looked at him, Spencer's eyes lit up slightly, and he smiled and tapped his phone. Looking at Spencer's wise yet foolish appearance, Jiang opened his mouth. "I always feel that this Spencer is a little different from other young ladies. Although it is difficult to create a club, it is not a difficult task for Spencer. If a club can be successfully created, I am willing to join." After thinking for a while, Jiang said so. Spencer looked at Jiang happily and said with a smile, "Okay, then there will be 3 of us. What about you two? Do you want to join us?" Judging from Spencer's gaze, Tatsuya Sakawa and Nino subconsciously avoided his gaze. A second later, Tatsuya Sagawa wiped the sweat off his head and said, Okay, we all have to join a club anyway. After a day, no other club is willing to take us in. If Spencer is willing." "Me too." Nino also raised his hand and spoke. Looking at the 3 people in front of him who decided to join his club, Spencer smiled excitedly. She stood up suddenly, folding her hands, and said in a high voice, "Great, then the book club is established. We will definitely win first place in this club war. Do you have confidence? Social club wars?" The 3 people in front of him were stunned when they heard Spencer's words. Jiang looked at Spencer in disbelief and asked, "Wait a minute, Spencer, what did you say? First place in the club war?" "Yes, I created the club just to participate in the club war and win first place." This, Jiang looked at Enlun next to him and saw her pursed her lips and explained, "Well, Senior Jiang, it's like this. Spencer is on the verge of dropping out, so he has to participate in the club competition and get first place, so..." Jiang expression stiffened. She looked at Spencer, who was full of confidence as if he had already won the championship, and then at Anil, who was forcing a smile in front of her. For a moment, the words were stuck in her throat, and Sagawa Tatsuya wiped his sweat, turned around, and said in a trembling voice, "The meal is ready. I'll get it." "I also." Nino followed. So, only Spencer and the other 3 girls were left at the table. Jiang pursed his lips, hesitated for a moment, and said to Spencer, "Mr. Spencer, if you just want to join the club, we can still help you. But if you want to win the club war, I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to help you." "What do you mean?" Jiang thought Spencer was angry, but when he looked at Spencer, he found that she really had a puzzled expression on her face. She blinked and continued to explain. "What it means is that even if we join and prepare wholeheartedly for the club competition, we will never be able to compete with the track and field club with our level." "Huh, is that track and field club really that strong?" Looking at Spencer's ignorant and fearless expression, Anil covered his face and whispered, "Spencer doesn't even know the process of the club war." Jiang was slightly stunned, sighed, and had to explain to Spencer, "After the opening performance of the society war, the war will officially begin. The entire war is divided into 2 processes. The first is the Freedom War, which lasts for 3 full days. At that time, the entire campus will be divided into countless positions belonging to various clubs by the student union. Clubs can freely challenge other clubs, that is, compete with other clubs to gain points. The winning club will be rewarded with points, and the losing club will lose points. Conversely, the club that fails in the challenge will lose points, and the club that successfully defends the challenge will win points. Jiang Yun raised 2 fingers and continued. The content of the competition is usually drawn from a competition item list drawn by the student union management who are not involved in the event. The defending team will draw lots to determine the specific content during the competition, and the draw can be repeated once. There are 2 types of projects. One is related to the themes of both participating clubs A and B. The other is the random competition pool, which has nothing to do with any club theme. The probability of the former being drawn is 40%, and the probability of the latter is 60%. Spencer opened his mouth, glanced at Jiang Yun, then looked at Enlu beside him, touched his chin, and said, "I think I understand what it means. Anyway, we just need to compete with other clubs as much as possible to get points." Jiang Yun nodded and said, "The problem is that the competitions are set by the impartial student union management. Activities related to the club's theme will not completely render other clubs unable to compete, but at most increase the chances of winning for some related clubs. And a large portion of the random competition pool that is most likely to be drawn is physical games, which is why the winner of each club war is most likely to be a sports-related club." As he listened, Anil sighed and said, "This year, the average level of the track and field club is the best it has ever been. The quality of the new freshmen is very good, and their president Owen has won many championships." Spencer had a confused expression, while Jiang Yun looked at her and said seriously, "None of us have good physical fitness, and we are not proficient in other clubs. Moreover, our club has a small number of members. If we participate in the war, we will definitely be besieged by other clubs and snatch points. In this case, we will most likely be eliminated on the first day with 0 points. Not to mention getting into the top 8 of the standings and making it to the second round, finals." Jiang Yun pursed his lips and said with regret, "So, Spencer, if your only chance of not getting expelled is to win first place in the club competition, then from now on, you have to be prepared to be expelled from school." Hearing this, Anil's face turned pale, and Spencer also blinked, obviously realizing the seriousness of it. At this moment, she was also in a situation where she was surrounded by enemies on all sides. "Burgers are coming, burgers are coming." Just as Jiang Yun told Spencer this very heavy news, causing the atmosphere at the table to become a little stagnant, Tatsuya Sagawa and Nino came back with a few plates of hamburgers. Spencer folded his hands and watched the sweaty Tatsuya Sagawa place the burgers they ordered in front of them. Anil also smiled and changed the subject considerately. "Anyway, let's eat first." Jiang Yun nodded, picked up the Coke, and took a sip. Spencer picked up the Super Deluxe Supreme burger he bought and took a look at it. Just as he was about to eat it, he saw the grilled chicken burger that Anil opened next to him. Duh. Spencer glanced at his own burger, then at the other man's. Then, she suddenly stuffed her burger to Anil and snatched her burger away. At the same time, he said to Anil, who looked puzzled, "I'll trade with you." Ah. Seeing this, Littlefinger widened his eyes and cursed at Spencer. "Is she sick? She can't buy food herself, but has to steal it from you. What a psycho." "Don't say that." Spencer also exchanged hers with mine. "Haha, the day she snatches something you don't want to exchange, you'll behave yourself." Duh. Anil didn't take Littlefinger's words to heart. He just thought it was alarmist. Spencer took a bite of Anil's burger and found it surprisingly delicious. While eating his burger, Spencer pondered for a moment and suddenly said to Jiang Yun and the others, "After the club war, I will try my best. If I get expelled in the end, I won't blame you. Anyway, I will just change schools. It's no big deal." Jiang Yun, who was drinking Coke, glanced at Spencer, paused for a moment, and asked, "Is Spencer's parents okay?" Spencer finished the burger in 2 bites, licked her fingers, and replied, "But it's okay. My mom doesn't care about me anyway." Tatsuya Sagawa wiped his sweat and showed an envious expression. "That's great. My parents are very strict with me. If I drop 1 place on the test, they will scold me for a long time." Ugh. Spencer glanced at Tatsuya Sagawa, and that look scared Tatsuya Sagawa, and he immediately stopped talking. Anil pursed her lips and quickly said to Spencer, "No matter what, not being expelled is definitely better than being expelled, right? Even if Auntie is very busy, she will definitely pay attention to such an important matter." Hearing this, Spencer folded his hands and said nothing, but suddenly remembered some things before coming to Linmin. She remembered going to her mother's magnificent office and vaguely wanted to tell her, "I don't want to go to Linmin." Even Spencer didn't know where Linmin was. She remembered that when she opened the door, she saw many adults in suits and ties sitting in her mother's office. "I heard from the AI butler that those people are all very smart talents from all over the world. They graduated from great schools, have the most enviable resumes, and use their smartest brains to solve all kinds of problems for their mothers. They were holding computers and talking to each other, using words that they could not understand." Spencer never liked this kind of atmosphere. It seemed as if every cell in her body was resisting this incompatibility, because such scenes always remind Spencer. Mother likes smart people. When Spencer appeared, they stopped and looked her over. Their useful brains were filled with comments that Spencer could not understand, and their eyes were flashing with ambiguous meanings, as if they were asking Spencer questions silently. "Is this the president's daughter?" At the end of the office, next to a lifelike lion specimen with bared fangs and claws, the white boss's chair was facing Spencer. A breeze blew by, blowing up the long golden hair that was exactly the same color as hers in front of the boss's chair. The owner of the long golden hair stared at the scene in front of the floor-to-ceiling window without turning back or speaking. She just waved her hand, signaling the smart people in suits who had stopped to continue. This was Spencer's last impression of his mother. Until the end, she didn't say anything to her mother. A man traveled across the ocean and came to Linmin, where he remains today. Jiang Yun looked at Spencer, who suddenly became quiet after eating the hamburger, thought for a moment, and said to her, "I'm just telling you in advance, Spencer, don't have too high expectations of me. But if you don't mind, I'm willing to give it a try and join your club." Spencer came back to his senses and seemed to become heartless again, grinning. "Okay, then there are 3 of us." Anil also smiled, looked at Sakawa Tatsuya and Nino, and asked, "So what about Sagawa-san and Nino-san?" Sakawa Tatsuya and Nino looked at each other and scratched their cheeks. "That's not a problem. But what should the theme of our club really be called?" "Book club." Spencer folded his hands and smiled confidently, leaning back in the chair behind him, and took out his cell phone. "Of course. Don't worry. I'll talk to Huan about this matter, and it will definitely pass. The book club is established today. The club's theme is not up to standard, and the student union will not approve it. Tuesday, South District, night, VIP area of the gym." Huan, shirtless, glanced at the message from Spencer on his phone, drank some water, and typed this line of words back. In the afternoon, Anil said that he had joined Spencer's club and also gave Spencer's plane to Huan so that it would be more convenient to contact them. "Although I don't want to add this guy's contact information, but after thinking about it carefully, I'll just pass it to solve the problem of the modifier. I always feel that this guy is the kind of idiot who would send himself invite friends to get Diamond's game advertisement." Ding. "Ah," I replied to the message. "Huh, what's wrong with you? Huan, are you targeting me?" Ding, ding, ding. Playing caller ID, Spencer. Huan drank some water, took a glance, and decisively pressed the reject button. Ding. "Come on, Huan, turn on the microphone." After glancing at the other party's Peppa Pig avatar frame, Huan sat in front of the gantry and just continued typing with one hand. "If you call me randomly again, I will block you." "You." After a while, she sent another message. "Just wait, Huan. It is good." I sent another nodding cat emoji. After this set of moves, there is no doubt that the opponent's Spencer bag will be red and warm. Not to mention, Huan, who originally regretted adding her to the plane, now feels that it's nothing. It's quite interesting, just like teasing a child. While sending this message to Spencer, Huan opened Anil's chat interface and sent her the information form for the establishment of the club. "Anil, if you want to set up a club, remember to fill out the information form." Smiling cat emoticon. "Okay, Xiao Huan, I'll fill out and give it to you right away. Don't worry, just give it to me before this week. It's not impossible for a bookstore to publish it, but it's better to add some explanations, and it can't be related to any violations of student discipline. Know it. After waiting for a while, Anil typed another line of words. Thank you for your hard work, Huan. Huan smiled slightly when he saw the message, replied, it's okay, and put down the phone. Modifier. How to solve it now? Huan stood up, walked to the equipment, and prepared to do seated rowing. The imaginary meow sat on the equipment dignifiedly, stretched out its paws to touch the equipment curiously, and meowed at Huan, who was sitting down. Currently, Yishiyu has topped the modifier's top list with an extremely high risk factor. Huan hasn't even figured out the capabilities and limitations of other modifiers. Oh, and there's one modifier that hasn't even shown up yet. How to play this? Oh. Huan adjusted his posture and pulled the linked double-track machine with weights to exercise his latissimus dorsi muscles. 1 day of pushing, 1 day of pulling, and 1 day of legs training. This was Jiao Tan's advice to Huan. The personal trainer at the gym also agreed with this pace and simply corrected Huan's posture before letting him practice on his own. As he exercised his muscles, Huan's thoughts became clearer. Modifiers are now divided into 2 tiers. T2, Anil Bai. Bai's situation has been mentioned before, so there is no need to follow up for now. As for Anil, after 2 days of getting along, the feeling she gave me was not much different from before. Comparing Spencer and Yishiyu, Huan even suspected that there was something wrong with the editor's vision. He actually chose Enlu, who was kind and a little cowardly, as the host. If that modifier had the same consciousness as Miao-chan, it would probably be pissed off by that little idiot Anil, right? Then there are the 2 heavyweights. T1, Spencer. T0, Yishiyu. Call. After doing it continuously until exhaustion, Huan let go of the equipment while panting, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. The general idea is, let them not get what they want when using the modifier, and help them get what they want when they don't use the modifier. By comparing the 2, they will begin to question the use of modifiers. The problem with Yishiyu now is that she is too adept at using the modifier, and she has no good way to counter it. But if I can't cure you, can't Aunt Yi cure you? Huan remembered that Yishiyu had engraved small words on her clothes before, and a plan silently took shape in her mind. He picked up the phone again and opened Yulan's chat interface. After sending a cat emoji, Huan typed, Aunt Yi, can I come and stay at your house this weekend? Miao Jiang jumped onto Huan's shoulder, looked at the message he sent, and said in disbelief, Huan, Yishiyu is in great danger right now. How dare you go to her? Aren't you afraid of being hypnotized by her? A drop of sweat flowed down Huan's forehead. It was unclear whether it was because of the exercise just now or because of Yishiyu's terrifyingness. He wiped the sweat off his face and said, no risk, no gain. Meow. Yishiyu is going crazy now. Why not take a gamble? It was because of my previous actions that Yishiyu became concerned about me. In the final analysis, her feelings for me are neither siblings nor lovers. Huan took a deep breath and calmly analyzed the current situation. To put it more bluntly, she simply mistakenly regarded me as her property and thus developed an abnormal possessiveness. Even if she realizes in her heart that I am a person, not an object, and that's why she lets me leave a mark on her, it won't change the nature of her feelings for me. Essentially, in her eyes, I'm just like that jellyfish keychain at the property, nothing more. Miaojiang nodded, obviously agreeing with it. That's right, Miao. If a sick host like Yishiyu is coupled with such a powerful modifier, it will soon have an impact on the surrounding world if it is not stopped, Miao. Huan nodded and continued. In Yishiyu's world, the only person who can somewhat escape the concept of possession is probably Aunt Yi. Moreover, Aunt Yi is also a third party who is completely independent of hypnosis. The only one who can break the situation is Aunt Yi. After saying that, he looked at Yi Lan Banana Milk's avatar on his phone. For the first time, he was so glad that he had successfully converted to the Yi Lan religion. Ding. It was Yi Lan who replied. Okay, Then Xiao Huan, you can take the bus back with Sister Shiyu on Friday. But you have to come back so suddenly. Did something happen in the South District? Or did you encounter any difficulties? Confused. Looking at the expression Yilan sent, Yin Huan almost told Yilan all the bad things Yi Shiyu had done. But in the end, he just typed, "No, I just miss you and Sister Shiyu." Yilan made a covering mouth and laughing expression and then said, "Okay, see you on Friday. By the way, you haven't used the credit card I gave you yet, so don't treat yourself badly. Okay, Xiao Huan." Uh-huh. Yin Huan wiped away her illusory tears and felt more and more that Yilan was an angel. No, Yilan should be the omnipotent god, and Yi Shiyu is the Lucifer who betrayed heaven under her seat. Putting down his phone, Yin Huan continued his exercise and then thought about how to solve the problem of the modifier. If the plan goes well, Yi Shiyu should be able to have some peace and quiet after this weekend. So, the only thing that needs to be dealt with urgently now is this guy Spencer. Ho! He pulled the machine, and as he moved, the muscles on his back became more clearly defined. Yin Huan originally had no bad habits, his body fat percentage was not high, and his talent was not bad. With such persistence, combined with the plug-in given by Miaojiang, I believe that in time you will be able to achieve the same tendon meat as teacher Jiaotan. At that time, it wouldn't be a bad idea to wrestle with Spencer, that idiot who only has brute force. With this goal in mind, Yin Huan pulled the machine even harder. "Hello, Sister Tong." Just as Yin Huan was pulling the equipment diligently, he heard the boss greeting someone from behind. Hearing this, Yin Huan was slightly stunned, then loosened his grip to let the device return to its original position. Turning around, what caught my eye was a beautiful sister wearing a sporty belly-bearing outfit. The long red hair that was originally hanging down was tied into a high ponytail, outlining a mature beauty that was different from before. Of course, just by looking at the frustrated look under her bangs, one could recognize that it was Yin Huan's good boss. "Tong, Ying. Sister Tong, why are you here?" Tong Ying's dejected eyes swept over, and when she saw Yin Huan's upper body naked, her eyes flickered slightly. "What, I can't come." As she spoke, she walked closer to Yin Huan and scanned his entire body. Yin Huan nodded and said, "That's right. You usually drink in the pub anyway. It doesn't matter whether you're here or not." Hiss! Before he could finish his words, Tong Ying grabbed Yin Huan's shoulder with a sad look in her eyes. His face turned pale with pain, and he begged for mercy. "It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Sister Tong, I was wrong." After he begged for mercy, Tong Ying loosened her hands that were pinching Yin Huan's muscles, allowing him to escape danger. But Yin Huan, who was only concerned with begging for mercy, didn't notice that when Tong Ying behind him saw his face change in pain because of her actions, her expression suddenly froze. Immediately, a hint of ambiguous excitement flashed across her dejected eyes, which had originally shown no interest in anything. But even so, she stopped her action instantly and withdrew her hand. Tong Ying rubbed her hands and said to Yin Huan as if jokingly, "You idiot, if you continue to slander the boss, I will deduct all your salary this month." "I'm sorry, Sister Tong." End of this chapter. Chevron_left. Crunch, crunch. Just as Yin Huan was working hard to do the pull down, Tong Ying, who was looking at him with her chin in her hands behind him, yawned. After finishing a set, Yin Huan turned around and looked at Tong Ying, but she raised her eyes and said, "That's it, duh." Yin Huan kept smiling, but veins were faintly visible on his sweaty forehead. "Sister Tong, I don't know why, but being laughed at by a guy like you who smokes and drinks all day, I really can't be happy at all." Tong Ying was not annoyed at all when she was told this. She spun the flip lighter between her fingers, and a faint flame appeared and then went out in an instant. Although I follow a different path, I'm still very familiar with this kind of fitness. You should do each set of movements to exhaustion, right? You obviously still have some strength left. So why did you stop like this? Yin Huan was slightly startled, walked back to Tong Ying, and asked suspiciously, "Is this true? Do you know this?" Tong Ying glanced at him sadly, without explaining, but declared domineeringly, "Yeah, I'll be your coach." In the end, you just have to see if it works. Well, Huan was still a little skeptical, but he still explained why he didn't reach exhaustion. Actually, Sister Tong, my physique is very special. If I push myself to exhaustion, I will feel very painful the next day. It's all because of that damn curse. Because he is now naked, he has the physical bonus that is enough to complete the training in excess. But the price of doing so is that when he puts on the clothes the next day, he will be greeted with explosive pain. So in the end, Huan did not pursue extreme efficiency and chose to take it step by step. But Tong Ying glanced meaningfully at his back muscles, which were slightly swollen due to training, and then she stretched out her finger and poked them as if she couldn't help herself. Sure enough, the next second, she felt pain there, causing Huan to glare at her. Seeing this, she showed a slightly surprised expression and really realized that Huan would feel pain on the spot when exercising. You have a sensitive constitution that easily causes pain? No, not at all. But not only did she not restrain herself, but she showed a smile that Huan could not understand, and even one of her long legs was raised. Tong Ying didn't wear jeans today. As if to match the gym location, she changed into a navel-bearing sports outfit. So when she did this, Huan instantly saw her well-shaped calves and white ankles. Just one glance, and Huan was slightly stunned, but did not look away immediately. Seeing Huan's gaze fall on her legs, Tong Ying was slightly stunned and also looked at her legs. Immediately, she raised her leg, which was originally intended to be placed on the other thigh, slightly towards Huan, and asked with interest, Huan, I can't tell. Do you like girls' legs? What? Huan withdrew his gaze and looked at Tong Ying, only to see a hint of smile in her dejected eyes. Little pervert. Duh. Huan blinked and just replied, I just noticed that Sister Tong, your legs are very nice. Sister Tong, have you really exercised? Huan just looked at Tong Ying's legs because of her calves. No, even her figure was very beautiful, with signs of exercise. Normally, it is not noticeable when she wears thick jeans, but now Huan can see that her figure is not at all bloated like a nerd. But for some reason, Huan felt that there was an indescribable temptation in Tong Ying's action of crossing her legs at this moment. It's true that I care about the shape of the legs, and it's also true that I like them. Oh, really? She looked at Huan and asked back in confusion. But the feeling that Tong Ying was very attractive just now made Huan horrified and even began to self-analyze. Is he really hungry? I actually do this to Sister Tong. He has always regarded Sister Tong as an elder. Although it is true that in terms of appearance, Sister Tong is indeed a very good-looking type. Although it is true that in terms of her figure, Sister Tong was indeed a little tempting just now. Although it is true that in terms of personality, Sister Tong. Thinking of this in an instant, the countless times in the past when Tong Ying took out an electric baton, deducted wages, lay on the bed drunk and acted crazy, and hit herself on the head with a pistol while smoking, instantly occupied Huan's mind. Really, Sister Tong, more real than pearls. He shuddered and quickly stood up with a forced smile, pointing at the equipment over there. I've had enough rest. I'm going to practice the next set. Tong Ying looked at him with her hands folded, retracted her long legs, and her originally excited eyes returned to their previous dejected look. She waved her hand and said, Go ahead, practice hard. I'm going to the bathroom. Yes, Sister Tong. Tong Ying put her money in her pocket and walked to the restroom at the other end of the VIP area of the gym, while Huan sat back in front of the equipment and held the pull-up bar. Crunch. The sound of equipment being pulled came, weaving Huan's inner thoughts like a shuttle. In his mind, Tong Ying's beautiful legs seemed to occupy the place where the pain originally belonged, which made him feel confused. I didn't choose the bird reproduction bonus on Sunday. How come I can't control myself when facing Spencer? Even when facing Sister Tong? Could it be? Nyan-chan. Meow. The illusory Miaojiang appeared on the steel frame of the equipment and looked at Huan in confusion. Huan raised his head, a drop of sweat sliding down his handsome face. Nyan, You didn't secretly give me some fragments related to reproduction ability, did you? Meow. Miao Jiang's eyes widened, her mouth slightly opened, and then she jumped lightly onto his shoulder and asked, "Why do you think so?" Yin Huan pondered for a moment and told Miao Jiang all his thoughts. Hearing this, Miao Jiang looked at him with an extremely speechless expression. Yin Huan, what age do you think you are, Miao? Did you work overtime and become Yangwei in your previous life? Don't blame me for this kind of thing, Miao. And I felt it with Spencer in the morning and a little with Yishiyu, although I was scared by her later and didn't feel anything anymore. So why are you asking me now when you feel it with Tong Yingying? Yin Huan's movement of pulling the instrument paused slightly. He sighed and said, "Maybe it's because of Sister Tong that I'm wondering if my XP system is damaged. I think it's normal, Miao. It's just a kind of acquaintance shame. Besides, Yin Huan, are you really familiar with her?" Miao Zhang's slender tail swept across Yin Huan's Adam's apple, causing Yin Huan's throat to surge a little. You don't understand a lot of things about Tong Yingying, right? Speaking of this, Yin Huan suddenly thought of the conversation between Tong Yingying and the gym owner that he had accidentally overheard before. There are still many things about Sister Tong that she has never told me and I have never asked about. That's right, Nyan-chan. Crunch. Muttering something, he started pulling the equipment again. But at this moment, behind him, there was the sound of the VIP room door being opened by swiping a card. Then came two female voices that seemed to carry a scent of wind. Is this true, Chi-Yuan? Did he really say that? Of course it's true. That old bastard. He drank a little and talked without thinking. I really want to pull out his tongue and throw it in the toilet. So bold? Yin Huan's attention was attracted by the conversation of the women behind him. He turned around and saw two mature women in sportswear putting down their belongings. They all had nice figures, but what attracted Yin Huan the most was the black double-wing tattoo they all shared. Dressed like a social person. Moreover, is it the same place as Sister Tong's hometown? Yin Huan thought so when he heard this familiar accent. But just when Yin Huan turned around, the woman who was originally listening with a smile also noticed Yin Huan. Her eyes lit up, and she suddenly patted her companions. Hey, white deer, look. What? The two mature women suddenly looked at Yin Huan, and then smiled meaningfully at the same time. Looking at that smile, a sense of foreboding suddenly surged into Yin Huan's heart. He pretended not to see it, and turned around to continue exercising. But the sound of footsteps behind him made his heart skip a beat. Handsome boy, you look strange. Yeah, you live nearby too? After a moment of silence, Yin Huan put down the equipment, turned around, and smiled. Is there a problem? The two women did not reply immediately, but were slightly stunned at the smile he showed. Then, one of them blushed slightly, and suddenly raised her foot to kick the woman named Chi-Yuan, who was also stunned in front of her. Cough, cough. Chi-Yuan came back to his senses, moved closer to Yin Huan, and looked at his body. Are you practicing your back, handsome boy? You're so handsome, but you're still working so hard? Who are you trying to charm? Yin Huan didn't reply, but just looked at the black wing tattoo on her arm, and seemed to think that the tattoo looked familiar. I have seen marks like this in Tong Yingying's bedroom. Little handsome boy, there's no need to peek. If you like something about me, just tell me, and I'll let you get closer and take a closer look. Yin Huan came back to his senses and looked at Chi-Yuan, who was smiling in front of him. This time, he didn't show any of the flirtatiousness he had towards Tong Yingying. He just felt offended. He put down the equipment, and the heavy equipment fell to the ground, making a noise that scared Chi-Yuan. She was slightly stunned, but looked at Yin Huan and asked with a smile, What's the matter, you two? Chi-Yuan opened his mouth, but didn't reply. Instead, Bai Lu came up to him with a smile and handed him a card. Little brother, are you interested in working in my store? Work to earn a living. Yin Huan didn't take the card handed to him. Instead, he took a quick glance and saw the name of a nightclub that was well known in the Southern District. He raised his eyes to look at the smiling Bai Lu in front of him, and saw her stroking her chin and looking up and down at Yin Huan's face and body. Little brother, do you know how much someone like you can earn in one night working in a store? Oh, how much can you earn? Hearing this, Yin Huan was slightly stunned, and Chi-Yuan was also slightly stunned, because these words were not what Yin Huanhui said at all. But Bailu's attention had been drawn to Yin Huan's face. Upon hearing this, she thought Yin Huan was moved, so she licked her lips excitedly. Her red lips parted slightly, as if she wanted to eat him up. 2,005 a night. No, more than that. Little brother, if you can afford it, for 1,000 a night is the minimum. Oh, so many? How can I afford it? Oh, so pure? It's okay. I like boys like you who are as pure as a blank sheet of paper. Tonight, let us two sisters teach you, okay? White deer, white deer. Beside them, Chi Yuan's voice sounded guilty and fearful. And her voice was soft but sharp, which immediately brought Bailu, who was immersed in the possible wonderful time tonight, back to his senses. She was slightly stunned and turned to look at Chi Yuan beside her, only to find that she was lowering her head and her body was shaking like a sieve. And on Chi Yuan's right shoulder, a white arm was placed there, and it was obvious that he had been controlled by someone. Bailu's brain froze for a moment, and just as she was about to move, a terrifying arm grabbed her left shoulder. Her body trembled slightly, and she turned her head blankly, but she only saw Tong Yingying with a forced smile. Alas! Tong, 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 tong. Bailu's face turned pale in an instant, and she was covered in cold sweat. Just as she was about to call the other party, Tong Yingying's terrifying smile instantly turned into an expressionless face, and she corrected their pronunciation like a drill instructor. It hurts? Of course it hurts. The two hands that were holding down their shoulders suddenly exerted force, and a sharp pain penetrated into their bodies from their shoulders like a poisonous snake, causing them to fall to the ground with their bodies going limp due to the pain. What? The two of them rubbed their shoulders aggrievedly and looked pitifully at Tong Yingying, who was walking past them towards Yin Huan. Yin Huan looked at Tong Yingying, who now had a sad expression again, and pointed at the two people and asked, Sister Tong, are these two your friends? Chi Yuan and Bailu nodded subconsciously with sad faces, and Tong Yingying shot them a fierce look. No. So, they both quickly changed from nodding to shaking their heads. Do you know Sister Tong? Chi Yuan and Bailu nodded again. Tong Yingying had already picked up the cigarette and said softly, Do not know. Seeing this, the two of them shook their heads with tears in their eyes, acting as if they were not familiar with Tong Yingying. Yin Huan opened his mouth and was about to say something, but Tong Yingying glanced at Yin Huan and said earnestly, There are a lot of hooligans in this society. I'm telling you, Yin Huan, don't let your guard down just because the other person is a girl. Hearing this, Chi Yuan and Bailu behind her looked at each other, rolled their eyes at Tong Yingying, and the two of them spoke in a sarcastic way to each other silently. There are a lot of hooligans. Don't let your guard down just because she's a girl. Tong Yingying was about to light a cigarette, but she felt that the two people behind her were redundant, so she said coldly, Get lost now. Don't come here again. Okay, Tong. Chi Yuan climbed up and was about to speak, but the white deer behind her pinched her again, causing her to change her address midway. It hurts. It hurts so much. Go quickly, go quickly. Bailu covered his face, pulled her, and turned to run. Chi Yuan also gave up and picked up the water cup and clothes he had just put down. She turned around and winked at Yin Huan, who was still sitting there, and the two of them trotted out of the VIP gym. Yin Huan watched the two of them disappear outside the glass door, then looked at Tong Yingying in front of him with doubt. Sister Tong, they must know you, right? Tong Yingying lit up a cigarette and just smiled faintly. Irrelevant. It stinks, Sister Tong. Can't you just stop smoking? Tong Yingying rolled her eyes in dismay, folded her hands, and said, If I hadn't been here, you would have been eaten up by those two female hooligans. What's wrong with me smoking a cigarette in return? This store is mine, and I'm giving you a private VIP room for free. Don't repay kindness with enmity. Why do I feel that the female hooligan is someone else? Yin Huan beeped in his heart and turned around to continue training. You're not going to criticize your dear boss, are you, Yin Huan? Of course not. I am loyal to you, Sister Tong. Loyal. Sincere. Before Yin Huan pulled up the machine, Tong Yingying's cold little hand suddenly grabbed his back muscles, causing Yin Huan's handsome face to twist in pain. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Sister Tong, It hurts? That's right. Tong Ying said this excitedly with sad eyes and a slightly red face. Outside the VIP room, outside the glass door of the gym, Chi Yuan and Bai Lu were squatting outside quietly, carrying clothes and water cups, observing the situation. Seeing Tong Ying's hand unscrupulously placed on Yin Huan's cold white back, Chi Yuan spit the gum in his mouth onto the ground and muttered, "Oh my God, Sister Tong, a virgin for thousands of years, actually ate so well behind our sisters' backs." Bai Lu wiped the sweat from his forehead and was so angry that his teeth were itching. That's right, that's right. You talk about retiring, but it turns out you're just sitting here enjoying yourself." Chi Yuan took out another piece of chewing gum, looked at the backs of the two people in the gym, and whispered, "But I see that Sister Tong and that boy are not together." "No, it doesn't even seem like they are together." Bai Lu agreed with this and said with a smile, "Of course, Sister Tong has a bad temper and a bad personality. She's probably much older than that boy, right? Is he blind to fall for Sister Tong? Even if he likes her, he's only interested in Sister Tong's money. It's also possible that he was just playing with Sister Tong. Hey, I have an idea. Hey, I have an idea." As they talked, their eyes lit up at the same time, and they looked at each other. "You speak first. What if we help Sister Tong deal with this guy?" Chi Yuan showed an excited expression and said, "You think so, right? Sister Tong doesn't get involved in anything all day, so it's a great deal to get a favor from her. After all, he is the successor trained by Mother Bai. That's for sure." Hey, 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 hey. The two beautiful women seemed to have made up their minds. They grinned wickedly and glanced at Tong Ying, who was accompanying Yan Huan in training. Tong Ying, who was folding her hands and starting to train Yan Huan seriously, seemed to feel something and looked back. But outside the glass door, there was no one. In a girl's boudoir on the first floor of a villa in Jinghe District, the gentle light shone on the tidy and warm bed, and on the bed, a black-haired girl in a home skirt was pouting and looking at her mobile phone. It was the idol girl from Class B of the first year at Tatsuki body.I. The plane has been open on the phone in my hand, showing a chat box named Fan. She didn't send a message, and neither did the other party, but body.I just stared at the chat box. As time passed, her pout became higher and higher, and her face became redder and redder. Wow, really? The next second, she threw her phone aside as if she couldn't stand it anymore. She also turned over and lay on the bed, pounding the bed with her hands and feet as if she couldn't control herself. "I called you at noon to talk about something so important. Why haven't you replied to me yet? Do you really have to tell me directly? Just tell me." As she spoke, her body softened like water and fell on the bed, completely covering her face with the quilt. Woo! After making these meaningless sobs, she became excited again, turned over, and jumped on the bed like a fish that had come ashore. Really? Didn't he hear what I said at noon? Even if that's the case, Vice President Sakuramiya should have told him that I went to the office. What on earth is going on? I have to ask clearly. As she spoke these bold words, her black hair became disheveled, but she still stood up quickly with a red face and picked up the phone next to her. I started typing in the chat box, and the first sentence was, "Are you there?" After typing these two words, she blushed and muttered, "Isn't it too slow to say this? What if he still doesn't reply? Or it takes a long time to reply?" Delete it and start typing another line. "President Yin, good evening. Regarding what I said this afternoon about the MV. Isn't this a bit too formal?" He buried his head in the quilt again and deleted the message. Her two little feet tapped rhythmically on the bed like drumsticks, and her head felt hot and dizzy as if it was overloaded. Then, she puffed up her cheeks and raised her head, whispering, "Besides, I'm the one who's been contacting him all this time. Doesn't that make me seem too proactive? But I really want to know what he means." Oh, really? End of this chapter. Ask or not. Don't ask. Crunch. I am back. The door of the villa was pushed open, and Jiang Xiong, a man wearing glasses and with an elegant temperament, with a suit jacket on his hands, changed into slippers at the entrance. Before he even glanced in the direction of Bai Yi's room on the first floor, He was shocked by the scene in the living room. But in the living room, he saw his stepdaughter, body.I, wearing a headband to pin up her bangs and a pure white moisturizing mask on her face. She was holding a bunch of fake flowers with red eyes, tearing off the petals. There were already several artificial flowers and petals scattered all over the table. Apparently, the one in her hand was not the first victim. After tearing off a petal, she said tremblingly, "Ask." She tore off another petal, and with trembling lips, she said again, "No question. This is already the last piece, which means that the so-called don't ask is the result." Ah, but how can I sleep if I don't ask? Bai threw the bare fake branch on the table uncomfortably and picked up another one angrily. Jiang Xiong glanced curiously at the mess on the table and asked, What are you doing?" "Ah, Uncle Jiang, you're back." Bai froze. Jiang Xiong couldn't quite read her expression as she was wearing the facial mask. He could only tell her surprise from her slightly open mouth. "Where's Mom?" "She's still doing her skincare. It'll probably take another hour or two. I couldn't wait, so I came back first." "Oh, okay." Jiang Xiong hung up his suit jacket and asked as he sorted it out, "You're so excited even with a face mask on late at night. What happened?" "I just received a publishing invitation today, and my agent Xiao Ji said it's a good fit." "So, did something happen at school?" Bai held the fake flower, as if he couldn't bear to hurt it anymore. She pouted a little, thought for a moment, and told Jiang Xiong that she had invited Huan today, but the other party had not responded yet. When he heard that it was about Jiang Xiong, who was ironing clothes, became interested. He turned around and said with a smile, "Oh, so it's about love." "This isn't about love." The little face under the mask became a little hotter, but Bai still explained, "It should be considered as normal social interaction, friendship, or something like that. Love always starts with friendship. But because of her mother, you and Huan are also very destined to be together. I've already said it. This isn't about love anymore." Jiang Xiong did not argue with Bai. He just touched his chin and said, "Well, indeed, your meaning is very clear. Just invite him to play the leading role in the MV." Before Jiang Xiong finished speaking, Bai said excitedly, "Right? Uncle Jiang, you think so too, right? It's already been made so obvious that we specially invited him to participate in the MV, and this new song was originally created because of him." Bai became more and more excited as he spoke, completely unaware of the profound meaning in Jiang Xiong's previous sentence. "And yesterday, too, I gave him the same Bluetooth headset as mine, and I even pointed my ear towards him, but he didn't react at all." Jiang Xiong pushed his glasses up with sweat on his face and said, "This is a bit too embarrassing. Who would stare at your headphones for no reason? Normally, it should be possible, right?" "Not really." Bai pouted, pinched the sofa cushion, and finally muttered, "Even if we take a step back, he should at least reply after sending the message, right? Wow, you care so much." Bai glared at Jiang Xiong with a red face, didn't reply, just snorted. Jiang Xiong finished ironing the clothes and started boiling water as if he couldn't sit still. After pressing the water boiling button, he sat on the sofa at the other end and asked with a smile, "Would you like me to give you some advice on love?" "I already said we're not in love anymore." Bai glared at Jiang Xiong, but after a moment of silence, he said, "Tell me what suggestions you have." Jiang Xiong looked unsurprised and continued, "From what I know, Huan is more popular in your school than you, right? After all, not everyone could be the student council president of one of the best schools in Linman." Bai blushed and nodded. "Yes, that's true. Bai is in Class B of the first year. The otaku in the class, named Yahashiki, is Huan's good friend. So today, Bai asked his bestie to give him some information about Huan indirectly, which helped him catch up on the interpersonal knowledge he hadn't learned in school for a long time. Faster than her academic record, which was full of holes, could be repaired. Bai took out his phone, opened a plain page, and handed it to Jiang Xiong. "Look at this. This is a screenshot my best friend sent me." Jiang Xiong took a quick look and saw that the screenshot seemed to be a small group, filled with students from Tatsuki who were chatting animatedly. "Is this true? Your school will hold the training camp after the club competition and midterm exams, right?" Now these girls are starting to ask where Class A, where Huan is going. He lowered his head and said with great resentment, "Yes." But the next second, her expression became sunny and bright, and even her nose was raised high. But these girls don't know that Huan is my fan. She really likes my songs. Duff. He really likes compliments from others, and Huan's compliments are particularly effective. Jiang Xiong smiled helplessly, handed the phone back, and said to Bai, "This is what I want to remind you, E. For a boy as outstanding as him, there will definitely be many girls around him who are eyeing him covetously. Moreover, your school is overwhelmingly more female than male, right? In fact, you will face countless potential rivals in love. He will face countless temptations. In particular, there are many wealthy and powerful young ladies in your school." Bai Yi's girlish heart was poured with a bucket of cold water by Jiang Xiong. She pursed her lips and listened to Jiang Xiong's admonition. "It's not that I doubt Huan's character, but in the face of such temptation, from experience, it's hard for a young boy to resist. And you told me at the time that his boss at work seemed to care about him. So, you must carefully examine his character to prevent him from deceiving you physically and emotionally. You must also ensure that you have the means and ability to make him turn his attention away from other girls and fall in love with you. It's the love between a man and a woman, not the kind of love that fans have for their idols." Indeed, he thought about it carefully, and the look that the beautiful boss Tong Ying gave him in Huan at that time was indeed a little worrying. The woman looked elegant and could recognize the brand and price of her own sunglasses at a glance, so she must not be short of money. But she is so much older than Huan? Could it be true, as Uncle Jiang said, that the boss was hiring Huan in the name of hiring a worker, but was actually trying to support Huan? He shuddered, and a bad picture suddenly emerged in his mind. In the picture, Huan showed an embarrassment, looking at Tong Ying, who was sitting with her legs crossed and showing a playful smile. Sister Tong, something happened at home, and I need money urgently. Can I get an advance on my salary?" "Wow, an advance on salary? Sure." Just when Huan's eyes lit up and a look of hope appeared on his face, a steel wool was suddenly thrown in front of him, instantly occupying all his sight. "Then don't go back tonight." He opened his mouth wide, and even the mask on his face couldn't help but slide off a little. Fortunately, the very beautiful Vice President Sakuramiya of the Student Union doesn't seem to be interested in Huan. She is very friendly, and it is comfortable to get along with her. But no matter what Uncle Jiang said does make sense. She still needs to know more about Huan. "That's true, Uncle Jiang. I will seriously consider it." Ding! At this moment, the cell phone in Bai Yi's arms suddenly rang, followed by a series of alert sounds. She quickly picked up her phone, and as soon as she turned on the screen, she couldn't hold it anymore. "It's Huan." Jiang Xiong stood up, and the action of pouring hot water paused for a moment. He turned around and asked with a smile, "Did he reply to the message?" Yes. He hurriedly unlocked his phone and opened Plane's chat history. A series of messages came in. Looking at the messages, who had just turned pale because of what Jiang Xiong said, instantly got angry again. Her face turned red, and her eyes became blurry like mosquito incense. Yes. He has been very busy recently. He has to study, work part-time, and be responsible for the daily work of the student union. During this period, I have been responsible for organizing a super large club war event, and also responsible for the study group. No wonder I didn't reply to your message. Yes, Bai said. Seeing Bai like this, Jiang Xiong pushed his glasses and sighed. I've explained so much to you. So what's your response to the invitation to shoot a music video? Bai stared at the screen and was about to type a reply, but he pursed his lips, not knowing what to reply. I had no choice but to reach out and save this sorry cat-emoticon he sent. He agreed not to show his face in the music video, and he doesn't want any compensation. So good. Well, it's not that he doesn't want to be paid, he just doesn't want the money. He said that in return for helping me shoot the music video, he want me to sing and perform at the opening and closing ceremonies of the club war. Jiang Xiong raised his eyebrows in surprise, blew away the hot air coming out of the cup, and said with a smile, That's not bad. You're worthy of being the president of the Tatsuki Student Council. Is that so? He. Okay, before, she would get anxious whenever someone praised Yin Huan in front of I.E. Now he was directly praising Yin Huan, and she laughed foolishly too. It seems that when her fans praise her, she, as an idol, will feel proud too. Bai-E pouted, picked up his phone, and walked around the living room. What should I reply? As she thought about it, she puffed up her cheeks again, slowly tore off the mask on her face, and walked towards the bathroom. Although he didn't reply to me because he was busy, which is understandable, I'm still a little angry. Let me wash my face first, then apply the skincare products, and then reply to him. Let him have a taste of waiting. That will be a few minutes. Jiang Xiong didn't even want to complain anymore. I don't know whether it is Yin Huan or you who is tasting the feeling of waiting, but that's just puberty. Jiang Xiong opened his mouth, but didn't say anything to stop her. He just seemed to suddenly remember something and reminded her. By the way, shouldn't you and your mother also find some time to have a good talk? Baiyi's movement towards the bathroom, holding the phone, paused for a moment, without any response. Jiang Xiong glanced at her back helplessly, and then said, "You two haven't said a word to each other since you came back from the game show. It's not a good idea to keep on having the Cold War. Uncle Jiang, you told her about my singing, right?" "Of course." "Didn't she agree?" "I didn't refuse." He gritted his teeth and held the phone tighter in his hand. She frowned and turned her head, not looking at Jiang Xiong but at the floor. Yeah, she didn't agree, nor did she refuse. In fact, she didn't agree in her heart. She kept silent only because my singing was good, and I had received many orders from record companies and endorsement agents. She just had no reason to say anything. But, believe it or not, if I encounter any setbacks in the future, she will be the first to jump out and ridicule me. She will say something like, "It was right not to let you sing in the first place, and you still don't believe it." Jiang Xiong fell silent, no longer having any grounds or reasons to refute Bai-E, because he also knew that Zhui Jiangqin was the kind of person who would treat children in the same way. Okay, let's leave it at that for now and let nature take its course. He smiled helplessly and said to Bai, "It's just that I never expected that I, the stepfather, would become a firewall between you and your daughter." Hearing this, Bai-E pursed her lips and looked at Jiang Xiong with complicated eyes. Bai-Yi's biological father died very early. After his father's death, Zhui Jiangqin, who had never done housework, was forced to support Bai-Yi as he grew up. Perhaps because of this, Zhui Jiangqin became more and more autocratic since some time ago. This made Bai-Yi's memory of his father even deeper, and he missed the time when his father was with him when he was a child even more. Therefore, even though Jiang Xiong and Zhui Jiangqin have reunited as a family for so many years, she still hasn't changed her mind. Of course, Jiang Xiong doesn't care about this. "You can call me whatever you want, E. Just remember in your heart that we will be a family from now on." But at this moment, Bai-E opened his mouth, thinking about his mother's Zhui Jiangqin, and in his arms, an illusory pocket watch silently took shape. Since the Game Expo on Sunday, he seemed to have forgotten that he had this superpower, because she was really happy these 2 days. Whether it was the joy of singing successfully or the budding of love for the first time. But at this moment, when he thought of the Cold War between his mother and himself, the shape of the pocket watch suddenly appeared again. He held his pocket watch in one hand and his phone in the other. He finally forced a smile and walked towards the bathroom, saying as if he didn't care much, "Okay, Uncle Jiang, I'm going to go wash my face. I'll think about what message to reply to Yin Huan later." "It is good." Jiang Xiong smiled slightly and lowered his head to drink water. But he didn't hear anything. In the whole room, there was a faint sound of a clock ticking, like the sound of water drops. Dip. End of this chapter. Go there. Sister Tong, I hate you. Wednesday morning, in the student union office of Yuanyua College. Sitting on the throne of president of the student union, Yin Huan stuffed the small bread in the bag into his mouth with a stiff face, not even daring to lean on the backrest behind him, because the slightest touch would cause severe pain in the back. It's all Sister Tong's fault. She was too harsh last night. Although she had a good grasp of the various movements and rhythms, She seemed to have completely ignored her special physique that was now doubly painful. It seemed like the more pain she caused herself, the happier she was. What an evil boss who loves to exploit his employees in every way. The most important thing is that as the training volume increases, in addition to pain, the second side effect of the naturalist buff also begins to appear. Hunger. Although it was wonderful to double the rate of muscle growth, the amount of nutrition required was beyond his imagination, just like there was an insatiable, bottomless pit in his stomach. He was woken up by hunger early this morning. There was no rich breakfast available near the public housing at around 5 or 6 in the morning, so he bought some quick-heated, long-with steam buns at the 117 convenience store. As a result, I started to feel hungry as soon as I got on the school bus and arrived at school, and I almost ate the Yashiro wood as dry food on the bus. Because we agreed in the group to gather in the office in the morning to assign the next task for the club war. So there was no choice but for Huan to buy a bag of bread in the supermarket. Sakuramiya and the other 3 girls had not arrived yet, and the bread in front of Huan was almost gone. Crunch. Morning. President. Yatsuhashi. Just as Huan opened another bag of bread, chewed it fiercely, and cursed Tong Inging in his heart, the door of the student union opened, revealing Yuan Lina, who was full of energy. She struck a very idol-like pose and loudly declared to Huan and Yahashimu in the office, "Tatsuki idol, Yuan Lina is here." Huan bit the bread and greeted her. "Morning, Yuan Lina." Yahashiki seemed to be playing some challenging dungeon, and his fingers moved on the phone as fast as an afterimage. Without even looking at the door, he was watching the special effects flying all over the screen of his phone. He could easily insult Yuan Lina. Where did the kindergarten kids come from? There are no red flowers here. Get out. Yahashi. Yuan Lina was so angry that her cheeks puffed up, revealing Ashley with a mocking look on her face and Sakuramiya Hitomi with a helpless look behind her. Ashley walked past Yuan Lina, who was standing at the door, and said with a smile, "The president invited by E to the opening ceremony, not you." "Hey, President, are you accepting those confession gifts again? Why are there so many food?" "Yes." The president said in the group yesterday that he invited by E to perform at the club battle. In private, the president and by E must have talked a lot. I put on a little show when I met by E alone before. The girl didn't seem to have any ulterior motives and quickly revealed her inner thoughts. Fan A is most likely the president. While thoughts were running wildly in her mind, Sakuramiya Hitomi walked in and cast a curious look at the various small breads placed in front of Huan's table. There are many times. President, I want one too." Yuan Lina was as greedy as ever. She drooled and ran towards Huan. In the past, with Huan's kind-hearted character, Yuan Lina would have been able to steal food easily like a rat. But today's Huan is not the same Huan as before. He is the hungry Huan. Snap! Then a big warm hand suddenly grabbed her wrist. When she looked up, Huan's smile seemed to be covered with a shadow of hunger, which frightened Yuan Lina. "Yuan Lina, I don't have enough for myself, so I have to give it back to you? It's just right. You were so greedy, you must have brought food to school. Take it out and share it with me." "Hey, why has the president become so protective of his food? He actually asked me for food. Tonics. The starving president. Use the tonics to eat me too." Yahashiki watched the last monster refreshed on his phone finally fall down. He breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Yuan Lina, who was about to cry, but had no tears. He explained, "Oh, the president has been working out recently, so his appetite is relatively large. In the morning, the president had breakfast and ended up buying so many small breads." Ashley sat next to Yahashiki and domineeringly pushed the weak otaku away. Ignoring Yahashiki's protesting look, she stroked her chin and muttered, "Fitness. Why did you suddenly go to the gym? Could it be that you have a crush on someone?" Sakuramiya Hitomi's eyes came over in an instant. Yahashiji glanced at her and shook his head in disdain. "Love brain." Ashley looked at Yahashiki with a forced smile and said, "After I steal your account and I can no longer see your wives, I'll see if you still fall in love." Yahashiki felt a chill in an instant and quickly moved his phone further away from her. Violent girl, stay away from my wives. Oh, dead otaku. Hee hee. Violent girl. A gentleman should use his mouth instead of his fists. Duh. While Yahashiki and Ashley were arguing, Sakuramiya Hitomi came to the table at some point and said sinisterly, President, let UN Lina go. I have prepared some snacks in the office. UN Lina looked like she had seen a savior and cried out with a sad face. Sakuramiya, come save me. Well, you are the best. Sakuramiya Hitomi smiled without saying anything, just looking at the place where her wrist touched Yin Huan. Secretary UN Lina, if you struggle harder, I will understand. She didn't move, as if she really liked the president holding her hand. It's really messy, just like your breasts. Sakuramiya Hitomi walked to the bookshelf next to her and pulled out a small box from the drawer below, which contained some Sakura mochi. Please use it, President. Thank you, Sakura. I'm welcome then. Yin Huan let go of UN Lina's wrist and looked at the cherry cakes neatly arranged in the box. The Sakura mochi was very delicate and seemed to be handmade by a young girl. The faint aroma of red beans spreads into the nose, making people subconsciously salivate. But before that, Yin Huan still wanted to be polite and thank Sakuramiya Hitomi. The moment he raised his eyes to look at the other person, his throat was surging and his eyes were slightly hot, and their gazes met Sakuramiya Hitomi's. It was as if what he was craving for was not the Sakura mochi on the table, but the beautiful girl in front of him. Sakuramiya Hitomi's face instantly turned the same pink as Sakura mochi's. She quickly avoided his gaze, and her voice began to tremble. I'll go get you some chopsticks, President. Trouble. Yin Huan took a deep breath, and before tasting the food, he did not forget his business. He picked up a stack of prepared documents on the table and handed them to UN Lina. Everyone take a look. I have already written the overall plan for the club war. It includes the allocation of locations for each club, the process, and the preparations. The details are all in the plan. I'll trouble you in Lina to make a few copies later. Whoa, President, you are too eager. So fast. UN Lina took the plan in her hand with an incredulous look on her face, flipped through it one by one, and then looked up at Yin Huan in front of her in shock. She really didn't expect that Yin Huan would finish writing the plan by himself just 2 days after the game exhibition. It's not like I wrote it alone. I borrowed some documents left by previous student unions, so a lot of things are ready-made. And don't relax, there's still a lot of unfinished work left. I will assign it to you. Yin Huan took the chopsticks handed to him by Sakura Gong Tong. He didn't know if he had Yishiyu stress disorder, which caused him to always look at other people's things when he took them. See if there is someone's name written on it. Fortunately, the wooden chopsticks that Sakuramiya Hitomi handed over were brand new. She rinsed them with clean water from the tea table before handing them to her. After thanking Sakuramiya Hitomi, Yin Huan started eating cherry cakes and making arrangements in an orderly manner. Yasi, the school budget has arrived. The projects that need to spend money are all in the plan. I need you to help me make a form and submit it to the school committee for approval. For the rest of the schools that already have them and don't need to purchase them, we need to check offline with the forms sent by the schools, and then the process for those that are insufficiently counted or of poor quality will be the same as in previous sports meets. Yahashiki gave a thumbs up and responded, No problem, President. After taking a bite of the cherry cake, Yin Huan smiled and looked at Ashley beside Yahashi and said, Ashley, the main responsibility of the discipline committee is to serve as the referee and discipline inspector of the game after the war begins. So, I will trouble you, the discipline committee, when the time comes. Ashley gestured, okay, and smiled brightly. Put on us. Yin Huan retracted his gaze and looked at the cute headless UN Lina next to him and handed over a document. Yuan Lina, these are all the events from the last club war. Each club has a theme-related event, as well as the random competition pool. Some of these projects seem to have received a lot of criticism last time, and I think they need to be revised. You have the most ideas for these mini-games, and you are very popular, so I would like to trouble you to brainstorm, collect opinions, and revise the project. UN Lina's eyes instantly burst into excitement. She panted, rubbed her hands, and stretched out her hand to take the document handed to her by Huan. Hee. President, leave this task to me. Hee. I'll do it, don't worry. Just as she was about to take it, Huan bent her wrist again, leaving her with nothing to grab. Lina was slightly stunned and looked at Huan and saw that his smile became cold. If you do something stupid like you did at the last sports meet, you'll be expelled from the school committee. Lina's excited expression froze instantly, and she took the document listlessly, like a deflated ball. Don't say such horrible things with a smile on your face, President. Sakuramiya Hitomi stood aside, watching Huan silently arrange everything, and couldn't help but smile helplessly. Working in the student union this time, when Huan was elected president, is probably the easiest one in history, right? But when she thought of this, she couldn't help but want to share his burden. Meeting. Just as she was about to speak, Lina squeezed in front of her, interrupting her words. Sakuramiya Hitomi's face turned dark instantly, mainly because she was too weak to squeeze past Lina. Lina, I think you are ready to die. It just so happens that I have already found a kindergarten for you to repeat your studies this weekend. No, President, what kind of club is this? A book club? Bookstore? Hearing this, Sakuramiya Hitomi, who was smiling and about to explode, was stunned for a moment. The two guys who were arguing next to her were also attracted and looked over here. How am I supposed to think of a competition item related to their theme? Do you guys answer questions based on who has watched more of this stuff? Huan also smiled helplessly, looked at the last few lines of handwritten text on the competition club list that she pointed to, and said, "This society has not been approved yet, so you don't have to worry about it for now. Just let them decide for themselves when the time comes." Ashley touched her chin and muttered, "Who founded this club? Will the principal really approve the review of this club?" Boom! Just when Yahashiki, who was playing with his mobile phone behind him, was about to stand up and say something, the door of the student union office was suddenly opened. Before anyone present looked towards the door, a voice more powerful than Lina's came roaring in. "Huan!" Everyone raised their eyes to look at the door, and what they saw was a young girl with her hands wrapped, looking heroic and like a golden lion. She was wearing casual, everyday clothes and a baseball cap on her head. For some reason, there was some dust on the legs of her sports leggings. Yahashiki opened his mouth wide, jumped up from the sofa, hid behind Ashley, pointed at her, and stuttered. You. Lina also covered her mouth and said loudly, "Blonde lion, are you that Arya Spencer?" "What?" Spencer, who opened the door, was slightly startled, then smiled evilly and pointed his thumb at himself. "That's me. Hey, is it really as Huan said? I have become so famous." Yahashiki muttered, "Notorious, I suppose." Spencer cast a murderous look at him, but it was completely absorbed by Ashley in front of him. "Well, haha, I'm sorry to bother you all." Just as everyone was looking at Spencer, the uninvited guest, a panting sound came from behind her. A moment later, a girl who was covering her chest to the point of being deformed appeared next to Spencer. Sakuramiya Hitomi recognized the person. "It is peace and happiness. We are Ben. Lina opened her mouth and said, "Book club." Woo! Anil was so ashamed that he couldn't even raise his head. It was probably only a strong man like Spencer who could face such social death without changing his expression. She was sure that with Spencer's personality, he would not be afraid of making her browsing history public on the spot. Although I guess she only watches things that only children would watch. Spencer glanced at Anil, who was looking extremely ashamed behind him, took a step forward, and questioned Huan, who was sitting behind him. "Huan, why did you only send messages to Enlu yesterday and not to me? Just because you two are childhood sweethearts? It's unfair just because you slept together since you were young. Childhood sweetheart. Sleeping since childhood." Upon hearing this, Huan and Sakuramiya Hitomi's faces turned dark at the same time. But others, Yahashiji and Ashley, opened their mouths wide and looked at Huan behind them in shock. And Lina. She had already picked up the microphone from the bookshelf next to her and put on plain glasses, looking like a reporter on the scene. "Good morning, everyone from Tatsuki. I am Yuan Lina, a reporter from Class 1E. I have arrived at the student union office. I can see that the atmosphere in the office is terrible, and it is an Ashura field. President Huan, who is usually bright and beautiful, was unexpectedly brought to the scene by a mysterious woman with her childhood sweetheart whom she had not seen for many years. She accused the president of sleeping with her childhood sweetheart since she was a child, but never mentioned her. It was very unfair. The veins on Sakuramiya Hitomi's head bulged, and she clenched her fists. She wanted to give a slap to Yuan Lina, who was beside her and liked to exaggerate things. If I can't reach it. She has learned journalism thoroughly. And with Yuan Lina's big mouth, it won't take more than a day for Lee's identity to spread all over the school. Annel's face was already red, like a ripe red apple, and she was steaming as she tried hard to stop Spencer from speaking. Ugh, classmate Spencer, please stop talking. However, the little finger on her shoulder started to tut-tut and had a different opinion of Spencer. Oh my God, did I really misjudge you? Did I really help you when I said I would help you pursue Yin Huan? The direction is right, but the means are a little bit tricky. Spencer, however, had already entered into a fighting state and was extremely angry. The main reason was that she sent a lot of messages to Yin Huan last night without believing in evil and ended up being blocked. This was the first time in Spencer's life that he saw the red exclamation mark on a plane. She had a small heart to begin with, and Yin Huan's casual action was like dropping a bomb inside her, which directly made Spencer blush. She walked into the room, but goosebumps appeared on her body subconsciously. Duh. She was slightly stunned, but she didn't think much about it. She just looked at Yin Huan and asked, "Why did you reply to Annel's message, but not mine? I am the president of the book club." Sakuramiya Hitomi frowned, her expression slightly cold, and was ready to step forward to confront him. But Yin Huan spoke before her and asked Spencer, "Do you want to come in and sit down and talk it over? Or do you want to keep on barking like you are now?" Hearing this, Spencer was slightly stunned but doubted. "What are you talking about? Are you calling me shady?" The students from the student union, except for Yuan Lina, all had speechless expressions. Yin Huan took out her cell phone and held it in her hand, but she was not annoyed. She just said calmly, "As I recall, you are on leave from school now, right?" "Huh, I'm on leave from school, so what?" "Hello, security?" "Yes, it's me, Yin Huan." Yin Huan put the phone to his ear and just opened his mouth to say something before glancing towards the door. But I saw that Spencer had sat obediently on the sofa with his hands folded. Well, occasionally he would look at Yin Huan with resentment. Seeing this, Annel finally breathed a sigh of relief. But she was relieved, but while she was relaxed, she seemed to realize, how come that lawless Spencer can always be controlled in front of Xiao Huan? There was a slight sense of uneasiness in his heart, but it was diluted by the business and the fact that Spencer had taken the initiative to point out that he was his childhood sweetheart. Immediately, she gave an embarrassed smile and finally walked into the student union office. The moment he entered the office, Littlefinger's body trembled and he muttered, "What's going on? Why is it so cold here? Is the air conditioner on? You're crazy. Turning on the air conditioner in early spring." In the office, several members of the student union looked at the two book club members who entered the office with different expressions. The expressions of the others were relatively normal, except for Sakuramiya Hitomi behind Yin Huan. She narrowed her eyes, looked at Spencer and Annel who were sitting on the sofa, and instinctively pinched her middle finger. She always felt that the presence of these two people in front of her made her uncomfortable, even though, at this moment, they have already stepped into their own barrier. Thinking of this, she silently suppressed the feeling. Her face seemed to be covered with a familiar mask, and she showed a polite smile. She and Yin Huan looked at each other, as if they had reached some special understanding, and then turned to Spencer and Annel and said, "Since you are here, I will make you a cup of tea. Let's talk slowly about the Honko Club's participation in the club war." Annel looked at Sakuramiya Hitomi, who was dressed brightly and looked like a wife entertaining guests, lowered her head in self-abasement, and said reluctantly, "Okay, thank you, Vice President Sakuramiya." However, Spencer looked at Sakuramiya Hitomi, whose eyes were equally bright, but in stark contrast he showed an evil smile. She licked her exposed fangs, looked at Huan, who had an expressionless face beside her, and said, "Okay, Vice President Sakura." The president of the Student Council of Tatsuki actually has a childhood sweetheart who he has slept with since they were young. Why did he never mention it before? So that the truth was revealed only now that the real owner came to him. Is this a decline in morality or a distortion of human nature? Yuan Lina, the exclusive reporter of Yuan Yue, is reporting directly to you at the scene. The camera lens moved, and only after Yuan Lina's energetic voice was heard did it capture the scene. What caught my eye was Yuan Lina, who was holding a microphone and wearing plain glasses and looked serious. Behind her, the leather sofa in the student union was divided into two sides. On one side, there was a girl with her hands folded with golden curly hair like a golden lion. She raised her head slightly, revealing her iconic fangs. The president of the book club, Arya Spencer. Next to her was a busty girl with a red face and distracted eyes, who was trying to stop Yuan Lina from saying such shameful words. Vice president of this company, Anil. On the other side, a handsome young man sat upright, looking through the materials handed in by the other party with an expressionless face. He was the pinnacle of Tatsuki Academy students. Student Union President, Huan. Next to him was a noble lady from Sakura country who was pouring tea for several people with virtuous movements and an elegant smile. Student Vice President, Sakuramiya Hitomi. In front of Yuan Lina, Ashley was touching her chin with a curious expression. She looked at the camera screen in front of her and immediately gave Yahashiki beside her a slap. "What are you filming? Isn't this too blurry?" Yahashiji glared at Ashley angrily and cursed. "If you can do it, come on. This is an old antique from a school. Who knows how long it has been in use? I'm already lucky enough to be able to open it." Yuan Lina came to Anil with a microphone and interviewed him enthusiastically. "Anil, can I interview you? As the president's childhood sweetheart, how do you feel now? Could you please stop saying such shameful things?" Yuan Lina handed the microphone to Spencer again and asked, "Excuse me, Mr. Spencer, can you give us more details?" "Oh, no problem. Anil has a lot of photos of Yin Huan when she was a child in his room, all of which were secretly taken at that time." "Spencer-san." Anil's face was almost ripe, and she quickly covered Spencer's mouth. Spencer blinked and looked at her, not moving even though he could easily break free. "You, stop talking nonsense." Her face flushed, and she was about to explain. However, when he raised his eyes, Sakuramiya Hitomi, who was pouring tea with a smile on her face, suddenly froze and looked at Anil with wide eyes. "Duh. I was mistaken for a pervert by Vice President Sakuramiya." Anil's brain turned pale, her heart beat rapidly, and she looked at Spencer as if she was about to cry. Yin Huan sighed as he looked at the document and said to Yuan Lina, "Anil's mother took this photo for us when we were playing as kids." Spencer impatiently pulled Anil's hand away and muttered, "Isn't that a candid photo? It's taken secretly. You know Chinese, no wonder you only scored so low on the entrance exam." "Yin Huan." Spencer gritted his teeth and looked at Yin Huan, who was calm in front of him, and was so angry that his teeth itched. And Yuan Lina chuckled and said to the frightened Anil, "Why would I need to explain? You were all very young at the time, so how could you secretly take photos of me?" "That's right." "Huh. Huh." Anil felt like crying, but had no tears, but she didn't know how to tell Spencer. After all, in the eyes of Anil and Littlefinger, Spencer was indeed trying to match her and Yin Huan. The idea was good, but something went wrong during execution. Yuan Lina's gossip fire was burning more and more fiercely. She held the microphone, and the smile on her face became more and more curious. "Hey, what did the president look like when he was a child? Childhood sweethearts. How romantic, President." Sakuramiya Hitomi poured the tea and pushed the cups to Anil and Spencer in front of her, then suddenly turned her head to look at Yuan Lina beside her. "Yuan Lina, we have to talk about business. Can you go play on the side?" "Hey, but..." Just as Yuan Lina was about to say something with the microphone, a bone-chilling chill came over her, causing her to jump out subconsciously. He hid behind Ashley pitifully and said tremblingly, "How scary." Sakuramiya was so scary just now. Ashley smiled helplessly, patted Yuanlina on the back, and said soothingly, "The news of Spencer's vandalism in L502 yesterday morning has spread everywhere. Moreover, she dared to sneak in even though she was on leave. It would be strange if the vice president in charge of rules and discipline would treat her well." Ashley guessed wrong out. "Obviously, that's not what you said, violent girl." "What?" Ashley and Yuanlina looked at Yahashiki beside them, only to see him push up his glasses and smile contemptuously. Just looking at his smile, Ashley felt angry. "Then tell me, why is the vice president angry?" Yahashiki's eyes showed a wise light, and he turned to Ashley and said, "Because Vice President Sakura is possessed by the devil." Duh. Ashley and Yuanlina opened their mouths, but fell silent at the same time. Yahashiki covered his chest, gritted his teeth, and said with great sorrow, "It was the devil that possessed Shijo-sensei at that time, causing Shijo-sensei to say those hurtful words to me. Now, it is about to pollute Vice President Sakuramiya and make her become terrifying. So, I think we need to feed you too. Why are you two hiding so far away with your noses pinched?" Yahashiki guessed the wrong answer out. "Would you mind if you calm down? It's obvious that your Shijo-sensei just finds you disgusting. That's all. Don't spit bloody words at me. Violent girl, it's absolutely not like that." Yuanlina covered her nose and ears and looked at Sakuramiya Hitomi and Yin Huan on the sofa. She felt as if she sensed something in the dark. She stuck out her nose and sniffed, feeling that there were some clues about Sakuramiya Hitomi hidden in the current atmosphere. It was a pity that the atmosphere was turbulent, like a Shura field, and Yuanlina couldn't tell it for a moment. "Anyway, reporter Yuanlina, keep reporting for you." For the moment, he shifted his gaze away from the 3 people who were excluded from the battlefield and turned to look at where the 4 people were. At this moment, the coffee table in the middle of the sofa seemed to have turned into the boundary between Chu and Han, and at both ends are the camps of the red and black forces with smoke rising from them. The red side takes the first move. Spencer slammed the table first and questioned Yin Huan, who was expressionless in front of him. "Why didn't you reply to the message I sent about the club yesterday? And you even blocked me." It's Black's turn to break the move. Yin Huan took a sip of Sakuramiya Hitomi's black tea and said calmly, "Because I clearly sent you the specification for the club application form, but you didn't even bother to read the rules and sent me a form that looked like a ghost story. I heard that if the IQ difference is more than 20, communication will be impossible, and a list of participating clubs must be determined by this Friday. Instead of continuing to waste time with you, it would be more efficient to let Anil handle it." Spencer blinked and turned to look at Anil in confusion. "Wait a minute, Anil, what is IQ?" Anil covered her face and whispered something in her ear. Her face flushed instantly, and, just as she was about to retort, Sakura Palace, who was sitting next to Yin Huan and looked very ladylike, smiled and said, "Besides, the evening is the president's private time, right? The president's willingness to handle official business during his private time is a favor, not a duty, right? Does he owe you something? Does he need to explain it to you? Not only that, but you came to my house so early in the morning and acted aggressively, disrupting the work of the student union. Spencer, do you really think the world revolves around you?" Spencer was speechless after hearing this. She turned to look at Anil and saw that she was blushing and looked like she didn't know what to say. The Red Army's offensive was broken and suffered heavy losses. Spencer was not discouraged and gritted his teeth and said to Yin Huan, "It's obviously an excuse. It's obviously you who are biased. You have a problem with me, because I taught that Park Shuwen and that guy a lesson yesterday. I've read the message you sent to Anil. You clearly explained every document to her in detail. You just sent me simple documents. How would I know what each one is for?" Yin Huan continued to drink tea and remain calm. "If I have a problem with you, why would I offer you the only way to avoid being expelled? Why not just watch you get expelled? I used my personal time to help you with your problem, but you don't even have the most basic manners. Can't you say please? As for the explanation for the message I sent to Anil, that's normal, right? She and I are childhood sweethearts and have a very good relationship. What is my relationship with you, Spencer? Sakuramiya Hitomi also continued to drink tea and then smiled. Honestly, if we really had a problem with you, we should have called security to kick you out the moment you snuck into the school. Mr. Spencer, are you the kind of person who only blames others and never reflects on yourself? Sometimes you should reflect on whether you have done anything wrong before questioning others. Okay. Spencer was speechless again after hearing these words. She quickly turned to look at Annel beside her, but she was also looking at him, as if she wanted to speak for him. However, after thinking about it, her eyes revealed that Huan and the others are more right. So, she would ignore her reason and frantically try to find an excuse to refute herself. After all this back and forth, of course one has to think over and over again before speaking against one's conscience, so one remained silent for a long time. General, Spencer felt a tightness in his chest, as if he couldn't breathe. Her face flushed as she looked at Yin Huan and Sakuramiya Hitomi, who were sitting on the sofa in front of her, sipping tea leisurely and elegantly. The next moment, she raised her finger and pointed at Yin Huan and Sakuramiya Hitomi and said loudly, "You two, one of you is talking and the other one is helping her. You are supporting each other regardless of the facts. That's just singing the same tune, helping your relatives instead of helping others." Yuan Lena appeared beside Spencer, who was speaking incoherently and searching her mind for the right words to describe the situation, and served as her mouthpiece. Spencer was slightly stunned, but he also felt that the words Yuan Lena said meant the same thing as what she wanted to say. Sakuramiya Hitomi looked at Yuan Lena with a smile and said horribly, "Secretary Yuan Lena, are you a member of the student union or of the book club?" Sigh. Yuan Lena was startled and was about to escape when Spencer grabbed her. "Why are you afraid of her? For someone like her who has a very good relationship with Yin Huan, whatever she says is what she means. How can you say this?" Beads of sweat broke out on Yuan Lena's face. On one side is Sakuramiya Hitomi, whose aura is becoming more and more terrifying, and on the other side is Spencer, who is so powerful that he can fly away with bricks. "If I had known, I wouldn't have come to join in the fun. Yuan Lina, it's all your fault. You couldn't control your gossipy heart and mistakenly entered the battlefield." Her eyes were dazed, and her brain was not good to begin with, and now the situation was urgent. It became even more confused. In a hurry, she also said loudly, "The husband sings, and the wife follows. It's the husband sings, and the wife follows." Sakuramiya Hitomi, who was originally aggressive, was slightly stunned when she heard the words. The shadow on her body instantly dissipated, and instead, her face suddenly turned warmer. She quickly covered her cheeks with her hands, her heart beating faster. Plop, plop, plop. Alas, this is true. The president and I have. Is it that obvious? Or, even you and Lina, the #1 member who is committed to opposing the Yin Huan Sakuramiya Hitomi CP, thinks that she and the president are now a perfect match? Sakuramiya Hitomi pursed her lips and pinched the hem of her skirt. Her momentum softened instantly. With that said, it really seemed as if she and the president were a family. In order to protect their family and resist external risks, the couple worked together and supported each other. For the sake of himself and his children, the president chose to be indomitable and never give in. And I have always stood firmly by his side and provided him with support. A dozen or so children around him also gathered around, saying things like, "We will always support mom and dad." Sakuramiya Hitomi's face turned even redder, and she lowered her head. The ends of her hair, which gradually changed from black to cherry red, concealed some of her expression at the moment. Cough. Hearing this, Spencer also grinned and got a satisfactory answer. She turned to look at the speechless Yin Huan and the silent Sakuramiya Hitomi and said, "Yes, the husband sings and the wife follows. You two are in the same group. Woo-woo. Boo. Meow, if you grab my clothes again, let me go." After being let go by Spencer, Yuan Lina ran away, crying, and hid in Ashley's arms, leaving the battlefield to those terrifying strong men. Throughout the battlefield, Sakuramiya Hitomi received a satisfying answer, Spencer received the appropriate word from his external brain, and Huan just thought that Spencer and Lina were fooling around and didn't take it seriously. Only a world where only peace and happiness are hurt is born. Anil widened his eyes and looked at Spencer beside him in disbelief. On his shoulder, the little finger who saw this also murmured quietly, "Damn it, even an idiot like Spencer can see that Huan and Sakuramiya Hitomi are a perfect match." Pinky. Oh, sorry, I said the wrong thing. Ahem, I didn't expect that this thick-browed Spencer would also betray you. Didn't I promise to help you? Anil has realized that Spencer has no idea about the ways of the world. She was helping herself, but it was totally counterproductive. In other words, even if you succeed, you will probably end up in disgrace. The way she dealt with Sakuramiya Hitomi was completely the opposite. If we exchange a few more insults with each other, we'll probably get the marriage certificate tomorrow. Thinking of this, Anil finally decided to take over the battlefield. Well, let's talk about the establishment of the club. So, do you want to talk about the club or not? However, he did not expect that he and Huan spoke at the same time. Huan looked at Anil, kept silent, and prepared to wait for her to speak first. But Anil waved his hands in a panic, signaling him to speak first. Littlefinger was amazed and said to Anil, "Hey, you're really a husband and wife, aren't you?" Woo! Huan picked up the file and placed 2 files uploaded by Spencer and Anil in front of Spencer at the same time. Take a look for yourself, what you uploaded and what Anil uploaded. One has crooked handwriting that is difficult to recognize. The other has beautiful handwriting that is clear and distinct. Faced with the harsh reality, Spencer, who had always been confident and righteous, was too ashamed to speak. Do you understand? If it weren't for Anil, your book club would have died long ago. Tisk. Huan then handed her a document and said, "It just so happens that both of you are here today. I have already submitted the club's application to the school committee and the student affairs office, and I expect the process will be completed today. What you need to do now is to think of a competition project that is related to your club's theme. If you are selected, you will have a slight advantage in the competition. The requirements of the project are here. Take a look at it yourself." Spencer was about to speak without even looking at him, but before a word came out, Huan's eyes swept over him. "Okay." She opened her mouth and hesitated for a moment before she reluctantly picked up the document and asked, "When I saw this, I was stunned. So many requests. They don't allow this or that, and they still want us to design the competition items ourselves. It's better not to design them at all." Huan glanced at Sakuramiya Hitomi, who had suddenly become quiet beside her. She was a little concerned about what had happened to her, but she did not forget to reply to Spencer. "That's fine, as long as you're not afraid of losing out." Humph. Spencer frowned and looked at the competition project file next to him that Lina had just taken. That is the internal document of the student union, and other ordinary clubs don't know the full content of the competition. Seeing this, Lina subconsciously wanted to stop her, but when she thought of the horrible way she looked when she pulled her clothes just now, she didn't dare to move forward. It's no different from a real cow grabbing you. Spencer glanced at the project, thought for a second, and then smiled confidently. "All right, we can still win even if we suffer a loss." Huan raised her eyes and glanced at Spencer. She knew that she had seen a lot of sports-related content, so she was more confident. "I hope so. Anything else?" Spencer glanced at Huan while holding the document in his hand. Huan always looked very fierce towards her, which made her dislike it but also excited. The more Huan hated her, the more she wanted to plunder him. She opened her mouth and subconsciously wanted to say the conditions that had been agreed upon before. But at this moment, Sakuramiya Hitomi was still by his side. After a moment of silence, she actually folded her hands and said, "That's all. If there's anything else, I'll tell you on the plane. And don't blacklist me." Yin smiled, but didn't say anything in response, which made Spencer very angry. Ding ding. At this moment, the bell for the start of class rang in the teaching building, making Anil realize that they had to leave. "Thank you, Huan. We'll leave first." "Okay, bye-bye." Anil pulled the reluctant Spencer and quickly fled from there. The student union office, which had been as bustling as a battlefield, finally became clear again. Huan breathed a sigh of relief, turned to look at Sakuramiya Hitomi beside him, and said softly, "Sakura, okay, stop making noise, Dad is calling me." Sakuramiya Hitomi was subtly saying something in her mind that Huan couldn't understand, but the next second, she suddenly woke up. She regained her previous expression within the limited time, turned around, and said to Huan, "What's wrong, President?" "That it's okay, you just stopped talking earlier." "I was just disturbed by Spencer's incident." And classmate Lena, Sakuramiya Hitomi, and Huan turned their heads and saw Yahashiki and Ashley gathered around the desk, seemingly watching what Lena was doing. Lena, what are you doing?" Huan stood up and looked over there. The next second, Lena, who was surrounded by Yahashiki and Ashley, stood up with shining eyes and picked up a handwritten newspaper. Front page headline, Dundee. Huan and Sakuramiya Hitomi took a quick look and saw that Lena had completed half a colorful newspaper at the speed of light. The headline is, "President Huan has been secretly photographed by his childhood sweetheart since he was a child. Why is she coming to him now?" There's a photo pasted in the middle of the newspaper. In the picture, Huan folded his hands and looked indifferently at Spencer, who seemed to be arguing in front of him. Beside Huan, Sakuramiya Hitomi covered her face with her hands, looking down as if she was crying silently. Next to Spencer was his childhood sweetheart, Annel, who raised her hand and tried to dissuade Spencer from questioning them about their old relationship. Just a picture, but full of stories. When seeing this picture, Huan and Sakuramiya Hitomi's faces turned dark at the same time. Behind them, Yahashiki and Ashley covered their mouths, unable to hold back their laughter. Lena, your original position of filming the club war is canceled." "Why, President?" Sakuramiya Hitomi also had a cold face and snatched the root of all evil from her hand. "In newspapers like this, they're full of rumors. Confiscate them." Sakura, you too." Huan and Sakuramiya Hitomi turned around and left, preparing to go back to class. Before she finished, Huan waved to Lena. "Remember to lock the door." "Goodbye, classmate Lena." Yahashiki and Ashley ran to Lena's side with a gloating look on their faces, obviously unable to stop laughing. "Secretary Lena, you must never study journalism in the future, understand?" "Ha ha ha ha. I am dying of laughter." "Don't learn photography either, ha ha." Lena's face became redder and redder, and her cheeks became more and more puffy. The next second, she broke down, pointed at Yahashiki and Ashley with tears in her eyes, and said loudly, "The husband sings and the wife follows. Oh my God, don't bite people randomly. I think you're really crazy about CP." Lena, Yahashiji, and Ashley's faces turned pale instantly, and they ran away from each other for a long distance in disgust. However, Lena was already like a madman, shouting at the door where Huan and Sakuramiya Hitomi were leaving. "The president and the vice president are the same. The husband sings the same tune with the wife. They only bully me, woo-woo." End of this chapter. Time flies. The hustle and bustle of the student union office on Wednesday morning has calmed down, but it has silently caused ripples in the huge Tatsuki Academy. Although the book club has been established, Spencer has not yet escaped from the seal of suspension of study, and only secretly contacts Annel on the plane. UNUS teaching work went on as usual, but the UNUS student union led by Huan became extremely busy in preparation for the club war. Huan studies at school while taking care of student union affairs. He also goes to the gym to exercise in the evening and works a day at Tong Yingying's pub on Thursday. He can be said to be full of energy. Even Tong Yingying, the boss and beautiful personal trainer, was amazed at Huan's durability. Time quickly came to the end of the weekend, Friday. Tatsuki Academy, Tatsuki Building. The so-called Yuanyue building was the only teaching building when Yuanyue College was first established in Linmen more than 40 years ago. Students no longer attend classes there, and all other buildings have been demolished and rebuilt. Only the central teaching building featuring the moon-gazing bell tower that carries the glorious history of Tatsuki has been preserved to this day. The bell rings on weekdays to tell time. It can also serve as a must-see for outsiders to visit the culture of Tatsuki School. Dear students from all junior high schools across the country, welcome to Visit Tatsuki Academy. I am the Vice President of the Tatsuki Student Council, Sakuramiya Hitomi. In the exhibition hall of the clock tower, Sakuramiya Hitomi, wearing the Tatsuki School uniform, said this to the many junior high school students in front of her who were carrying school bags and came from various districts and islands of Linmen. Many junior high school students present were amazed by Sakuramiya Hitomi's elegant demeanor, and they began to yearn for this school. Of course, even if Sakuramiya Hitomi was not needed, Tatsuki's reputation was well known in Linmen. The 4 Linmen prime ministers all graduated from Tatsuki and were selected by the Linmen government after being recommended to university. When the junior high school students followed Sakuramiya Hitomi to tour the history of Tatsuki School, a little girl in the group, who was wearing Sakura country clothes and had black hair that gradually turned into cherry color at the tips, looked up and explained to her classmates who only knew a little about it. That's it. The girl in the Sakura country costume smiled and hummed softly, looking at Sakuramiya Hitomi, who was explaining the student union system to various items in the display cabinet not far away, and said, Utsuki Academy adheres to the system of students managing themselves. The power of the student union is quite large. It has the power to arrange various school events, formulate rules and regulations, and supervise teachers' teaching. The students below opened their mouths and muttered, Is this true? I heard from my brother in my hometown that the student union in his school would only burn his but with cigarette butts. No, you're more like a fake. Except for a few people who came to make fun of the situation, most of the students who were indifferent to the school were curious about it. Really? Sakuramiya Hitomi smiled and nodded, explaining to them, That's right. Our school allows everyone to bring electronic devices, and they can decide what to wear. Although there are still many rules that students need to abide by, these rules are all passed by the president after being announced. This is too good to be true. Several students were excited by what they heard, but at this moment, the girl in the cherry blossom costume who had spoken earlier in the team said with a smile, It's not necessarily a good thing for the student union to have a lot of power, right? If the wrong people are entrusted with the task, the management will quickly become an oppressor who exploits the students and only formulates strategies that benefit them. Duh. Sakuramiya Hitomi looked at the girl in front of her who had the same hair color as her, smiling as always. Yes, so the president who leads the student union can only be a strong person. As the president who is finally born after the 3 tests and 3 votes, he must be recognized by the entire Tatsuki Academy. The so-called 3 tests are the resume test, the ideology test, and the debate test. Sakuramiya Hitomi then explained, The resume test is to show the candidate's strengths to the whole school. The girl in the cherry-colored dress spread her hands and muttered in disdain, It's just to make yourself familiar. Resumes can be falsified anyway. Who knows what makes you outstanding? Sakuramiya Hitomi still smiles. The philosophy test is to give a speech to the whole school about your philosophy after establishing the student union. The girl in the cherry-colored dress below still spread her hands and whispered, It's just a pie in the sky. Whether it will come true after I'm elected or not will be another matter. Can you still kick me out of my position? Hitomi Sakuramiya. Debate test. Compete head-on with your election opponent. Sakura girl. First, they used some tricks to win over the students who voted for them, and then they performed on stage with each other, just like a play. Sakuramiya Hitomi ignored the girl who was muttering below, but just reached out and touched the glass window behind her, where 3 specially customized black school uniforms lay. They correspond to the 3 seasons of spring, autumn, winter, and summer respectively. Each piece is inscribed in gilded letters. President of the First Student Council of Tatsuki Academy. In front, 3D projection was used to project an intricately carved golden moon badge placed on the chest. The student below covered his mouth and pointed at the 3 custom-made clothes and said to his companion with shining eyes, Those 3 pieces are specially made for each student union president, and each piece has a unique comment written in the language of the native country on the back. The first president was the famous Linmin Prime Minister Li Zuan, and the comment behind him was an idiom from his ancestral homeland, Long. The other students stared with their mouths wide open at the custom-made school uniforms rotating in the glass display. On the back of each uniform, 4 words were sewed in cursive script with gold thread. Superior roots and great talents. The girl in the cherry blossom costume shook her head in disdain and said to her companion, whose face was covered in sweat, "That man came to visit our house. He said he was a great man, but my mother said he was just a silver plating." But as they were talking, the students in front of them looked at Sakuramiya Hitomi with great curiosity and said, "Wait a minute. Sakuramiya Senpai is not the president, but the vice president? Then who is the current president of the Tatsuki Student Council?" Sakuramiya Hitomi was slightly stunned. Just as she was about to explain to the classmate, a classmate who was looking down suddenly raised his hand. "I know the current president, Huan. He used to be from our school." "Huan, from your school?" "Classmate, which school are you from?" "South District." "South District Jingha Junior High School." "Southern District?" All the other students looked at him, seeming a little surprised. These classmates of theirs either came from Jingha District, the slightly weaker Beihai District, and Luoqiao District, or at least from the 4 outer islands of Linmin. How come it happened that the guy from that messy South District became the president? The student from the South District felt embarrassed by the look, but he quickly explained, "That senior is amazing. Last year, Linmin held its first national and district unified exam. In the entire country and district, only 2 people got full marks. One of them is this Tatsuki president, and the other is the current student council president of Suzy Academy." Everyone was slightly stunned when they heard this. Even the girl in cherry blossom clothes who had been arguing was stunned. In the first Linmin National Joint Examination, the Linmin Education Bureau took ruthless action and taught all schools, big and small, a lesson. Disaster. The girl in the cherry blossom costume obviously knew the difficulty of the exam and the significance of being the only one in the country to get a perfect score. However, she still wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and said to her companions, "Achievements only." But when she turned around, she saw that the girl who had been listening to her nagging had run away as if she couldn't stand it anymore. She opened her mouth and stretched out her hand in the direction the girl left, but there was no way she would come back after all. Seeing the classmates in front of her whispering in shock, Sakuramiya Hitomi smiled and directed them to the door. "Okay, students, this is the last stop for the Tatsuki Bell Tower tour. Please line up and leave in an orderly manner, and do not linger in the school. The school is currently preparing for the club war, so please don't cause trouble for your brothers and sisters, okay?" Everyone responded in unison. "Good." Afterwards, they all walked out of the clock tower while communicating with each other as if they had gained something. Sakuramiya Hitomi stood there with a smile, watching them leave. Only when the girl in the Sakura costume walked past her, she smiled at her with her hands covering her mouth and said, "It seems that you are very satisfied with your life in a foreign country, sister." Sakuramiya Hitomi came back to her senses, looked at the petite girl in Sakura clothes next to her who was not much different in height from her, sighed, and said, "Yeah, unlike you, you've been in Linmin for a while now, but you probably don't have any friends, right?" Duh. The girl in the Sakura costume was laughing with her hands covering her mouth, and her movements froze instantly. Then she pointed at Sakuramiya Hitomi and said angrily, "Humph, Sakuramiya Hitomi. The strong always walk alone, while the weak stick together for warmth. It seems that after being away from your family for so long, you have become so weak. Ha ha. Ha." Sakuramiya Hitomi looked at the laughing girl in front of her, and after a moment of silence, she said, "Cry if you want to. There's no one else here. Ah, how could I woo-woo-woo?" As she was talking, the girl in front of her began to shed tears pitifully and said in confusion, "Yeah, none of them pay any attention to me. Woo. It's been several months. I'm still alone. I want to go back to my country and don't want to stay in this crappy place anymore." Sakuramiya Hitomi showed a speechless expression, then gently reached out and tapped her head, saying, "If you change your argumentative, know-it-all, and dishonest personality, you might be able to make friends soon." Is it true? Real? Sakuramiya Hitomi withdrew her hand, and her expression became a smile. Also, cousin Sakuramiya Ryo, you must be polite and call me by my name instead of calling me by my sister's name. Got it. When Sakuramiya Ryo saw Sakuramiya Hitomi's expression, he was so scared that he gasped. She nodded silently, then took a few steps back. When she was about to leave, her expression suddenly changed, and she made a face at Sakuramiya Hitomi. "No way. Idiot Sakuramiya Hitomi. You're only a few years older than me, but you're acting like an elder, humph." Veins bulged on Sakuramiya Hitomi's forehead, but the next second, the girl in front of her turned around and ran away. This made Sakuramiya Hitomi angry and helpless. She turned and walked towards the viewing corridor outside the clock tower. After walking around the corridor, she could have a panoramic view of the huge campus from the center. That idiot has a poor sense of direction. He has been chatting with me for so long, so he won't be able to catch up with the main group. Sakuramiya Hitomi leaned on the railing and looked into the distance. The breeze blew past, silently wiping away the polite smile on her face like a mask, and eventually turned it into the indifference that strangers kept away from. Just as Sakuramiya Hitomi seemed to be admiring the view, a female voice suddenly sounded beside her. "Miss Sakuramiya." Sakuramiya Hitomi was still looking at the scenery of Tatsuki Academy below. She had already recognized the person who came and listened to the female voice continue to speak. "I never thought that the eldest daughter of the Sakuramiya family would be assigned to be a mere tour guide at school. The world is bustling with people, all for the sake of profit. The world is bustling with people, all for the sake of profit." Sakuramiya Hitomi sighed and said, "If my cousin wasn't also on the tour group, I wouldn't have come here in person, Nara." Beside her, a tall and charming woman in a suit walked out from the darkness, came to Sakuramiya Hitomi, and looked at the scenery below with her. "You are relatives, so it can't be called for profit, right? People do everything for the sake of profit. So-called family affection is just a kind of profit." Sakuramiya Hitomi had a blank expression on her face. She stretched out her hand to try to catch the breeze, but it flowed away from her hand, and she couldn't catch it. The family is united by blood, and they support each other, transfer benefits, and resist risks. Blood is like a natural covenant. It is often maintained and moved just to prove that the covenant is still strong. Even if you're far away from home, it is still the same. Sakuramiya Ryo is my aunt's daughter. Although the uncle who married into my family is not very capable, my aunt still has the final say. Now that we are here, there is no harm in maintaining the relationship. Nara looked at the scenery outside and did not reply. It was already approaching dusk, and school was almost over, but one could still see students wearing Tatsuki Student Union sleeves leading a group of volunteers moving between the various facilities. Check equipment, clean swimming pools, and other venues, and communicate with various school administration departments. The entire student union is extremely busy because of the club war, which is coming in a few weeks. As Nara was looking down, she seemed to suddenly see something interesting. She smiled charmingly at Sakuramiya Hitomi and asked, "Is that child the childhood sweetheart of Huan that you mentioned earlier?" Hearing this, Sakuramiya Hitomi looked down, and what she saw was Anil walking with his head down in the evening light, carrying a school bag on his back. "Wow, your breasts are so big." Upon hearing this, Sakuramiya Hitomi's originally expressionless face became a little gloomy. She retracted her gaze and said disdainfully, "What era is this? Nara, you still have the aesthetics of primitive society. How sad and lamentable." Nara didn't reply, but just thought that Sakuramiya Hitomi was sour because she couldn't eat the grapes. But she also noticed something and asked Sakuramiya Hitomi, "That child, is she unpopular in school? Why does it feel like so many people are whispering to her?" "It's just because the day before yesterday, that big mouth Yuan Lina found out about her and the president, and then spread it to the whole school. That's all." Sakuramiya Hitomi held her chin in her hand, watching Anil running away in a panic under the gazes of others with a look of discomfort, and sneered. As for her poor popularity, in my opinion, it's probably because she's too weak. Nara looked at Sakura Palace in confusion and asked, "How to say? Declaring her the president's childhood sweetheart can be both good and bad. It depends on how you handle it." Sakuramiya Hitomi had a blank expression on her face, staring at Anil walking on the book of life and death like a judge. After a moment's silence, she wrote down her verdict. The strong will only take such comments as a compliment and accept them calmly. The weak will take such comments as a thorn in their back and will just want to find a quiet place to hide. The identities of Yi Shiyu and the president's siblings are also circulating in a small circle. Do you think she is afraid? On the contrary, because of this, people with her personality have made many friends. On the other hand, Anil, even though she had the opportunity to use her prestige in the school to save herself from being ignored and bullied in class, she couldn't even catch it. For such a person, even if the road to salvation is laid out before her, she would not have the courage to embark on it, just because she sees one or two bushes of thorns ahead. Sakuramiya Hitomi withdrew her gaze, not wanting to look at Anil over there anymore. Such people will eventually die without a burial place due to the pressure around them. It may seem like it was caused by external forces, but in fact it was because they were too fragile. Nara heard this and said with a smile, "Then you took the initiative to get close to her, showed concern for her on the plane, and helped her pave the way for joining the club?" Sakuramiya Hitomi looked at Nara and said, "If it weren't for her relationship with the president, do you think I would care about her life or death? If there is no interest involved, I won't have the time to meddle in other people's business. No matter where you are, who would help others without reason and without asking for anything in return? Such people will only suffer losses and be hurt by the environment all the time." Sakuramiya Hitomi closed her eyes, took a deep breath, changed the subject, and asked, "Compared to this, you came to school at this time. Did you find out what I asked you to find?" "Of course." Nara took out 2 stacks of paper materials from his arms and handed them to Sakuramiya Hitomi. Sakuramiya Hitomi took them and read them carefully. The first thing that caught her eye was Yi Shiyu's photo. Yi Shiyu, Mother Yilan, is from Tianjing, Dragon Country. After her parents divorced, she followed her mother to live in Pengcheng, Handong. As Sakuramiya Hitomi read, her brows furrowed and she muttered quietly, "It's really interesting. The Yi family didn't agree to Yi Lan marrying this man named Song Chinggong, but at least they gave him a house in Tianjing as a wedding house. Even so, Song Chinggong still cheated on his wife and gambled, and ended up getting kicked by Yi Lan and losing his fertility." Nara leaned on the railing and pointed at the document and said, "That's why she and Yi Shiyu left the house empty-handed." Seeing that Sakuramiya Hitomi didn't say anything and just read the documents, Nara looked at the campus below and suddenly said, "But miss, isn't Huan the person you mentioned who would help others without asking for anything in return? And yet you, like this kind of person, Isn't that contradictory?" Sakuramiya Hitomi continued reading the document, her eyes scanning the information above one by one, and she said, "Yes, that's why I want to protect him secretly, so that he will never suffer any loss or get hurt." Nara was slightly startled, then smiled charmingly. "Yes, just like this, I want to secretly protect Miss Sakuramiya." Hearing this, Sakuramiya Hitomi seemed to have goosebumps. She covered her body and took a step back, looking at Nara with extreme disgust, and said, "Old woman, please don't say such disgusting things to me. It's disgusting. Ugh. I want to die, but I feel that someone else should die." Nara suppressed his throbbing veins and said to Sakuramiya, "But in my opinion, Huan is not a fool. People like him know what they are doing and what they want to do, and they have the ability to do what they want to do. People like him will be very successful in the future, even without Miss Sakuramiya, so they don't need your protection." Sakuramiya Hitomi didn't reply. She just looked at the information in her hand. "After Yi Shiyu's, I read Arya Spencer's. Of course, she knew what kind of person Huan was, and the protection she referred to was not just the ordinary things that Nara mentioned. The protection she mentioned was to protect the president from those mysterious superpower owners. Yishiyu and Spencer. Besides you, is there anyone else? Boom, boom, boom. A breeze blew over the bell tower. Sakuramiya Hitomi's murmurs, which were filled with deep scheming, were crushed by the loud bell and turned into a reminder of the arrival of the weekend holiday. At the same time, in Tatsuki Academy under the setting sun, wearing a cherry blossom dress, Sakuramiya Ryo was walking in the huge Tatsuki campus in a daze, holding a cell phone with tears in her eyes. Where's the exit? She was a person with poor sense of direction, and after she left the main group, no one came to look for her. Maybe it was because everyone was tired of hearing her bragging about her family background, so they assumed that a young lady like her would have a special car to pick her up, and she didn't need to follow them back in the car. But Sakuramiya Ryo actually wanted to go back with everyone. Wow, where am I? There was a phone number on the screen of the phone with the note, Sakuramiya Hitomi. Yes, in fact, she had her cousin's phone number, but when she thought about the fact that she had just mocked her cousin and now she had to ask her for help, wouldn't that be a loss of face? As a result, she kept dawdling like this, and when all the students of Tatsuki were almost leaving, she was still wandering around inside. No, never mind. I'll walk around again. If I don't find the exit, boom. Just when Sakuramiya Ryo made up her mind to call Sakuramiya Hitomi for help if she couldn't find an exit, her legs suddenly twisted. The petite Sakuramiya Ryo fell to the ground and sat on the ground. Woo! It hurts! It hurts! Her body was delicate, and the pain from her but made her gasp, and tears instantly came down. Woo is sister, woo. Do not care. I don't want my face anymore. I want to call Sakuramiya Hitomi and ask her to save me. Big deal. At worst, I can kowtow to her and confess my guilt. Sakuramiya Ryo sniffed, picked up the phone with a wronged look, and was ready to give up everything and call Sakuramiya Hitomi. However, when I turned on the phone, what I saw was a red, empty battery mark. Sakuramiya Ryo's sobbing paused for a moment, and the next second, she burst into tears. Whoa, what? What should I do? Help! Help me! Save you! The next second, a male voice beside me sounded puzzled. Sakuramiya Ryo didn't even see anyone, but her crying stopped instantly, and even the awkward posture of sitting on the ground turned into an elegant sideline posture. She covered half of her face with the sleeve of her cherry blossom dress and looked at the person who came. Following the breeze that outlined the lawn, she caught a glimpse of an extremely handsome young man. He was wearing the same casual clothes as everyone else, carrying a backpack and holding a plastic bag in his hand. Being looked at by a handsome man, Sakuramiya Ryo quickly raised his head, covered half of his face, and looked at the boy and said, "You heard me wrong. I'm just sitting here admiring the flowers and lawn in the sunset. What can I do for you?" After saying this, she adjusted her sitting posture to be more elegant. The young man in front of her just stared at her. After a second, he suddenly smiled and said, "Are you still pretending? You were in so much pain just now, and you're still pretending to enjoy the flowers." Sakuramiya Ryo patted the hem of her dress, stood up gracefully, and said with her hands covering her mouth, "I'm not pretending. I'm really just admiring the flowers. Oh, it's pathetic that you don't know how to appreciate the beauty of the world." "I see. I thought you were a junior high school student visiting the school today. You got separated from the main group and got lost, and have been wandering around the school ever since." The young man in front of him smiled slightly and continued, "I was originally planning to take you to find an exit, but since you're admiring the flowers, forget it. Bye-bye." Just as the young man was about to turn around and leave, a delicate little hand suddenly reached out from behind and grabbed his sleeve. "Wait a moment. Ow! I'm really lost. I don't know how to get out. Can you help me? And my phone is out of battery. I don't know how to get home." The young man turned around and looked at the girl in front of him who was struggling to grab his sleeve and smiled helplessly. Glancing at the time, he muttered quietly, "I have to go to Aunt Ye's house today. I guess Ishiyu is waiting for me at the door now. I won't let you help me for nothing." I'll give you money. The young man in front of him retracted his gaze upon hearing this, looked at the petite girl in front of him, and said with a smile, "No need to pay, come on. I'll take you to borrow a power bank first, and then I'll take you to the exit." Okay. The young man picked up the thing, pointed in a direction, and said, "There's a power bank in the commercial street over there. Let's go there first." Wait a minute. I suddenly remembered that my phone is out of battery. How can I scan the power bank? Hearing this, the young man looked back at him as if he were a fool. "I can scan it for you first, and then you can find a place to return it when you are done." Sakuramiya Ryo was slightly startled and muttered, "Okay." After walking for a while, Sakuramiya Ryo looked at the back of the boy in front of him and suddenly said, "Add a plane after the startup, and I will give you money as compensation. No need to pay. Instead of this, can you please walk faster? I'm in a hurry." "I've tried my best." Like her cousin Sakuramiya had told me, she has a weak constitution and is not good at sports. The young man in front of him didn't say much after hearing this, but just continued to lead the way. But Sakuramiya Ryo became more and more uneasy. He glanced at the boy in front of him from time to time and asked, "You don't want money? Then why are you helping me?" "Because you look like a friend of mine." "Haha, that's the case. But I don't have any relatives in Linman. Don't think that you can get any benefits from those imaginary relatives after helping me." The boy didn't care much and just continued, "That's fine. Just think of it as helping someone who looks a lot like her." Hearing this, Sakuramiya Ryo was startled, looked at his profile, opened her mouth, and after a moment of silence, she suddenly asked, "What's your name, Senior?" "Yin Huan." "Senior Yin Huan." "Yin Huan." Sakuramiya Ryo chewed on the name, but was suddenly stunned the next second and quickly raised his eyes. Facing the dim light, she suddenly caught a glimpse of his profile, which seemed to be illuminated. The president of the student union. The next second, Sakuramiya Ryo's little face turned red instantly, as if she was thinking of something. It seemed that he was thinking of the various slanders he had made against the student union president in the clock tower before. "Here we are, this is it. Duh. Drip. Duh. I'll scan it first, and you just need to remember to return it later. Duh. Why are you dazed?" Just when Sakuramiya Ryo's mind was in a mess, Yin Huan stuffed the power bank into her hands. Suddenly I looked up and saw Yin Huan pointing in a direction and saying, "Just walk straight down this commercial street, and you'll reach the main entrance of the school. You can take a taxi there, okay?" "Got it. Thank you." Yin Huan turned around and looked at the still, very young girl in front of him, smiling slightly. "Okay, then I'll leave." "Uh-huh." Sakuramiya Ryo opened his mouth, lowered his head subconsciously, and waved at Yin Huan's departing back. It was not until the other person walked away that Sakuramiya Ryo felt that his face seemed to be hot. Plug in the power bank, and the phone screen lights up. In an instant, several missed call notifications came in. It's Sakuramiya Hitomi calling. Sakuramiya Ryo was slightly stunned. Then he dialed the number with a red face. "Do?" The next second, the call was connected. "Hello, is that Liang? Have you caught up with the group and gone home? The nanny said you haven't gone home yet." Hearing the familiar voice of his annoying cousin, Sakuramiya Ryo did not say anything stubborn or sarcastic for the first time. After a moment's silence, she suddenly said, No, I'm still in school. I just got lost. That I'm lost." "Wait a minute, just now?" "You are now. I found the exit now. I'll be taking the bus back soon." "What? Then?" "Yes. I'm sorry, cousin." "Why are you saying sorry all of a sudden?" In fact, it was because he had been arguing with her and mocking the president of the Tatsuki Student Union. But the next second, Sakuramiya Ryo, who was always tough, blushed and hung up the phone in embarrassment. On the other side, Sakuramiya Hitomi, who was sitting in the student council office, was confused. She glanced at Nara, who was looking around the office, and her doubts grew. What on earth does this silly cousin do all day? At the entrance of Tatsuki campus, an illusory black cat appeared on Yin Huan's shoulder, looking forward with him as if facing a formidable enemy. But I saw a low-key and luxurious black tram parked on the asphalt road ahead. At the front of the tram, there was a tall girl staring at her cell phone. She had a blank expression on her face, and her black hair flowed like a waterfall. As if she had noticed someone coming, she raised her eyes and looked at the boy who was walking out of the school. Click! The phone screen went off, and she called out softly, "Xiao Huan, you are here. I was delayed for a while on the way because of something, Sister Shiyu." Yi Shiyu looked at the clothes he was carrying expressionlessly. That was the signal that Xiao Huan would stay at home for the weekend. When she thought of this, her breathing quickened for a moment. She opened her mouth and exhaled a breath of hot air, but her voice remained as cold as ever. She said, "Let's go home, Xiao Huan." Into this chapter. At the entrance of Yuanyue College, the tall and cold Yi Shiyu turned around and opened the back door of the car, then stretched out her hand to Yin Huan and invited him. "Let's go home, Xiao Huan." Yin Huan glanced at the back seat of the open car door, as if that place was a huge mouth of the abyss from which thick shadows kept emerging, waiting hungrily to swallow him up. Duh. Yin Huan used perfect facial expression management to maintain a natural smile on her face, but a few drops of cold sweat appeared on her face. He did not get in the car immediately, but said, "Okay, wait a minute, Sister Shiyu." Yi Shiyu tilted her head and watched Yin Huan put the things in the trunk of the car first, and then walked back to the campus. Not long after, Yin Huan came back holding a fat black cat and came to Yi Shiyu. "Let's go, Sister Shiyu." Yi Shiyu glanced at the black cat in Yin Huan's arms, but saw that the green-eyed black cat avoided her gaze in a very humane way, as if it was very afraid of her. At this time, Yi Shiyu just remembered. It seems that this black cat had appeared before when Xiao Huan was hypnotizing him. As it felt it was in the way, it almost got kicked in the heart. She remembered that she had seen this little black cat wearing a yellow scarf when she went to Xiao Huan's house before. It is a stray cat named Miaojiang raised by Xiao Huan. But she never took the cat that Xiao Huan raised seriously, and of course she forgot about it after seeing it. Why is it in school? Yin Huan, who was holding the cat, raised his head and smiled at Yi Shiyu, saying, "Because the area around the South District is very chaotic and he likes to play outside, I usually put him in my school bag and bring him to the school. Fortunately, there is a forest park here, so he can run around and I can also check on him at noon." Yi Shiyu had no doubts. She looked at the black cat who buried his head in Yin Huan's arms without even looking at her and asked, "Is it coming home with us?" "Ah, after all, it's a whole weekend away. It would be pitiful to leave it here alone, right? Don't worry, Miao-chan is very well behaved and won't cause any trouble for the family, Sister Shiyu." Lies. In fact, the next plan to deal with Yi Shiyu's modifier requires Miaojiang's help. So Miaojiang must be brought along no matter what. But to be honest, although it was premeditated, Yin Huan still felt a little guilty when he looked at Yi Shiyu, who was full of oppression in front of him. Going to Ye's house is like walking into a trap. If you're not careful, you will trigger the defeat CG. The hope of a comeback rests on you, Miao-chan. Meow. Feeling Yin Huan's reliance, Miaojiang buried his head in Yin Huan's arms and didn't face Yi Shiyu and meowed muffledly. Yi Shiyu looked at it and finally nodded in agreement. Although, if there's a kitten around, it might be a bit of a hindrance. However, as long as Xiao Huan goes home, it will be enough. "Okay, get in the car, Xiao Huan." "Thank you, Sister Shiyu." Shiyu turned aside and let Yin Huan get into the car, first with the cat in her arms. She looked back at the quiet campus around her, then got into the car and closed the door. Bang! The sound of the car door closing was heard, and in the enclosed space, Yi Shiyu's terrifying sense of oppression reached a new level. The train started silently and left Hatsuki Academy. Inside the car, Yi Shiyu sat upright, holding her cell phone in both hands on her thighs. His eyes would occasionally look at the handsome young man beside him, wandering around his neck and chest. "Meow. This is Sister Shiyu whom I met before. Why is she so timid all of a sudden?" "Meow." Yin Huan's voice interrupted Yi Shiyu's thoughts. She looked at Yin Huan's somewhat puzzled expression, as if she didn't know why Miaojiang was so afraid of the sister next to her. Yes, Xiao Huan was hypnotized at that time and had no memory, so she didn't know what she had done to the cat. Maybe it's because it's not used to being in the car. Yi Shiyu looked at the frightened black cat and explained so calmly. Fortunately, cats can't talk, so they can make up excuses for themselves. Bullshit. It was obviously because of you, the hypnotist god, that I almost broke into pieces. Miao Jiang complained in her heart with resentment. At the same time, Miao Jiang was also whispering to Yin Huan in her mind. Yin Huan, why do I still feel dangerous? She will definitely come and attack tonight. It raised its head and looked at Yin Huan, its eyes full of worry. It's Friday now, and she still has 2 sessions of hypnosis to go, a full 40 minutes each. That's enough time to ruin you, Miao. Yin Huan stroked its soft fur, a drop of cold sweat falling from his forehead. This is a risky move, Miao Jiang. But the bad thing is that I, who is regarded as a property by Yi Shiyu, cannot show any abnormality, otherwise it will add fuel to the fire of her modifier. So, the only one who can stop Yi Shiyu, the berserker, is Aunt Yi. Aunt Yi holds a very special position in Yi Shiyu's eyes. She's the only one she cares about, but who transcends the concept of all. After telling Miao Jiang all about the seriousness of the situation in his mind, Yin Huan lowered his head and looked at Miao Jiang earnestly. The key to the plan is, Miao-chan, you must build a good relationship with Aunt Yi and make her like you. Miao. It's not hard to tell from the time she came to visit the rental house. Before that, Aunt Yi likes cats. So, Miao-chan, it's time to sell your looks. Miao. Staying in Yin Huan's arms, Miao Jiang showed a speechless expression, but still said, but no matter how well the plan goes, we will all sleep here tonight, right? What if Shiyu comes to kill us later? Hearing this, Yin Huan leaned back on the leather cushion helplessly, took a deep breath, and reluctantly said in his mind, it's okay. Don't forget, I can still lock the door. We're here, Xiao Huan. The black tram once again drove into the villa area of Jinghe District and arrived in front of Yilan's mansion. Clang, clang. As soon as Yin Huan opened the car door, a burst of oppressive BGM sounded in his ears. As the drum beats quickened, Yin Huan's heartbeat also gradually accelerated. The gate of the Yi family mansion in front of them seemed to be covered by a golden mist, turning into a boss room. Yin Huan wiped his eyes, and the BGM and special effects of the boss room in front of him disappeared instantly. It seems to be just an illusion. The next second, the door of the mansion opened, and Aunt Chun came out carrying a bag of garbage. Xiao Huan, you're here. I prepared a feast for you and Shiyu tonight. Hey, where did this little guy come from? My cat is called Miao Chan, Aunt Chun. Meow. Oh, it's so cute. But I don't think there's a litter box or anything at home. I'll go buy one. Yin Huan smiled slightly and said, it's okay, Miao-chan. You don't need to. It will take care of itself. Really, Aunt Chun. After all, it's not my first time here. Although I'm not familiar with the place, I'm no longer nervous. As they exchanged greetings, they walked into the familiar, spacious living room. Yilan was sitting on the sofa, peeling an apple, wearing a satin home coat. Aunt Yi, I'm here. Come on, Shiyu Xiaowan. Come and have some apples. Yilan put the last apple into the fruit plate, discarded the core, and wiped his hands. Then he saw the black cat that Yin Huan had put down and was circling in the living room. Hey, Miao-chan is here too. Miao. Miao-jiang did not forget the task given to it by Yin Huan. It decisively lifted its tail and went to get close to Yilan, which made Yilan smile and hold it in his arms. Oh my, this kitten is so amazing. It doesn't shed hair at all? I held my colleague's golden-shaded cat, and my clothes were covered with a lot of hair. I even prepared some hair removal products. Meow. Miao-jiang raised her head proudly, as if to say, this is the value of God. Yin Huan did not leave the living room. After all, he and Miao-jiang had to maintain a radius of 15 meters. Otherwise, the supernatural incident of where is the magical kitten would happen soon. Xiao Huan, we haven't moved your room. You can still rest there on the weekend. Okay, Aunt Yi. Aunt Yi, after washing the dirty clothes at night. I'll ask Aunt Chun to get a special blue clothes basket and put it in the laundry room later, and you can just put it in there when the time comes. Okay. Looking at the warm atmosphere in the living room, Yi Shiyu, who was eating an apple nearby, revealed a faint smile. So, let Xiao Huan stay at home forever. Thinking this, she put down the fork that was specially prepared for her and engraved with her name, stood up. I'll go upstairs and change my clothes first. Yeah, go ahead. Remember to eat later. In the past, Yishiyu would go back to her room and close the door when she came back and would not come out until she was called for something. But today, Yishiyu did not nod unusually, but just said, "I'll come down after I change my clothes." She just went back to prepare some things for the evening, and she still had to come down to look after Huan. Yilan, who was rubbing Miaojiang's cat face, glanced at Yishiyu in surprise. Yishiyu, with a faint floral scent, walked behind Huan, her cold eyes lingering on his smiling profile. Then she walked up a spiral staircase and arrived at the third floor, in front of her room. Click! The door opened, revealing neatly arranged dolls and a work table with many tools. On one side of the work table, there was an open suitcase. Following the light that Yishiyu turned on, some seals, bottles, and liquids could be vaguely seen inside. She looked at the open suitcase expressionlessly, and the next second, she put a camera placed next to it into it. Click! Then the suitcase was closed. At dinner, because he had been exercising recently, Huan finished several bowls of rice in a row, which stunned Aunt Shun and Yilan. In order to prevent being persecuted by hypnosis, Huan tried to stay with Yilan with Miao Jiang as much as possible after dinner. They watched a movie in the living room, which told the story of a kitten who accidentally got lost at the airport and finally relied on his own wit and the small animal friends he met along the way to successfully catch another flight back to his owner. It is a family-friendly movie, and the main attraction is the various cute furry animals. Aunt Shin was enjoying the show very much. She cracked melon seeds and praised the setting that animals abroad can talk. Yishiyu was not in the mood. She didn't like watching movies. She only glanced at her phone occasionally, and Huan occasionally. Yilan was holding Miao Jiang in her arms. She was enjoying the show, but it was a pity for Miao Jiang. In her arms, he was rubbed here and there, revealing an expression of great pain. After the movie, it was getting late, and Yilan also looked sleepy. Yawning, she was about to go back to sleep and invited Miao Jiang to go upstairs and sleep with her. Hearing this, Huan wished she could go to Aunt Ye's room and sleep on the floor. In the Yi residence, wherever Aunt Yi is, that place is a safe house. But the main thing is Yishiyu's situation. He really can't sleep without Miao Jiang to keep watch over him. The package will be stabbed by the wolf. So, looking at the cat running back to Huan, Yilan smiled slightly and did not force it, but just said that he would play with it again tomorrow. Yilan does not have as strong possessiveness as Yishiyu. It's an angel. Aunt Shun, it's too late today. I'll put the dirty clothes in a hamper tomorrow morning. It's okay. I'll wash and hang them for you when I see them tomorrow morning. I carried Miaojiang up to the second floor and heard Aunt Shin's room door closing downstairs. The entire huge mansion became quiet. Tap, tap, tap. Behind him, the sound of Yishiyu's slippers could be heard slowly, making Huan's hair stand on end. Being alone at the moment, Huan was really afraid that he would eat his cell phone if he turned around. Knowing that there's a tiger in a mountain, but having to pretend that you know nothing and appearing to be normal is the most exhausting thing. Taking a deep breath, holding the cat, Huan turned around and smiled at Yishiyu, who was expressionless behind him. "Sister Shiyu, I'm going back to my room to take a shower and go to bed." "But good. Good night, Sister Shiyu." After saying that, Huan planned to slip away, not daring to stay in front of Yishiyu. But just as he turned around, Yishiyu's voice sounded faintly behind him. "Huan, duh. I've already turned my head away, so don't call me." Now, who knows whether it will be the phone screen or your face when you turn around? To look back or not to look back, that is the question. Huan took another deep breath and turned around with a smile. Fortunately, what caught my eye was still her cool and beautiful face. Looking at Huan, she asked, "Where would you like to go tomorrow?" "Call." Fortunately, the ones chatting were kids. Huan just wanted to go back to her room quickly, so she smiled and said, "I will follow Sister Shiyu's arrangements." However, Yishiyu was slightly stunned when she heard this. After pausing for a second, she didn't know what she was thinking of, and her fair face was suddenly flushed with an alluring cherry color. But in the dark corridor with the lights off, her reaction was not obvious. Only those eyes dodged. She pursed her lips and nodded, then said, "Good night, Huan. Good night, Sister Shiyu." "Call." It's Christmas Eve. Just let yourself go to your room, lock the door, and spend the night like this. By tomorrow, let Miao Jiang be the vanguard, and if the plan goes smoothly, Yi Shiyu will surely be defeated. Yan Huan secretly clenched his fists and walked back to the room. Click! The door is locked. There are 2 more locks. Looks like we've made it through the night safely, Nyan Chan. Meow. Standing at the bathroom door, Miao Jiang tilted her head as she watched Yin Huan take off her shirt. In front of the mirror, Yin Huan pinched his muscles and gestured. Is it a psychological effect? After a week, I vaguely feel that I have become stronger. No, Miao, you are really growing muscles. You were in very healthy shape before, and your body fat percentage was not high, so it could be seen. Miao Jiang came in with his tail up and said, but your nutrition is not enough now. Miao, you need to supplement more. Yeah, Mr. Jiao Tan suggested that I buy protein powder before. Ask him or Sister Tong, and then place an order online. Miao. After taking off her clothes, Yin Huan started to take a shower. Miao Jiang walked out and kept staring at the double-locked door. After drying his hair and washing up, Yin Huan turned off the lights and went to bed. Nyan Chan, I'll ask you to keep watch at night. Miao. Miao Jiang lay beside Yin Huan with her paws tucked in her arms, looking at him lying flat on the quilt. Duh. There was silence throughout the Yi residence. After dozens of minutes, almost an hour, Yin Huan opened his eyes helplessly and muttered to Miao Jiang, I can't sleep. I'm sleeping in the boss room, and I can hear some weird battle BGM ringing in my ears. I think the slightest movement is Yi Shiyu's footsteps coming outside the door. Miao, who told you to come back? It's better to suffer a short pain than a long one, Miao Chan. If you don't come back to solve the problem now, you will have to come back sooner or later. Yin Huan turned around and lay on his side, looking at the black furry ball next to him in the dark. It seemed to have merged into the darkness, only blinking its watery green cat eyes at Yin Huan, looking at the face of the handsome boy with his back to the moonlight. Tap! However, the next second, a sound of extremely light footsteps was faintly heard outside the door. At first, Yin Huan thought it was an illusion, but as the footsteps got closer, he was really convinced that it was not an illusion, but real. There was a man who stayed up late at night and touched the door. Yin Huan and Miao Jiang widened their eyes at the same time, and Yin Huan even broke out in a sweat. Don't worry, I'll lock the door. In his mind, Yin Huan swallowed his saliva, forced a smile, and comforted Miao Jiang. Miao. Miao Chan blinked and turned to look at the door. Kaka. In the darkness, the door handle began to move slightly downward. Yin Huan quickly hugged Miao Jiang in his arms and held the cat's face towards the door as if facing the enemy. Miao. Don't panic, Miao Chan. Crack. The door handle was pressed to the bottom and the door trembled slightly. Obviously, the person outside did not push it. You must be locked out. Yin, who was holding Miao Jiang, cheered and his body relaxed slightly. Click. However, the next second, suddenly, there was the sound of a key being inserted into the door lock. Click. The bolt turned, and the first lock was unlocked by the inserted key. Buzz. The door shook slightly, and it was obvious that the people outside thought Yin Huan had only locked it once. Meow. Miao Jiang was horrified and quickly turned around to look at Yin Huan. However, Yin Huan seemed to be asleep for quite a while. No, sister, are you open it? You actually prepared the key. You also said that it is still possible to do this. Click. So, the second circle of locks, which was the last layer of life-saving talisman, began to turn again. Buzz. The last lock was easily unlocked by the key. The next second, the door handle suddenly moved downwards and the door was pushed open. Pill. Spicy meatballs. End of this chapter. Click. As the door opened, it seemed as if a purple sun suddenly rose in the thick darkness of the bedroom. Yin Huan had her eyes open, but when the door opened and the dim light seeped in, she quickly closed her eyes and pretended to sleep. He patted Miao Jiang's butt, and Miao Jiang very sensibly jumped off the edge of the bed and quickly disappeared into the shadows. But from the open door, a purple cell phone screen was inserted first. After a second or two, the door was finally pushed open, revealing a tall figure standing outside. It's Yishiyu. Yes, there is no one else in this house who is so perverted as to attack me late at night. But you are too cunning, Yishiyu. He actually put the cell phone in first, so that if he was still awake inside, he would be caught instantly as soon as he looked towards the door. Plus, she actually expected that she would lock the door. Hiss. He was so well prepared for a night attack on me. But Huan originally planned to pretend to be asleep, because no matter whether you are awake or not, you will be hypnotized if the door is opened. On the contrary, he would have shown something strange before she hypnotized him, with an expression that said, I didn't expect you to be this kind of sister Shiyu. With Yi Shiyu's bad personality, she would probably just feel guilty and the level of hypnosis would go up a notch. Miao Jiang had already turned into an undetectable illusory state at this moment. It lay vigilantly beside Yin Huan's bed, looking at Yi Shiyu. After opening the door and seeing Yin Huan, who seemed to be asleep inside, Yi Shiyu put down the phone. The purple light went out, and the room was once again shrouded in 10% moonlight and 90% darkness. Click, click. Then there was the sound of the door closing and then being locked. Miao Jiang looked at Yi Shiyu nervously and said to Yin Huan in his mind. She came over in her pajamas with a suitcase. Suitcase. There is no need to open your eyes. At this moment, Miao Jiang is Yin Huan's second eyes. Tread, tread, tread. Just as Yin Huan, who was pretending to be asleep, was sweating on her forehead and didn't know what was in her suitcase, a burst of light footsteps was heard again. She came over. Miao Jiang was frightened by the oppressive feeling in the thick darkness and hid behind Yin Huan, even though it was in an illusory state where it would not be discovered. Yin Huan's muscles hidden under the quilt also tensed up a little, and he was obviously on guard. Duh! In the silence, the sound of a suitcase being put down was heard. Then, there was the sound of a nightgown rubbing against her body. Call! A hint of floral fragrance came to her nose, and her light breath touched Yin Huan's eyelashes at a very close distance. Yi Shiyu squatted beside the bed, seeming to be looking at Yin Huan's sleeping face. After a moment of silence, her voice fell gently into Yin Huan's ears, as soft as a feather. You look so cute when you sleep. Miao Jiang curiously poked his head out from behind Yin Huan, and as soon as he poked his head out, his cat eyes widened. Meow. Yin Huan was a little curious about what it saw, and was about to ask in his mind, but Yi Shiyu gave him the answer first. In the Yi family mansion, even the beds in the guest rooms were very spacious, and Yin Huan lay on his side in the middle. Therefore, there is still some distance from the bed. Then, the next second, Yin Huan felt the soft mattress slightly tilted. Then, a hand gently pulled the edge of the quilt and opened it, letting in a cool breeze. Sha-sha. The flower-like girl's body fragrance invaded Yin Huan's warm quilt, accompanied by the cool breeze. The pillow he was leaning on had become even more deformed, as had the mattress. The breath hitting my face became heavy and rich like the rising tide. Everything is reminding Yin Huan. Yi Shiyu was sleeping beside him at this moment. Meow, she's sleeping next to you, meow. I know, but while Yin Huan was talking to Miao Jiang in his mind, he couldn't see that Yi Shiyu, who was lying next to him, was also watching him. The newly made bedding seemed like a completely different world. Perhaps it was because of the extra person. Yin Huan suddenly fell hot. I slept so soundly. It's good like this. She was wearing a thin nightgown and had nothing with her except her cell phone. After looking at Yin Huan's sleeping face for a long time, she murmured softly, "The body temperature is so hot. The body is also very strong and responds to breathing. Cute and handsome." Under the quilt, her cold hand gently touched Yin Huan's clothes. She lowered her eyes and said softly, "Maybe in your eyes, I'm just a strange sister with a cold personality. I'm so sorry, Xiao Huan, for being so cold to you normally. Because if you were to realize my true thoughts, you would probably be very scared, right? No, I'm scared now, Sister Shiyu. You'd better be a little colder. Even if you go back to when we first met, it would be 1,000 times better than now. But I really don't know how to do it." In the quilt, She grasped Yin Huan's clothes with a little more force. I want to monopolize your smile. I want to monopolize your gentleness. I want to monopolize all of you. Let it belong to me. I know that this idea is wrong. It could even be said to be evil and stupid. But, that's for normal people, right? Ordinary people. Yin Huan was slightly stunned, but soon realized that something was wrong. Not good. The next second, even with his eyes closed, the purple light that suddenly lit up in front of his eyes still penetrated a little and was noticed by his eyes. Buzz! In an instant, a bloody mouth like a purple abyss swallowed up Yin Huan's entire consciousness. As long as the eyes are exposed to it, even if you are asleep, you will be hypnotized. The familiar, tingling sensation instantly invaded Yin Huan's whole body. His eyes, which had been tightly closed because he was pretending to be asleep, opened slightly uncontrollably, revealing his misty eyes. What caught his eye was the cool and elegant girl lying in his arms. Her face turned slightly red, and she gently took back the phone with the lit screen. Facing the handsome boy in a hypnotic state, her expression was the same as before. As long as there's hypnosis, it is possible to do it, so it is not stupid. Immediately, she propped herself up from the quilt. The black hair and the straps of her nightgown fell from her fair shoulders, tempting her like a piece of jade. As for evil, Huan, I have always been responsible even when dealing with puppets. As long as it belongs to me, I will definitely find it, even if it is lost at the end of the world. In the shadows, she turned her head, smiled faintly, and then sat directly on Yin Huan and looked at him under her. My family is very wealthy. I have the talent that my mother praised, and I am also very hardworking. Even if you don't need to make any effort in the future, I will take care of Huan for the rest of her life. The immense wealth of Yi International and the extraordinary talent of Yi Shiyu seemed to have transformed into the Force, gently lifting up Yin Huan's soul. Moreover, all relationships in this world are nothing more than mutual possession. Spouses demand loyalty from each other, and siblings demand support from each other. So, even if I completely possess Huan, you will also possess me. Yishiyu lowered her eyes and looked at Yin Huan, who was confused. She stretched out her hands to him and supported his cheeks. Your most loving sister, your closest friend, and even your most loyal wife. Whatever you like, it's fine. I will satisfy your needs because we own each other. Yin Huan stared blankly at her well-proportioned and graceful figure, her jade-like skin, and her cool and beautiful face. Seeing Yishiyu staring at him straightly, with an intoxicated look in her eyes and a hint of pink on her cheeks. Besides, I'm not a demon. I won't deny you any freedom. As long as you want something and it's not too much, I will do my best to satisfy you. Yishiyu certainly understood that Yin Huan, who was in a hypnotic state, would not respond to her. So she turned around, picked up the suitcase, unlocked it. Although all the commands I issued will disappear after hypnosis, the prompt in the app says that everything that happens during this period will be stored in your body by your subconscious mind. So, the happiness I give you under hypnosis will also be remembered by your body, Huan. Hearing this, Yin Huan, in the dim moonlight, caught a glimpse of the various oils, liquid medicines, and cup-like toys in the box. Besides those things, there was a square, custom-made seal about the size of a human hand, and then there was a camera with video function. Yishiyu looked at Yin Huan attentively, her face becoming redder and redder. It's like what they say in the movie, this will make you happy. Although I'm not ready yet, I want to go that far with you, Huan. But if we adapt together slowly. She lowered her head, and her black hair covered her shy face, making her look as beautiful as the moon and the flowers. Anyway, there are a full 40 minutes this week. Let's take our time, okay, Huan? Yishiyu's beautiful face was close at hand, and her soft voice was no longer emotionless and cold as before. Instead, it sounds soft and beautiful, like a nursery rhyme that lulls a child to sleep. Buzz. The moonlight became even cooler, making her face even clearer. Yes International is worth a fortune. Even if only a small amount of it is lost, it can provide a family with food and clothing for several lifetimes. The car loans and mortgages that you worked until you died suddenly in your previous life, but still hadn't paid off, are like passing clouds, disappearing in the blink of an eye. If you have money, can't you buy whatever you want? Moreover, in my previous life, I worked overtime every day, and the only opportunity one had to talk to girls was when I was handing over work to my female colleagues at work. It wasn't a conversation, more like the gears of two precision machines rubbing against each other. My social circle has gradually become closed, and the only people I come into contact with and admire every day are those glamorous beauties on the internet who are thousands of miles away from me. But Yishiyu in front of me, even without makeup or beauty effects, is still incredibly beautiful. Such a girl becomes his wife? Perhaps it was just a fantasy before sudden death in the previous life. But at this moment, a fortune and a beautiful woman. What you dream of is within your reach. The only thing Huan needs to do is to give up himself and become everything to her. It really sounds like the phrase that everyone loved to say on the internet in the past life. Sister Shiyu, I don't want to work hard anymore. Thinking of this, Huan's originally tense muscles subconsciously began to relax little by little. At the moment when Huan's tense nerves relaxed, his body, which had been numb as if due to lack of blood, gradually began to lose consciousness completely. His consciousness, along with his gradually losing consciousness body, seemed to be dragged down by the beauty before him. Like, this way you don't have to struggle anymore in life. Not bad. Defeat. After you decide to obey Yishiyu, her hypnosis will soon completely control your body and consciousness, turning you into her property. Soon, you followed Yishiyu's orders and cut off all contact with friends of the opposite sex. But she was still not satisfied with this, and gradually even her same-sex friends and elders did the same. Until the end, you interrupted your studies and were forced to drop out of school, and moved into Yishiyu's home, living with her every day. She studied and worked hard, and eventually inherited everything from Yilan, becoming a well-known and successful entrepreneur with a huge fortune. At the same time, she did not break her promise and always loved you very much. In a foreign country with no witnesses, you successfully married her and gave birth to many children in the next 10 years. But as her possessiveness grows, she even fears your contact with your children. So under her orders, you move into a large basement whose location was known only to her. You can go online and ask her for anything, and she will satisfy you. But she doesn't allow you to communicate with anyone, even anonymously on the internet. Once discovered, there would be severe punishment and a tearful apology from her. You asked her to raise a pet to relieve the loneliness when she was away. She thought about it for a long time and finally agreed to raise a cat for you. But because she saw your intimate actions with the cat on the surveillance camera, she was extremely angry and secretly took the cat away while you were asleep, beat it and killed it, and abandoned it on an unknown street corner. From now on, she will no longer agree to your request to keep a pet, so you can only talk to her. In order to prevent you from being lonely, she only works remotely so that she can accompany you and take care of you meticulously 24 hours a day. If this continues, you will completely lose the ability to take care of yourself and become a useless person who can only lie in bed and let her do whatever she wants. But she still loves you. Defeat CG has been unlocked. Ending A. Each other's slaves. No need to work hard. No need to be bored. No need to think. Just need each other. That's enough. GMEOVR. Do you want to return to the save point? Meow. Miao Jiang, who was standing next to her, watched Yishiyu take out the ugly toy covered with mosaics, and she immediately pushed Huan, who was looking increasingly distracted, with her paw pad in horror. After this gentle push, Huan's eyes, which were originally scattered and seemed to be completely hypnotized, instantly solidified and focused. He took a deep breath, and his originally relaxed muscles quickly tensed up. He brandished the resistance tool and fiercely fought against Yishiyu's modifier effect. Huan, are you okay, Meow? It's okay. I just seem to see a revolving lantern of defeated CGs. Meow. Huan kept a hypnotized expression, watching Yishiyu adjusting the camera, wondering where she learned this. As soon as she thought about it, Huan remembered the day when he helped her fix the computer and was also hypnotized. Ah, I know where she learned it from. Huan's face darkened, and he looked up at the wall clock next to him. The speed at which the seconds rotated seemed to him to be unprecedentedly slow, because all in all, Yishiyu had hypnosis twice today for a total of 40 minutes. Without Yishiyu's order, he was unable to move while in hypnosis, so his room for maneuver was very small. I can only rely on you, Miao-chan. Meow. Aunt Yi and Yishiyu's room is upstairs. 15 meters, it should be covered in it, right? Well, Miao Jiang was unsure, so he disappeared from a spot in an instant. After just a few seconds, it appeared next to Yin Huan again and meowed at Yin Huan. It can almost cover Yishiyu and Yilan's rooms upstairs and a small part of the corridor, as well as the laundry room door and kitchen door downstairs. Can it only cover this much? Yilan's mansion is really too big. The radius of 15 meters seems very large, but because Yin Huan is now sleeping on the bed near the balcony, most of it will be wasted. But there was no other way. Yishiyu definitely couldn't be allowed to complete the 40 minutes. He gradually realized that the so-called resistance was linked to his mental state. Once you lose your mind, you might really be hypnotized. But seeing that all the things Yishiyu took out were mosaics, and the external liquid with some strange words written on it, she didn't intend to let these 40 minutes go in vain. Meow, listen to me. Over there, Yishiyu had already set up the camera and then placed it on the table next to her. Seeing that the situation was urgent, Yin Huan and Miao Jiang started talking. Finally, when it opened its cat mouth and sorted out what it should do, Yishiyu had already turned around holding something. Russell. She climbed onto the bed again, reached out gently, and grabbed Yin Huan's hand. Then he raised the object in his other hand high up as if he was raising a dagger. Seeing this, Yin Huan quickly said to Miao Jiang, "Go, Miao-chan. It's up to you." Meow. Miao-chan nodded very seriously, and then disappeared from the spot in an instant. Snap! In the next second, a crisp sound came from Yin Huan's hand. He glanced out of the corner of his eye and suddenly saw that there was a red seal left on his arm. Yishiyu blushed slightly, looked at Yin Huan, and said softly, "This is a mark, Xiao Huan. Imprint." Yin Huan was slightly stunned and looked at the gradually rising red seal, where suddenly 3 Dragon Kingdom characters appeared, as if they were engraved into his soul through the numbness. Yishiyu. Yes, it was her name engraved on that seal. End of this chapter. Who? Ye's house, 3rd floor. The balcony door of the room was open, and a cool breeze blew in, shaking the gauze curtains in the huge room. A black tail as black as a shadow swept by gently, causing Yilan's long eyelashes to tremble slightly as she lay quietly on the bed. Immediately, she opened her eyes tiredly and glanced at her phone. Well, after seeing the time on it, she put the phone away, turned over to lie on her side while hugging the quilt, and closed her eyes. Crunch, crunch. But somehow, she always felt a burst of unreal noise coming from her ears, which made Yilan, who was about to fall asleep, suddenly open his eyes. She sat up and glanced at the door, noticing the sound of some creature scratching it gently. Yilan was startled and thought that there was a thief in the house, so he quickly picked up his cell phone and prepared to call the police. But then I suddenly remembered that a little kid seemed to have come to my house today. Nyan-chan. She stood up puzzledly, walked to the door, and opened it. Sure enough, there was a cute kitten with blinking green eyes sitting outside the door. It tilted its head and meowed cutely at Yilan. Nyan-chan, aren't you sleeping with your brother? Do you want to sleep with your aunt? Yilan smiled slightly, thinking that it came to sleep with him. So he squatted down and prepared to pick it up. But the fat black cat nimbly avoided her hug, glanced at her, and quickly turned around and ran to the other end of the corridor. Meow. Yilan stood up, but did not chase it. He just muttered in confusion. What goes through a kitten's head all day? The invitation was fruitless, and Yilan did not force it. He just shook his head and prepared to go back to his room to continue sleeping. But he suddenly caught a glimpse of the door of Yishiyu's room next to his master bedroom, which was wide open, revealing the deep space inside. Yilan was slightly stunned, wondering why his daughter didn't close the door before going to bed at night. Maybe it was not closed tightly and was blown by the wind. So Yilan walked towards her room, intending to help her close the door so that she wouldn't be woken up by her and Aunt Shun getting up early the next morning. But it was this action of closing the door that made Yilan, who subconsciously glanced into the room, notice the empty bed. Not in the room. Yilan frowned, and his sleepiness suddenly disappeared a lot. She pulled out her cell phone and glanced at the time above, which was a little after 1 in the morning. He walked to the fence on the 3rd floor again and glanced at the spacious living room below. I didn't drink water anymore. She has her own bathroom in her room, so there is no chance she needs to leave the room. It's so late. Could it be that she was left home? Yilan was a little worried. After all, she was a fragile girl. Hanging around outside late at night would make parents worry. What if I get attacked outside at night? I need to ask for clarification. So, standing in the corridor, Yilan quickly called Yishiyu. Do. At the same time, on the 2nd floor, in Yin Huan's guest room. Yin Huan's upper body was naked, and his fair muscles, which showed faint signs of exercise, were irregularly dotted with Yishiyu's name. Yishiyu sat on his bed, holding a plastic bottle filled with some oily liquid and studying the words on it. This mark is specially made, Huan. It will disappear soon, and you won't see it when you wake up. Although it can only last for a while, you look really good now. Your name is all over my body. How can it be good? There's even one on the cheek. Do you think this is a tattoo? Yin Huan's eyes were hazy, and with the bright light that had been turned on, she could see the words on the bottle at a glance with her excellent eyesight. It's not complete. I only saw a few Chinese characters, which seemed to be the name of some kind of medicinal material. Epimedium, Nidia Manieri, Cistanche Deserticula. Were these things? Yin Huan didn't understand these things, but he always felt that they were not good things. Yishiyu blushed slightly as she squeezed out strands of sticky oil from the bottle. He caught it with his left hand, and it dripped like a waterfall onto Yin Huan's lower abdomen, which was marked with a square red mark. The icy liquid flowed along the contours of the muscles, and soon became a stream like magma, giving a faint burning sensation there. Sigh. Yishiyu read the instructions while spreading the oily substance evenly on Yin Huan. At the same time, she glanced up at his slightly reddened skin and gave a soft command. It might be a bit hard later, so don't be patient, Huan. Her cool, white and soft hands gently pressed on Yin Huan's lower abdomen, causing Yin Huan to subconsciously gasp for air. He gritted his teeth. His essence had not yet been released, and his mind was attracted by the strongest magnetic field in the world, focusing on her beautiful face, graceful figure, and fair skin. Instinct. Human males, during the period of sexual maturity and adolescence, are inevitably attracted to the hormones of the opposite sex. Once attracted by hormones, and the flame of reproduction is ignited, the whole world at this moment seems to have only this one thing that matters the most. It is difficult to suppress and overcome, like a cancer attached to the bone, longing for release. Often, after releasing the desire with empty hands and the hormones subside, all that is left is the empty regret. So-called human beings are such pathetic hormone creatures. Just as Yin Huan showed an extremely painful expression, Yishiyu turned around and was about to pick up some extremely bad toy. The cell phone at her feet suddenly rang. Ding, ding, ding. Yishiyu was slightly stunned and looked at her phone. Above, the note "Mom" is so conspicuous. Mother. Yishiyu was slightly stunned, put down the things in her hand with a guilty conscience, and glanced in the direction of the upstairs. After a second of silence, she answered the call. Hey, Shiyu, it's so late and you're not sleeping at home. Where have you been? How did Mom know I wasn't in my room? Yishiyu was confused, but Yilan's explanation came again. I woke up at night and found your door open. You were not in the room, and there was no sound from you downstairs. It was so late, and you went out alone. Mom was very worried about you. Didn't I close the door when I left? Yishiyu suddenly lost all impression, because when she went out late at night, she was a little excited at the thought of attacking Huan at night, and didn't pay attention to these trivial things. Maybe it wasn't closed tightly and was blown open by the wind? But when she glanced at the disheveled and devastated Huan in front of her, her heartbeat instantly quickened. I can't let my mother know that I raided Huan's room at night and did these things to him. So, she explained quietly, I couldn't sleep well, so I thought I'd go out for a walk. I'll be back soon, Mom. Can't sleep? You are now. I'm staying in the community. I won't go out. The community is very safe, Mom. Yishiyu was afraid that Yulan would ask more questions, so she quickly said softly, I'll be back after enjoying the evening breeze for a while. Mom, go to sleep and don't worry about me. Okay, then come back early. It is good. After the call was hung up, Yishiyu showed a relieved expression on her face. The soundproofing in the rooms in the villa is very good, and I speak quietly so my mother can't hear me. On the third floor, even though there was still a hint of worry on his face, Yilan still hung up the phone. She was not a controlling mother and knew that her daughter did not cause her much trouble in other areas. I was just worried about where she was at night, so I called to ask. After all, my daughter is so old now, and she should have her own space. If I keep questioning and forcing her, it would seem that I, as a mother, am immature. Yilan glanced at his phone and was about to go back to rest, but suddenly wanted to drink a sip of water. So he went back to the room, only to find that the water in the thermos was completely gone. I should have put a water dispenser in the bedroom. I was careless. We have just moved to Linmin, and there are still some small living details that have not been perfected. It was the same for Yi Shiyu before. If she wanted to drink water, she had to walk up the stairs from the third floor to the first floor to get it. Fortunately, he was no longer sleepy, so Yilan walked down the stairs without any trouble and went to the first floor. Guru. Yilan filled the thermos with warm water, took a sip, then held the cup and prepared to go upstairs to sleep. But when she passed the entrance, she caught a glimpse of several pairs of shoes neatly placed at the door. Yishiyu's shoes for going out were neatly placed on the insoles. Yilan, who was holding the thermos, was slightly stunned, then frowned. This is the poem. Didn't go out? Still at home, but not in your room? Where can we go? Also, why did you speak so quietly just now? The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Yilan took out his cell phone and was about to call Yishiyu again. But suddenly, a terrible possibility popped up in her mind, and she stopped dead in her tracks. In the dark living room, Yilan glanced in the direction of the second floor, then quickly put down the thermos and went upstairs. When she arrived at Yin Huan's door, she looked at her hesitantly and put her hand on the door handle. Sorry, Annie Huan is just confirming, it's not that child. After emphasizing this in his heart, Yilan gently pulled the door handle. Click! It's locked. Inside the door, Yishiyu, whose interest was suddenly interrupted by the phone call, showed a nervous look on her face. Feeling a little guilty, she glanced upstairs and closed the balcony door, fearing that even the slightest sound would leak out. After everything was ready, she looked at Yin Huan on the bed with a slightly red face and said softly, I'm sorry, Huan. I kept you waiting for so long. You must be feeling a bit uncomfortable now. I'll help you soon. Crack! Yishiyu's body suddenly froze, her eyes widened, and she looked at the doorknob that suddenly turned downwards. Obviously, he was shocked. Seeing this, the illusory Cat-chan who appeared in the room at some point showed a playful expression and almost pointed at her and laughed at her. You'll also have a taste of how Yin Huan and I feel when we're frightened by you. But Yishiyu was indeed frightened. Mother? Outside the door? Why did you suddenly open Huan's door? Is it to discover oneself? No, don't scare yourself. Yishiyu got off the bed nervously, quietly walked to the door, and put her ear to the door so that she could hear some of the sounds outside through the sound insulation. Tread! The sound of light footsteps made her swallow. Mom, are you really just outside the door? Outside the door, Yilan frowned. He looked at the locked door without saying anything, but turned and walked toward the cabinet at the end of the corridor on the second floor. I remember the key to the guest room was placed here. Yilan stood on tiptoe and touched a compartment on the upper floor of the cabinet. However, after groping for a while, she found nothing. The key was taken away by someone else. Her expression became increasingly grim, and she quickly turned to look behind her. At the door over there, Yi Shiyu, in her nightgown, bent over, listening to the sounds outside nervously and guiltily. Little did she know that on the bed behind her, the handsome young man had sat up with a gloomy face. Tread, tread, the footsteps are coming again. However, the only key to open the guest room door was in her hand, and she couldn't get it no matter what. He might call me then. If all else fails, I'll just climb down from the balcony and go back through the main door. No matter what, I have to keep it a secret for now and not let my mother find out what I did to Huan. Yi Shiyu thought of countless solutions in her confused mind, but no matter what, she never thought of using a hypnosis app on her mother. The phone in my hand never lit up from beginning to end. Tread, tread, the footsteps are coming again. And it's so obvious this time. It doesn't sound like it came from outside, it's more like, just as Yi Shiyu was listening attentively to the sounds outside the door and just realized that there were footsteps approaching her, it was too late. Boom! Behind him, a hot body that was taller and stronger than himself suddenly hugged him from behind in the next second. Huan. Yi Shiyu was slightly stunned, and her whole body was uncontrollably rubbed into the hot arms of the man behind her. At the same time, inertia pushed him lightly against the door, causing the tightly closed door to tremble slightly. Yilan, who was about to call Yi Shiyu outside the door, was slightly stunned. Yi Shiyu's face turned red, and she wanted to turn around and look at Huan behind her in disbelief. But the next second, his big hand, with veins bulging, clamped her right wrist like an iron clamp, and the other hand tightly embraced her slender waist. The whole person was lying on her back like a mountain, and before Yi Shiyu could resist, her neck and earlobes were grabbed. As if she had been electrocuted, Yi Shiyu's brain turned white, and her whole body melted instantly, turning into water and cuddling in the arms of the young man behind her. What happened? Didn't I hypnotize Huan? Why would he? The last order I gave to Huan was, it might be a bit hard later, so don't be patient, Huan. So now Huan can't help herself and wants to do that kind of thing. No way. At least, I'm not ready yet. Let me get used to it. I have to quickly order Huan's side. Woo. But before she could utter the order, she whimpered as she felt the burning heat behind her, and her forehead uncontrollably pressed against the door. Huan, wait. In fact, it wasn't just Yi Shiyu whose brain went blank. At this moment, Huan's brain command room was also in a mess. Countless little Huans, representing emotion and wisdom, are chased by the Q version of Yi Shiyu, representing hypnosis, and have there but stamped. Quack! Run away! It's the god of horror, hypnosis. Everyone retreat quickly. Hold on. You can't become this woman's slave. Just when countless Huans were beaten back step by the expressionless Yi Shiyu, the control room of the brain was empty and unattended. Little Huan, who had not set foot on this pure land for more than 10 years, snorted coldly and appeared here quietly. His brain is smaller than other emotions and wisdom. Looking at the critical situation in front of him, he was not only calm, but also shed tears of emotion. Finally, the next second, he gently placed his hand on the control panel of his brain and suddenly shouted with tears in his eyes, I'll take the medicine and be Chu Nan again. Tuachu Mecha, start. Huan's body started to move, causing the little Huans who were being chased and beaten by the Q version of Yi Shiyu to turn around in surprise and shout loudly. Oh no, it's the little guy who took advantage of the chaos to attack us. Tonic uses the small head to control the big head. Too spicy. The Q version of Yi Shiyu who was chasing after the little Huans was so frightened by the terrifying aura of Huan that she stood there in a daze and could not even issue any orders. Yes, at this moment Huan could no longer bear Yi Shiyu's repeated teasing. Clay figures also have 3 points of fire energy. You could have tolerated it, but you poured that stuff on yourself? Okay. You witch. I want you to help me practice. Just when Huan's face turned dark, and he was ready to execute Yi Shiyu on the spot without caring about anything. Meow. Miao Jiang suddenly jumped onto Huan's shoulder and tried to persuade Huan. Huan, you forgot that you can't let her do what she wants during hypnosis. If you can't help it now, you won't have to endure it for the rest of your life. She will definitely use hypnosis to get you. Huan, who was controlled by the little head, was slightly startled. In an instant, the defeat CG that seemed like a prophecy just now appeared in his mind. He suddenly thought of the scene in the slideshow where he ended up lying skinny on the bed, watching her feeding him liquid food with a smile on her face. While wiping the food that leaked from the corner of her mouth, Yishiyu blushed and covered her cheeks, saying to her thin self, "Remember, dear, that first night, you took the initiative to do that to me. Although you can no longer do that now, I will always remember that feeling. Dear, if you use your desire to defeat the other person's desire at this moment, you will eventually become a slave to desire." Defeat. A chill suddenly ran up Huan's spine and into his head. His originally hazy eyes instantly became clear. "Quick! Hit him! Everyone come together! Beat him up!" In the brain command room, without the oppression of the Q version of Yishiyu, a large group of little Huans representing emotion and reason regained their freedom. They surrounded the little-headed Huan and beat him up. "Boom! Why? Why are you doing this to me? After a round of beating, the little head Huan, who had been separated from the console, was beaten black and blue and cried out loudly, "I just don't want to be Chu-Nan anymore. What did I do wrong?" He was crying and speaking so touchingly that all the Huan present couldn't help but cry. Mingming, in his previous life, he worked until he died suddenly, but he still didn't leave Chu-Nan. He just wanted to be with a beautiful girl. Little Huan showed a touched expression when he heard this. He sighed, walked forward, patted the little Huan on the shoulder, and said, "I know, we all know this feeling, but that's why we have to be careful when choosing the person to date for the first time, right? Yes, we have to keep ourselves clean. Yishiyu is such a terrifying person. He is not worth having a say with." Little Huan was slightly stunned. Looking at the other little Huans who had gathered together, he murmured, "Everyone too." The leader, Xiao Huan, smiled brightly and said to Xiao Huan, "We all like Sakuramiya, don't we? Let's work together and be with a normal person like Sakuramiya." Yeah. It is better to have nothing than to have something less than perfect. Nothing more than this. Yes, myself. Obviously, the one I like is a petite girl like Sakuramiya, who is just ordinary. How? How could one be seduced by beauty and unable to control oneself? Little Huan was surrounded by everyone's warmth and finally showed a satisfied smile. He gradually turned into light and dissipated bit by bit in the brain command room. Before leaving, he said to everyone, "Everyone, please stay with a normal Sakuramiya." "Okay. Must." In reality, Huan's vision gradually became clearer, and he glanced rationally at the door. "Thank you, Miao-chan." Miao-jiang breathed a sigh of relief and muttered, "Didn't you come up with this yourself? You make them fail when they use the modifiers, but succeed when they don't. By comparing the two, they will gradually give up on the modifiers." Huan looked at Yishiyu, whose eyes were dazed, in his arms, and sighed in his mind, saying, "Yes, that's why we have this plan." He controlled his movements naturally, exerting force a little bit at a time, causing Yishiyu's wrist to suddenly feel pain. Woo! Pain. It is the most instinctive warning of human beings and the most effective alarm when the body alerts the brain to a dangerous state. Except for a small group of people with special physiques or special hobbies, pain can always help humans escape from the quagmire of their current emotions. The same is true for Yishiyu. Feeling the pain, Yishiyu, who was originally immersed in the beauty, narrowed her eyes slightly. Her breathing hitched slightly and her eyes widened a little. Is he such a violent type in this regard? Breathe. She suddenly broke away from the charming scene, her body trembling, and finally spoke an order to Huan. "Xiao Huan, let go and go back to lie down." Buzz! The power of hypnosis suddenly activated, giving rise to the feeling of movement out of the numbness. This was exactly what Huan expected. He did as he was told, turned around with a confused expression, walked back to the bed, and lay down. Yishiyu panted and calmly pressed against the door, hearing the footsteps outside the door gradually fading away. Tread, tread. Hearing the sound, she breathed a sigh of relief. Mother is gone. Ding. At the same time, the cell phone rang. Yishiyu quickly opened it and saw a plain message from Yilan. I'm going to sleep. Go home early. Fortunately, Mom probably hasn't noticed yet. Okay, Mom. Yishiyu relaxed a little. Her mother's problem was solved. But because of this episode, the beauty in her heart suddenly faded a little. The main reason was that Huan's sudden use of force just now frightened her a little. She pursed her lips, looked at Huan lying on the bed, and murmured. So, when boys can't bear it anymore, they can be so scary. It's not like a doll at all. Huan did not respond, but just looked at her expression. Hypnosis countdown, only 3 minutes left. Please be careful when interacting with others during hypnosis, so as not to let a third party notice anything unusual after the session. At this moment, another illusory reminder sound came from her body. After a moment's silence, Yishiyu took a deep breath and did not use the last hypnosis of the week. Instead, she put away the bottles and jars. That's it for today. Huan. Fall into a deep sleep that won't wake you up until morning. Sleep well and forget everything that just happened. Her gentle command came like a lullaby, and a strong sense of sleepiness instantly came over me from the numbness. If there was no resistance, Huan would fall asleep almost instantly. But after this order, Yishiyu still did not leave. Instead, Huan heard her walk into the bathroom and rinse a towel. Afterwards, they began to wipe Huan's body and arrange the funeral arrangements. In just a few minutes, she had everything tidied up, and those marks disappear quickly and easily, making them unnoticeable. Click. Good night, Huan. After closing the suitcase, Yishiyu whispered good night. But when she reached the door, she suddenly turned back. He climbed onto the bed gently and looked at Huan for a long time. Click. Then there was the sound of a camera taking a picture. After that, she finally stood up, walked to the door guiltily, and picked up her suitcase. Click. The door opened, and she stuck her head out, glancing at the dark corridor outside. After making sure that there was no one there and her mother had gone back to sleep, she breathed a sigh of relief and walked out the door. After closing the door, she considerately used the key to help Huan lock the door twice, leaving it in the same state as before she came. In the room, Miao Jiang watched her leave, climbed onto Huan's body again, and meowed at him. Finally, we made it through this night. Yes. Yin cheered, covered his face, and murmured, I really can't hold it any longer. Let's implement the plan tomorrow morning and see the results. Don't worry, Huan. I have a hunch. Premonition? Huan looked at the black cat in front of him with black bangs, wondering, what premonition? Miao Jiang turned around and tilted her head cutely at him. Yilan will punish her. But hope so. Outside the room, Yishiyu looked around cautiously at the quiet environment like a thief. After putting the key to Huan's room in the cabinet, she walked up the stairs little by little and entered the 3rd floor. On the 3rd floor, Yilan's room was closed, as if he had been asleep for a long time. Seeing this, Yishiyu, who was carrying a suitcase, breathed a sigh of relief, walked quietly to the door of her room, and walked in. Click! Her door closed. The entire Yi residence fell into silence. But a few seconds later, at the stairs, Yilan, who was wearing a nightgown and had taken off her slippers, walking up barefoot slowly with a frown on her face. Walking barefoot silently. Obviously, from a moment Yishiyu walked out of Huan's room, she hid in the spiral staircase connecting the 1st floor to the 2nd floor and was not discovered by Yishiyu. Holding the phone, Yilan walked silently up to the 3rd floor. She looked quietly at Yishiyu's door, which had just been closed, wondering what she was thinking. Into this chapter. Click. Saturday, early morning. The door of Aunt Chen's room on the 1st floor was opened. Aunt Chen, who was a little older, got up early to clean the room and prepare breakfast. When I opened the door, I didn't expect that Yilan was already sitting at the dining table with a sad face, wearing a nightgown and holding a steaming cup of coffee. Seeing this, Aunt Chun was slightly stunned and asked, Miss, you got up so early today. Yilan held her cheek, letting strands of hair fall from her fingertips. She glanced at Aunt Shun and said, Ah, Aunt Shun, good morning. What happened? No, I just couldn't sleep. As he said this, Yilan took a sip of coffee. Aunt Shun smiled slightly and came to her. That's good. I'll make breakfast first and then clean up. It is good. Yilan sipped his coffee and responded vaguely, his eyes still a little vague. She was just thinking about what happened last night. She saw her daughter coming out of Yin Huan's room in the middle of the night carrying something. She was not sure whether Xiao Huan was having a secret meeting with her daughter or, last night, her daughter tried to conceal something. Although Yilan saw through her little thoughts, he did not expose her directly, leaving her with a fig leaf to cover her face. But after I went back, the more I thought about it, the weirder it seemed. If Shiyu and Xiao Huan had feelings for each other, they would meet secretly at night without my knowledge. Then what room key does Shiyu have? How do you think it looks like? Yilan shook his head and quickly took a sip of coffee to calm himself. It's nothing but a fabricated story. Why do you doubt the words of the poem? No matter how weird Shiyu is, she probably can't do such a thing. It's easy. Accompanied by the sounds of frying and the range hood in the kitchen, Yilan sat there for a long time, drinking his coffee. Not long after, a series of light footsteps were heard behind me. Yilan turned around when he heard the sound, and saw Miao Jiang looking up at him with her tail up. Meow. The cute cat gradually warmed up Yilan's pale nerves. She reached out and rubbed Miao Jiang's furry head, saying, Nine Chan, are you awake? Meow. So nice. Auntie Yi, good morning. When the cat appeared here, Yin Huan woke up, of course. Turning back, Yilan saw a handsome young man yawning and walking out with some dirty clothes. Good morning, Xiao Huan. Yin Huan smiled slightly and walked towards the laundry room to put the dirty clothes. When he came out empty-handed, he sat down at the dining table and yawned again. Seeing this, Yilan asked, Did you sleep well last night? Yin Huan smiled slightly when he heard this, rubbed his shoulders, and asked in confusion. A little bit. I don't know why, Aunt Yi, but I felt particularly tired this morning. Tired? Yilan stared at him straight, studying his expression, secretly collecting any information that might be useful. Breakfast is here. Not long after, Aunt Chin brought out baked bread, jam, fried eggs, and hot banana milk. A classic Western breakfast. Yin Huan said, Thank you, and started eating. While Yin Huan was distracted while eating, Yilan asked again, Does Xiao Huan have the habit of locking the door before sleeping? Yin Huan, who was covered with jam, showed an embarrassed expression and said, Yes, it's an old habit in the South District. After all, the environment in the South District is a bit like that, so we usually lock the door when we sleep at home. Confirmed, Xiao Huan locks the door when she sleeps. Yilan nodded, took a sip of banana milk, and asked again, Xiao Huan, what do you think of Sister Shiyu? What do you think? Hearing this, Yin Huan raised his eyes and looked at Yilan in front of him, thought for a moment, and said with a smile, Well, I feel like Sister Shiyu is very capable and knows everything, but she doesn't have much expression and doesn't like to laugh. And I don't know if it's my illusion, but illusion. Yin Huan looked at Yilan and said, as if carefully choosing his words, Sometimes I feel like Sister Shiyu's eyes are a little scary. Yilan was slightly stunned, looking at Yin Huan's expression, and was silent for a long time before saying, Well, Shiyu is not good at talking to people, so sometimes even I don't know what she is thinking. In just a few words, Yilan had obtained the following information from Yin Huan's answer. 1. Xiao Huan locks the door before sleeping. 2. Xiao Huan knew nothing about what happened last night. 3. There is no ambiguous relationship between Xiao Huan and Shiyu. So, what was Shiyu doing last night? Thinking of this, even if there was any possibility, she felt a sharp pain in her chest. She didn't ask any more questions, but she didn't even eat a few bites of breakfast and just finished the milk and coffee. After breakfast, Aunt Shun started cleaning. Yin Huan went upstairs to sit for a while, and Yilan played with Miao Jiang in the living room. Yishiyu usually gets up a little later on weekends. Just like when Yin Huan came before, 8 o'clock is not her active time. Looking at the cute black cat rolling around in front of him with its belly exposed, Yilan's worries were finally relieved a little. She sat on the sofa, holding a leaf pulled from the potted plant next to her, and teasing Miaojiang absent-mindedly. Meow. Miaojiang glanced at her, seemed to find her boring, and turned and ran towards the laundry room. Yilan watched it leave with a blank look in his eyes, but the cat toy in his hand was still shaking. Boom! It was not until the sound of something falling came from the laundry room that Yilan came to his senses. She sighed, stood up, and walked towards the laundry room while speaking. Nyan-chan, what bad things have you done again? Meow. Yilan arrived at the door of the laundry room and saw that the basket containing Yin Huan's dirty clothes had fallen over, and the naughty black cat was rummaging through something in the pile of clothes. You're not a good boy, Meow-chan. You made your brother's clothes fall to the ground. Meow. Yilan walked over and scolded Miaojiang. Just as I was about to pick up the chubby black cat, I put the clothes scattered on the floor back together. Yilan's eyes were suddenly attracted to the place where Miaojiang was constantly scratching with her paw pads. She seemed to see something that didn't match the collar next to it. Yilan frowned and quickly picked up the clothes. He fumbled with the collar and got closer for a closer look. Finally, on the extremely secret inside of the collar, 3 words were sewn on. Yi Shi Yu. Yilan's eyes widened, and a chill suddenly ran up his spine. Meow. Miaojiang was still rummaging around, so Yilan quickly put down the clothes in his hand and picked up another one. After searching for a while, I finally saw my daughter's name embroidered in a small corner that was hard to find. Seeing this, Yilan closed his eyes as if he had finally given up. After holding the clothes in silence for a long time, she stood up with a dark face, turned around, and walked out of the laundry room. Aunt Chun. Miss, what's wrong? On the second floor, Aunt Chun, who was cleaning, poked her head out and listened to Yilan downstairs saying, I'll ask the driver to come over and take you to the supermarket to buy some things. Take a good look at the water dispenser and other things. Get the best ones. Aunt Chun opened her mouth and wanted to say that it would be better to let other people handle this matter, but she vaguely sensed that Yilan's calm tone had been tinged with a hint of thunder. This is a manifestation of Yilan's anger. Okay, miss. She nodded, turned around, and prepared to go downstairs without even cleaning. By the way, ask Xiao Huan to come out for a moment. Hey, Xiao Huan. On the first floor, Yilan rubbed his brows and tapped lightly on his cell phone, as if he was contacting his subordinates. Aunt Yi, what's wrong? The young man who had been a guest at home yesterday walked over with a puzzled look on his face, causing Yilan to pause slightly in tapping on his phone. She looked at Yin Huan, who seemed to be in the dark about everything, and opened her mouth, then finally smiled apologetically. Xiao Huan, Aunt Zhou and Sister Shiyu have something to do. The driver will be here soon. Xiao Huan, you and Aunt Chen should go out and wait for a while. The driver will take you back to the South District after sending Aunt Chen off. What? Yin Huan blinked and said, Okay, Aunt Yi, I'll go upstairs and pack my things. Well, I'm sorry, Xiao Huan. Next time you come to my house, I will pick you up in person. I watched Yin Huan pack up her things, stand at the door holding Miaojiang, say goodbye to me, and then leave home. The smile on Yilan's face faded little by little. She looked at the new cup of banana milk, not knowing what she was thinking. She sat quietly in the restaurant until about 10 minutes later, when she heard footsteps on the spiral staircase. Tap! Yi Shiyu, who was wearing a casual dress, walked down and was slightly startled when she saw the very quiet mansion. My mother sat quietly in the restaurant, leaving only her back to me. In the whole room, Yi Shiyu seemed to feel a huge pressure out of nowhere. An ominous premonition surged into her heart, causing Yi Shiyu to purse her lips nervously. Morning, Mom. Yilan rubbed his brows and said to the baked bread on the table, Come here and have breakfast. It is good. Yi Shiyu walked over, but then looked back at the quiet surroundings and asked, Where's Aunt Chun? Going out to buy something. Yi Shiyu sat down, was silent for a few seconds, and then asked, Where's Xiao Huan? Hasn't she woken up yet? Hearing this, Yilan raised his head and looked at Yi Shiyu with a frown. With just one glance, the bread that Yishiyu was about to pick up fell into the plate as if it had lost its power. Yilan looked at Yishiyu and said softly, "I sent Huan away. He went back to the South District." "Why? Why do you think it is?" Yilan frowned, took out the clothes that Huan had not taken away from the chair next to him, and threw them on the dining table. "Tell me, why is your name embroidered on Huan's clothes?" Yishiyu's eyes widened, and then a great sense of guilt surged up again. "I." Yilan frowned even more deeply and took a deep breath to stabilize his emotions. "I sent them all away and didn't tell them anything. Now it's just this mother and daughter here. So tell me, why is this happening?" Yishiyu still seemed speechless. Just as she was about to avoid her mother's gaze, Yilan slammed the table with a cold face. "Snap! Look at me. Speak nicely." The sudden loud noise frightened Yishiyu so much that her body trembled. Her face turned pale, and she turned to look at Yilan, whose forehead veins were bulging. My lips trembled, but I couldn't utter a complete sentence. "Mom, Yilan did not interrupt her explanation, but even so, Yishiyu still could not explain anything. This kind of performance made Yilan even more furious. "Last night, you didn't leave the house at all. You used the key to open Huan's room door and went into his room. What were you doing in someone's room so late at night?" I can't say it. I saw it with my own eyes last night. You carried a suitcase in. Is the suitcase still in your room? If you don't tell me, I'll go to your room right now to see what's in the suitcase." Yilan stood up with a cold face, turned around, and was about to walk upstairs. Seeing this, Yishiyu immediately panicked. She stood up with a pale face, grabbed her mother's hand, and begged for mercy. "Mom, let go." If my mother saw what was in the box and told Huan about it, the more she thought about it, the more anxious she became. Her eyes turned red, and tears came out one by one after another as Yilan used 3 moves and 2 styles to beat her. "Mommy!" Seeing this, Yilan became even angrier. She turned around, pushed Yishiyu's hand away, and said, "Will you tell me or not? If you don't, I'll go up and see for myself." "Yes, it's aphrodisiac and some Chingsu toys for boys." When Yilan heard this, his head turned pale. She originally thought that no matter what happened, it was just something that was not too excessive. But I didn't expect. It's actually these? Or while Huan was asleep. No wonder. No wonder Huan just said that she felt a little tired. "Kneel down." Yishiyu looked at her mother, but saw that although Yilan had a cold face, her eyes were red. Her sharp eyes swept over, frightening Yishiyu so much that her legs softened instantly. "I said kneel down. Didn't you hear me?" "Yishiyu." Yilan walked to the laundry room with tears in her eyes and quickly brought out a clothes hanger. As she walked towards Yishiyu, she said angrily, "For so many years, I have fulfilled whatever you asked of me, and I have never been slack with you. Even though I know you are possessive, I have never blamed you, because I know that I owe you. If I had handled your father's affairs better, you wouldn't be like this today. The result is this. It turns you into such a complete pervert." Hearing Yilan's crying voice, Yishiyu was about to speak to comfort her, but she felt a sharp pain behind her. Snapped. A clothes hanger hit her, causing Yishiyu to gasp in pain. Yilan was going to kill him. Her tears started to flow all at once. "Mom!" But Yilan was not moved at all, and the pain in her heart was no less than the pain in Yishiyu's body. She wiped her tears, looked at her daughter in front of her, and said angrily, "Your godmother has been gone for so many years, leaving only this child and Linmin. I brought him home because I thought that taking care of him here would make him more cheerful. He had been able to take care of himself in the chaotic South Side for so many years, but here, a place he could call home and relax a little, he was violated by someone he regarded as a sister. How do you want me to explain this to your godmother? How do you want me to explain this to Huan? How do you want me to explain this to your other elders? Yishiyu, tell me, are you still human?" After she finished speaking, another clothes hanger hit Yishiyu on the back, causing her to drop the phone in her hand to the ground in pain, with a corner of the screen shattered. The phone screen, which never lit up the purple vortex, gradually lost power and was completely damaged. But Yishiyu still didn't dare to resist. She could only look back with tears in her eyes at Yilan, who was also crying behind her. Woo! Yishiyu, what's going on in your head all day? Is it a mess? Why do you do this? In a living room where only mother and daughter were present, with the cell phone already broken, Yishiyu in tears seemed to be the most real Yishiyu. She looked at Yilan, pursed her lips, and said in a trembling voice, I just like Huan. Like? Yilan looked at his daughter in disbelief and listened to her explanation. With tears in her eyes, she told him how she rejected Huan when he came and how she secretly wanted to drive him away. Of course, hypnosis was not mentioned. She also told Yilan that Huan finally realized her rejection and chose to leave. I just feel guilty because it's the first time. It's the first time someone has done this to me. But every time I see Huan being welcomed by others at school and seeing him smiling at others, Yilan frowned, looked at Yishiyu in front of him, and said, So you treat him like this? You like Huan? Stop kidding. Do you like her? Yilan frowned. She came to Yishiyu and looked at her and said word by word, You just treat him as your property. Your love for him is not the same as love for a person. Do you know that? Yishiyu widened her eyes and looked up at Yilan, who was crying in front of her, her eyes full of disbelief. Just because it went against your will, you dared to do this while Huan was unconscious. Your wish is a wish, but isn't Huan's wish also a wish? Only following your own wishes without considering the wishes of others. Is this what you call love? Who do you like, the Huan who smiled at you and treated you well that night, or the Huan who was lifeless and unresponsive? Yishiyu's original kneeling posture gradually softened until she was sitting on her knees. She looked at the mother in front of her, and her tears became more and more, until her face was completely covered in tears. Mom, I really don't know what to do. Yilan looked at her and felt more and more uncomfortable. After a moment of silence, she gradually calmed down and finally said, Huan was nice to you and showed you kindness, which made you like her. Even if you don't know how to do it, can't you just learn from others? Besides doing these things that terrify and scare him, have you ever shown kindness to Huan or shown your goodness? Yilan reached out and held Yishiyu's tearful face and said to her, True love is not something you can do as you please, nor can it be achieved by satisfying the other person's physical desires. Even if we want to talk about love, you should make sure you understand this concept first. Drops of hot tears flowed down Yishiyu's cheeks and fell into Yilan's palm. She lowered her eyes, and her expression was also somewhat gloomy. She just didn't understand that she had done everything she could to guide her daughter onto the right path. But my daughter still does. At this moment, she was really happy for you, Lu. Fortunately, she has a child who has grown up without her personal teaching. In this way, she doesn't need to worry about him every day in heaven. After a moment's silence, Yilan's expression instantly became resolute. If Yishiyu was not his daughter, the person who did such a thing would definitely be arrested by the police. Now that I'm still here, I will educate them harshly. Otherwise, if a catastrophe occurs in the future, she will be sorry for the child and the society. She raised her eyes to look at Yishiyu and said forcefully, word by word, Yishiyu, from today on, all other activities are canceled, and I will arrange for someone to pick you up after school. I don't allow you to see Huan, and I don't allow you to contact Huan. You know my methods, so you don't have to worry that I don't know what's going on with you in school. You dare to disobey? Yilan glanced at him with a cold face, and every word he said conveyed the meaning that could not be questioned. The first time, I told Huan everything you did. The second time, you will transfer to another school, leave Yuanyue, and go to another school in Linmen. The third time, if I give up my work at Linmen, I will send you back home. Yishiyu was crying and subconsciously wanted to shake her head to refuse, but Yilan's hand was firm and would not let her move. At this moment, Yilan seemed not to be the gentle mother, but the boss of Linmen who had the final say. Calm down for a moment and figure out what is love and what is possessiveness. After you figure this out, you could talk to me about the rest. After she finished speaking, she stood up and prepared to leave. But before leaving, he suddenly thought of something. Without looking back, he continued to say to Yi Shiyu, I'm not a pedantic mother. If you still like Xiao Huan in the end, you can date Xiao Huan in a normal way. I'm willing to support you to be together, and I will help you solve all other difficulties. Yi Shiyu was slightly startled and looked at her mother's back with tears in her eyes. But Yilan had already thrown the deformed hanger in his hand to the ground, making a slight clang sound. It was not until she saw the clothes hanger that Yi Shiyu realized the piercing pain in her back. I'm afraid the back has turned blue. As for now, take off all the things you embroidered on Xiao Huan's clothes. Then wash the clothes and give them to me for inspection, and I will return them to him. After saying that, Yilan turned around and went upstairs with the terrifying pressure in the room. Yi Shiyu was left staring blankly at the broken phone on the ground, and then she started crying. After listening to her mother's words, she just doubted whether she had really done something wrong. If using hypnosis to force possession of Xiao Huan is correct, so why was I so scared when I heard that my mother was going to tell Xiao Huan about this? In the end, it's what you want. Is it the Xiao Huan who was expressionless like a doll, or the Xiao Huan who smiled at him that night? Yi Shiyu didn't know and just stared at the broken phone in a daze. Kakaka. Inside the room, an illusory black cat seemed to have seen a good show. It turned around quickly, and, the next second, appeared outside the villa, on the shoulder of the handsome young man who was waiting for the car. There was a whisper, and it told Yin Huan everything that had happened. Hearing this, Yin Huan was slightly startled. Before he could speak, it held a piece of illusory, spider-like fragment in its mouth and meowed at Yin Huan. Yilan's actions not only smashed Yi Shiyu's phone, but also broke her modifier fragments. Duff. Yin Huan opened his mouth, but finally smiled. Aunt Yi, you are so arbitrary. Miao-chan tilted her head, swallowed the fallen modifier fragment, and then said thankfully, but with Yilan's help, Yi Shiyu's situation can finally come to an end, and we can have some peace and quiet. However, Yin Huan smiled and shook his head when he heard this. He stood outside the villa, looking at the black tram slowly approaching from a distance, and said to Miao Jiang, It's not over yet. Meow. Yin Huan turned to look at Miao Jiang, who tilted his head with a puzzled look on his face, and said, This is just the second step of the plan. Step 2. Yin Huan nodded without giving any specific explanation, but reminded Aunt Chun, who was wearing reading glasses and browsing her phone next to her. Aunt Chun, the car is here. Oh. Aunt Chun stood up and smiled. Following Yin Huan, I got on the black tram and quickly headed out of the community. End of this chapter. Chevroners score left. It feels like business has been slow recently. Sunday night, South District, Nursery Rhyme Tavern. As the bar was about to close, Yin Huan, who was wiping the tables and chairs in a bartender's uniform, heard Tian Li's words behind the bar and looked thoughtful. Yesterday morning, Yi Shiyu, the evil hypnotist, was beaten to death by the arbitrary Aunt Yi with 2 clothes hangers. He is probably still confined in the villa for reflection. Yin Huan did have plans for the future, but they couldn't be implemented on the weekend. So, without Yi Shiyu's terrifying sense of oppression, he had a rare 2 days of peace and quiet and enjoyed the weekend. Of course, exercise was not neglected. With the effect of naked clothes, his physical strength recovered so quickly that it was unimaginable. The training frequency was so high that even a strict coach like Tong Ying couldn't help but call a halt. So, on Sunday, he came to the Nursery Rhyme Tavern to work for a day. Hearing Tian Li say this, he twisted the rag, walked to the bar, and asked, Brotherly, is business bad this week while I'm away? What? Tian Li folded his hands and nodded, then said to Yin Huan, Didn't Sister Tong say before that she would hire one more person? As it turns out, with the current customer flow, the 2 of us can handle it. After hearing what Tian Li said, Yin Huan realized that today was the weekend. In the past, the number of customers on weekend evenings usually increased significantly. So Tong Ying said she would deduct money when Yin Huan asked for leave on the weekend. But when I came today, the customer flow was not much different from that on weekdays. By analogy, there will definitely be less customer traffic on weekdays. The table outside is set. What are you 2 talking about? Outside the door, Guan Rong clapped his hands and walked back, looking at the two boys in front of the bar and asked, "We were talking about the recent decrease in customers." "Yes, Sister Rong. Do you know the reason?" Guan Rong also showed a puzzled expression, shook his head, and said, "Not at all. We all live nearby, and there aren't any new stores opening nearby that can compete with us. The prices haven't changed, and the cocktails are still half-baked like Ali's." "Why is that?" "Hey, I'm still here." Huan thought for a moment, took out his cell phone, and asked, "Sister Tong knows about this, right?" "I know. Isn't she checking the accounts over there?" "I told her that before." Huan nodded, waved to the two lovers, and walked over there. "Okay, I'll find a reason later. That's all for today. Bye, brotherly Sister Rong. Bye, Huan." Holding the phone, Huan walked toward the back door. Tong Yingying was lying in the familiar position, wearing a loose black short t-shirt and slightly bleached jeans. With her long legs raised up, she looked at the account in her hand with sad eyes under the warm light of the pub. "Sister Tong." Hearing Huan coming over, she put down the account, glanced at him, and asked, "Have you finished cleaning up?" "Well, Brotherly said there are fewer customers this week." "Ah, it is indeed missing a little." Hearing this, Tong Yingying didn't care much. Instead, she looked at Huan, who was sitting in front of her in a bartender's uniform. After looking him up and down, she nodded and said, "It feels quite effective. I can now hold up the clothes a little bit." Huan glanced at her body and said to Tong Yingying excitedly, "That's true, but I always feel like it's a bit fancy. Sister Tong, do you think I should add some other training or something?" Tong Yingying laughed, not knowing what she was thinking of, and said, "I don't have any objection. I have the corresponding methods anyway. It's just that it will definitely be harder than it is now." "Well, judging from your tireless and persistent attitude this week, I think you will make rapid progress." Huan looked at the phone, smiled at Tong Yingying, and said, "Thanks to Sister Tong. Thank you, Sister Tong. Stop being polite. If you really want to thank me, you might as well give me something practical. For example," where Huan couldn't see, Tong Yingying looked sad and licked her lips slightly. "Crack, crack." In my mind, I could vaguely hear the sound of a whip whistling. But Huan nodded and said to Tong Yingying, "Yeah, am I not giving Sister Tong something practical to repay her?" "Huh, what?" Huan did not respond, but handed his phone to Tong Yingying. When she took it and looked at it, Tong Yingying saw the search terms of a certain online live platform app, and the search keyword was nursery rhymes. After taking a look, the first user sharing that came out was, "Avoid lightning. Sisters, you must avoid lightning in this pub called Nursery Rhyme in the South District." Tong Yingying opened her mouth and looked at the user's complaint below. "I came here to have a drink after get off work, but when I saw the prices, I started to feel dizzy. The problem is that there are only a few varieties, the taste is average, the environment is not good, and the service is particularly bad. I specifically criticized the owner of this restaurant. I told her to pay the bill, but she looked at me with an impatient expression. It's like we're begging her to let us spend money here. Avoid the thunder, avoid the thunder, avoid the thunder." Tong Yingying raised her eyebrows and continued to scroll down to read the comments. "It's so funny. Is this your first time here, sister? We all come to this store to see handsome guys. Who would go to Tong Yao if we really want a drink? Really? His waiter, my God, he's a top-notch male high schooler. He made me drool after drinking so much. Every time I go there, I order 3 servings of caramel pudding. It's not because I like sweets, but mainly because I want to see the high school boy sweating profusely to make pudding for me. But I heard that the male high school teacher and his family recently resigned. I was thinking of going to see him this weekend. I saw the photos my sister sent me before, and I'm greedy. I don't know what's going on. I'll live nearby. I'll go ask later. Everyone stay tuned. I'll reply online one by one when there's news. Sigh, sigh. Good people live a peaceful life." Ugh. Tong Yingying slid the screen with increasing force, and veins gradually appeared on her forehead. "Sister Tong, please also take a look at other posts and..." Fortunately, Huan handed it to me without reading the comments below. Tong Yingying closed the app handed the phone back to him, made a huh sound, and said, "What happened?" Huan looked at Tong Ying, who looked impatient, and advised, "Sister Tong, listen to others' advice and have a full meal. Li Gu also knows that his bartending skills are average, and you think it's troublesome to ask you to teach him. He has been learning by himself online. There are only so many categories of alcoholic beverages now. Maybe it wasn't a problem before, but now it has reached a bottleneck." He took the account that Tong Ying had just read, pointed to the deficit, and said, "This store was bought by you, Sister Tong. It's really unique that you can still make such a big loss without the pressure of rent. After that, I will think of a way to help you, Sister Tong, turn your losses into profits as a reward for your training during this period of time." Tong Ying had sad eyes and opened her mouth to refuse. She had already thought about how to repay him and even bought a whip to urge him to exercise. "Now you tell me this?" But Huan had already stood up with a smile and said to Tong Ying, "Before I come up with a solution, I'll come to the store more often. Maybe I'll get some inspiration." Hearing Huan's words about coming to the store more often, Tong Ying supported her chin and thought for a while. After a moment of silence, she propped her chin up impatiently, looked at Huan, and asked, Okay, whatever you say. You're always so energetic all day long. Don't you masturbate at night? How can you sleep at night after practicing so much?" Miao Jiang tilted her head and appeared on Huan's shoulder, and Huan's smile froze instantly. "Sister Tong, it's okay to be a little rough with your words, but the problem is that you are too rough, aren't you? If you were a little more ladylike, you wouldn't be here till now." Tong Ying sneered, took out her lighter, and lit a cigarette. "Lady? How much is a lady worth? Or do you like the lady type?" Huan thought about it for a while, and for some reason, Vice President Sakura Gong's elegant and virtuous smile appeared. "President." So he nodded and said honestly, "Probably." Tong Ying uttered a huh sound, puffing out smoke, and saying, "Then you'd better stop liking ladies from now on. Sister Tong, we have to separate public and private matters. The boss cannot interfere in the private lives of employees. Besides, why? Is it because you're not a ladylike person? I'm so stingy? Boy, that's because ladies are the best at lying and stabbing people in the back, understand?" Tong Ying waved her hands with an expression that said, "What do you know, little brat? Okay, go back and have some rest. You have to go to school tomorrow, right?" She thinks that Sister Tong is sour grapes, and therefore slanders other girls with ladylike personalities. But when changing clothes, Huan thought about it carefully and felt that what she said made some sense. For example, Yi Shiyu, if you put aside her overly possessive personality, she looks like a lady. I always feel that there's a kind of beauty of putting aside reality. Huan changed his clothes, shook his head, and just kept the matter of helping the pub regain business in mind and would talk about it later. Because it was Sunday night and he had important things to do. Tonight at midnight is the time when the modifier rewards are refreshed. Huan, have you forgotten Meow? As the level of the modifier increases, more and more modifier fragments will be needed to upgrade at Meow. Nearing 12 o'clock, Miao Jiang sat dignifiedly in front of Huan on the bed in the rental house, with its tail wrapped around its little legs, surrounding it. In other words, the modifier fragments dropped by Yi Shiyu are not enough to upgrade? That's right, Meow. Well, I'm still at least one fragment away from upgrading. Huan was a little overwhelmed, but after thinking about it carefully, he realized that according to the plan, the fragments would only fall off in the third step. He just didn't expect Aunt Yi to be so terrifying. With just a few moves, she beat the master of hypnosis to a point where he was at a loss and fell into pieces. There will be another chance later. Besides, you can't always take advantage of Yi Shiyu, right? A total of 3 fragments were obtained, 2 of which were dropped by Yi Shiyu, and the other one was a modifier whose owner was unknown. All I can say is that as punishment for the night attack, Yi Shiyu took on everything. Okay, if you don't want to upgrade, then don't upgrade. Let me see what the rewards are this week. Meow. Miao Jiang meowed cutely, and as time approached Monday, an illusory golden mist escaped from its mouth. Modifier level 3. Prize pool level 1. Evolution path. Light and dark contract. Huan looked at Miao Jiang nervously, watching the three golden light balls of different sizes pouring out of its body. From left to right, the sizes increase successively. The difference is that the smallest ball of light is surrounded by a white halo, while the largest one is entangled in ominous darkness, symbolizing eternal blessing and curse. Gift: muscle-building shower gel. Once a day, the shower gel you use will slightly increase your training results. Reward level: 1. Explanation: what did you say? You applied it to the trapezius muscle. Benefit: immediately obtain 3 attribute fragments and 2 attribute points at random. Huan blinked and asked the cute Miao Jiang in front of him, Miao, what's the difference between attribute points and attribute fragments? Miao Jiang nodded and said, attribute points should be large attribute fragments. Attribute fragments will only increase your attributes slightly. If you don't feel it very carefully, you won't be able to observe it. But attribute points will immediately increase one of your attributes. Huan sat on the bed and stroked his chin. So that's how it is. What exactly are the attributes? The known ones are physical strength, power, intelligence, charm, and reproduction. There are many attributes, but they are generally divided into 2 types, internal and external. The specific enhancement depends on the literal meaning. I don't know how many attributes there are, Miao. Huan glanced at the sincere Miao Jiang doubtfully, but put it aside for the moment and chose to look at the remaining rewards. Ability: bloodthirst and frenzy. After drinking the blood of any creature, you will lose all your sanity and your physical fitness will be improved by 300% for 1 hour. In this state, you can extend the duration of this effect by drinking more blood of creatures, up to 1.5 hours. Reward level: 3. Explanation: for the Great Blood Dynasty. This is the second reward, but it's a little hard to remain calm when I see Huan's expression. It turns out that this is not the most outrageous thing. The next one is even more heavyweight. Form: ascetic. Reward level: 5. At the cost of reducing your enthusiasm for everything by 75%, you gain the following 2 effects. Effect 1. 6 roots without trace. Your intelligence, perseverance, and other brain-related attributes will receive an additional 150% enhancement. Effect 2. Iron head and arms. Your physical strength, and other attributes related to your body will receive an additional 150% enhancement. Description: there is no such worldly desire. JPG. Curse: complete loss of sexual desire and reproductive ability. When Huan saw the last line, his face turned dark. In particular, there's a line of golden, illusory text below. Warning: you have one and only one form. When you choose a new form, you will lose the effects of the previously chosen form. When you choose to do this, the curse attached to it will also disappear. Your current form is naturalist. After reading the words on the last ball of light word by word, Huan and Miao Jiang beside him raised their heads together. After a second of silence, Miao Jiang had already anticipated what Huan was going to do. Miao! It turned around and ran in panic, but was still a step too slow and was grabbed by the evil human with a dark face behind it, who was about to refine it in an instant. Nyan-chan, tell me what the hell you gave them. They're all junk bonuses. What's the point of fighting? I've told you so many times, Miao. It's random. 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 Huan stretched out his ruthless iron hand and rubbed the chubby face of Miao Jiang in his arms into various shapes, but suddenly remembered that it had made outstanding achievements this week. After all, he has saved me from danger many times in times of crisis. Well, I'll forgive you this time. Huan let go of poor Miao Jiang and had to turn around to face the sad reality. The second reward is bloodthirsty battle. I feel like it might be useful if I were to travel to a dangerous Western fantasy or otherworldly world. But in Linman, from childhood to adulthood, he has only eaten blood sausage a few times, let alone drank raw blood. Exclude. The third reward, the ascetic. Huan couldn't help but feel overwhelmed just by seeing the above description. In the brain command post, The little Yin Huan was nervously watched by several little Yin Huans in the courtroom in front of him, with drops of cold sweat running down his cheeks. You guys don't really want to become a eunuch and get rid of me, do you? Take the tonic medicine, at least until you are away from Chunan. Under the spotlight, the little Yin Huan couldn't see the faces of the little Yin Huans clearly. He could only see the little Yin Huan who represented wisdom, pushing his glasses, and said sternly, "What are you thinking about? I always feel like you're a bit of a nuisance, especially in the morning." But Xiao Yin Huan, who represents emotion, smiled and said, "But you will always be a part of us." Little Yin Huan, who represents memory, yawned, with dark circles under her eyes. It's extreme, it's extreme." Little Yin Huan opened his mouth and looked at the little Yin Huans standing high above him, revealing a moved expression. Everyone, wisdom. Yin Huan frowned, looked at the options in front of him, and finally decided, "There's no other choice. I can only choose the first option. At least there's still some gain, and I could get a few attribute fragments. There is no other choice. Come on. Buzz, congratulations on receiving the following rewards. Attribute fragments. Physical fragment times 1. Strength fragment times 2. Attribute points. Reproduction attribute points times 2. Your reproduction attribute has been greatly enhanced." Yin Huan opened his mouth and stared in a daze at the lines of golden text that appeared in front of him. In the brain command center, all the little Yin Huan stared at the emerging reward in a daze, revealing panic. "This is bad. Why are the rewards this week so crap? Yeah, without powerful modifier rewards, how can we compete with the hosts of those modifiers?" Just when Yin Huan's brain was in a mess, a growing shadow gradually covered their small figures. Everyone looked up in surprise and saw the little Yin Huan's head that was getting bigger and bigger, grinning at all the little Yin Huans. "It's very simple. I'll just come and see, right? Sigh. It's the little head that has become stronger. Tonic medicine." In reality, Yin Huan glanced at his body with a dark face, then turned back to look at Miao Jiang, who was sitting at the back with a guilty look on his face. Before she could speak, Miao Jiang hurriedly meowed and explained for Yin Huan. "Well, how should I put it, Miao? These properties are very useful. I'm sure they'll be useful in the future. No, maybe soon. Meow, come here. Meow. It's none of my business, Meow." Inside the rental house, a man and a cat chased each other. And just like that, the noisy week ended. End of this chapter. New Monday of the week, Tatsuki Academy. Sister Shiyu, good morning. Sister Shiyu, have you had lunch? Sister Shiyu, are you going to take the elective class? Huh. Sister Shiyu about. Woo. As the sun was setting, Yin Huan, who had just finished a volleyball class, was about to say something with a smile to Yishiyu, who was walking towards the school gate with her school bag. Her eyes suddenly widened in panic. She first glanced at the surrounding environment, then quickly ran towards the school gate with a red face and head lowered. Before she could utter a single word, she disappeared from Yin Huan's sight. Meow. The illusory black cat wearing a yellow scarf appeared on Yin Huan's shoulder, looked at Yishiyu's fleeing back, and said to Yin Huan, "Yin Huan, you are so mean. You clearly knew that Yilan had forbidden her to communicate with you. Otherwise, she would have told you everything she did. But today you pretended not to know and kept talking to her." Yin Huan turned to look at Miao Jiang, who patted Yin Huan's face with its paw pads and said, she was so scared that she was about to cry. "It's not right to talk to you, and it's not right not to talk to you." Yin Huan smiled slightly and said, "Who told her to always start with 0 frames by relying on hypnosis? But then again, Aunt Ye's 2 clothes hangers are really too ruthless. They directly beat my sister Shiyu into a chicken. Yilan's 2 personality correction hangers had an immediate effect, turning Yi Shiyu into a 3-good student on Monday. At least for now." Yin Huan rubbed Miao Zhang's head and continued, "And I'm not just looking for trouble. I was busy with Spencer's book club last week and didn't notice that Yi Shiyu didn't join the club. I guess she's not in the mood to care about this right now, Miao. Yes, and if you keep hiding from me like this, the 3rd step of the plan cannot be realized. There's still hidden dangers after all." Yin Huan took out his cell phone and glanced at the time. "Let's go ask her on the plane later." Meow. I don't know what's going on with Spencer's book club now. It seems like she's back today. Spencer was clearly suspended from school for a week, and according to the rules, he should have returned on Tuesday. As a result, this guy came back on Monday, and the school board didn't say anything and just turned a blind eye. The smell of chamois is about to overflow Principal Hermes. Just when Huan was considering whether to go to the club activity building take a look, someone seemed to pat his shoulder gently from behind. Crack! He looked back, but there was no one behind him. Just when he was confused, Meow-chan on the other shoulder meowed. Huan seemed to have noticed something and was about to turn around to look over there. Before his eyes, a beautiful girl with eyes shining like starlight appeared in front of him with her hands behind her back, bending over and smiling. Boom! She chewed the bubble gum and smiled. The pink bubble gum grew bigger and smaller, making delicious noises. Huan, it's body.I. Huan was slightly startled, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. Body.I, are you in school today? Okay. Body.I also smiled and straightened up, lifted up some of her previously scattered black hair, and said, But I just got here. I was busy with other things this morning. Huan glanced at the time, then looked up at her. But the elective classes have already been canceled, and you, Body.I, haven't joined any clubs. What are you doing at school at this time? Body.I looked at him, and, after a second or two of silence, his cheeks bulged a little bit. Meow. Just when Miao-jiang was feeling puzzled by Baiyi's cute actions, she suddenly turned her head with her hands behind her back, facing away from Huan. As she paced forward, she said, Oh, why is that? Let me think, because I haven't joined the club yet. I need to ask my bestie if they are still recruiting. Also, there will be a school group tomorrow that I didn't join last week, so I came to ask you. Huan seemed to understand her thoughts and asked, Idol, isn't this about the MV shooting? Duh. Baiyi, who was walking forward, suddenly stopped and turned to look at Huan, still with a rosy complexion and plump cheeks. As for idols, this is also a purpose. Let's brainstorm and discuss with you how to shoot the MV. It should be better. It's so easy to guess what idols are thinking. In fact, it's okay to talk about this on plane. After all, Huan was not involved in the design of the MV. Anyway, her face won't be shown. We could just pick a time and take the photos however she says. But now that the topic has been brought up, Huan has no intention of refusing. After all, she is the owner of the Modifier. Her mother, who is like a time bomb, doesn't know if she has done anything weird. Today, let's solve the after-sales follow-up of the Modifier service. No problem. I just happen to be going to the club teaching building to take a look. If you don't mind, we can go together and talk on the way. Where Huan couldn't see, Baiyi pouted. Originally, we were thinking of finding a quiet place to have a drink, order 2 cups of milk tea for 2 people, and then chat while drinking. Why does it feel like I'm following the leader on an inspection tour now? Isn't this a bit too official? It just so happens that I have a lot of friends there too. I'll take you to meet them. Hearing this, Baiyi, who was originally complaining in his heart, brightened up slightly. Overlapping social circles. Love is the all-round union between 2 people. Combination is not just a matter between 2 people, nor can it only consider the traditional physical and mental compatibility. The process of a relationship going from shallow to deep is the process of 2 people's social circles gradually overlapping. Introduce his past friends to you, introduce you to his family, and get their welcome and recognition. Therefore, in Baiyi's view at this moment, Huan's initiative to introduce his friends to him was undoubtedly a very good signal. Could it be that? In fact, it is not necessary to go through so much trouble, as Uncle Jiang said. You don't need to do anything. Huan, who is the student union president, handsome and has excellent grades, will confess to you? Cough, cough. I'm a little too distracted. Stay calm. Baiyi coughed lightly, but the villain in his heart was still daydreaming, and his appearance remained normal. She took the initiative to follow Huan, who was leading the way, and went to the building of Yuanyue College dedicated to club activities. Boom, boom, boom. Going back a little in time, the bell of the moon-watching bell tower, the iconic building of Tatsuki Academy, rang, announcing that the afternoon elective class was about to end. Behind the podium in a certain tiered classroom, a female teacher from Longwa, wearing round-frame glasses, a work suit, and with a chubby face, was looking at the students below with a smile. On the whiteboard behind her was the title of this elective course: Introduction to the History of Buddhism. Buddhist Traces in Gandhara. Teacher, Huan. The female teacher looked at the courseware, but her thoughts drifted away little by little, as if she was thinking about something else. Her name is Huan. She is from Longwa, and she came to Linmin to continue her studies after graduating from university. Like most of her peers in their 30s, Huan's life has also had its ups and downs. There are many good things, but also many troubles. After successfully graduating with a PhD, I was admitted to a prestigious school with very good salary and benefits as a teacher, and I got a green card from Linmin. I regret choosing a liberal arts major. I am under great pressure from life and a family. I am emotionally destitute, and I'm the longest-serving member of the circle of friends. But overall, Huan's life is still developing positively and has a promising future. Ding, ding, ding. At this moment, the alarm on her cell phone rang, drawing her attention back to the class. Huan came back to her senses and smiled, and said to everyone gently, "That's all for today's class. Remember that the homework deadline is tonight at midnight. Everyone must upload a class assignment on the theme of Gandhara Buddhism." Good. The students below started talking to each other. "Hey, are you writing about those collections in your house?" "Yes, my father just happened to collect a few new Gandhara fragments recently, so they are perfect for homework. But I always feel a little helpless about the final paper." "It's okay. I'll ask my mom to invite some Buddhist professors to give us some guidance. Then we can write together and try to get A's." "Oh my God, brother. Thanks." The course assessments at Yuanyue Academy are graded based on the total score ranking, and the A rate usually does not exceed 30%. Generally speaking, courses with more diverse assessment methods are more conducive to internally admitted wealthy children from wealthy families to obtain high grades, because they always find ways to come up with new tricks and new heights. On the contrary, courses with a relatively simple assessment method and grades determined entirely by examinations are slightly more favorable to poor students who enroll from outside. Why slightly? Because the academic performance of the rich children who were admitted internally was not weak. On the contrary, their academic performance was not inferior to that of the students who were admitted externally. Take the spring semester entrance exam of Tatsuki Academy as an example. Among the top 20 students in the first-year exam, there were only 6 students from outside the school, including Yin Huan and Yahashi Mu, and the rest were all young ladies and gentlemen from within the school. Therefore, outside students who enter Tatsuki Academy will soon be under tremendous pressure from the environment. The top students who used to excel in their respective areas will soon become mediocre in the Tatsuki Academy, where there are so many talented people. They may even need to work harder than before to barely stay in the middle. Without the previous support of outstanding academic performance, the other shortcomings of family background, knowledge, and accomplishment will soon become a chasm. However, the situation this year seems to be much better than previous years. Huan shifted her gaze away from the group of inner students and looked at the students sitting on the other side. Ao Taku, wearing glasses, was packing up his things. On the table, the girl who was playing a game to support his wife was still smiling. It was none other than the student council's accountant, Yahashiki. The short-haired girl next to him also stood up and looked at him. "Ashley, chairperson of the discipline committee. Oi, Otaku, what are you going to do after class?" "Go to the club building. I haven't finished counting the equipment of each club yet." Yahashiki turned off his phone, pushed up his glasses, turned to look at Ashley next to him, and said indignantly, "Speaking of which, isn't your discipline committee a little too idle? Everyone is busy, but you're the only one who has nothing to do all day long." Ashley sneered and said, "Don't be ridiculous. We've been the busiest since the club war began. It's completely reasonable for us to rest now, okay? Tisk, hurry up and pack up, let's go." "Huh, aren't you okay? Are you going to the club teaching building too?" "Nonsense. I want to go to the club. We're not like your computer club. We get together to watch anime every day. We're here to train, okay? Yahashiji's face flushed red, as if he was trying to clear himself of the slander against his own club. But after thinking about it carefully, it seems to be true. Damn, that group of people are sending seeds of various resources every day, making the storage space of Yahashimu's computer insufficient. Yahashi-kun. Just as Ashley and Yahashi were about to leave for the club building, a pretty girl in JK clothes came over. She clasped her hands together, blinked her right eye at Yahashiki, and asked with an embarrassed look, Yahashi-kun, please send me the classwork later. I'm just looking for a reference on how to write it. I won't copy it. Please, please. The girl's voice was so sweet, and with a movement of tilting her head and blinking her right eye, she looked like a sweet girl. Ashley rubbed her body as if she had goosebumps, and Yahashiki beside her blinked and said, Okay, I'll send it on the plane later. Are you serious? Just when Yahashiki was about to agree, Ashley next to him looked at Yahashiki with disgust and asked, What? Yahashiji was slightly stunned and looked at Ashley with his phone. Ashley made a tisk sound and was about to start a mockery, but the girl in front of her suddenly saw something and suddenly changed her tone. Well, forget it. It's okay, Yahashi-san. I'll be leaving first. Bye. Yahashiki watched her leave, raised his eyebrows again, and put the phone in his arms. Ashley sneered at him and said, You really haven't changed at all, Mr. Goodman. Don't you only like wives in the second dimension? Why? Is this how you feel about your wife? Do you become soft just because she pretends to be cute? Yahashiki quickly raised his hand in protest. It makes me feel like an animal with a lower body. I don't like her. I've said it many times. I'm not interested in three-dimensional girls. No, buddy. I'm training you like a dog. You're not interested in three-dimensional girls. Yahashiki held his phone, rolled his eyes, and didn't want to say more. I don't want to explain to your violent mind. I just think it won't hurt to get along well with other people. They are powerful, and they may be able to help me in the future. But that's right. Anyway, whenever I think of good-for-nothing otaku, your face automatically pops up in my mind. I've seen it since you first entered school last semester that there's no chance of you being single in high school, Mr. Goodman. Yahashiji glanced at her and mocked. According to what you said, doesn't it mean that our entire student union has no chance of finding a partner? Especially you, the famous violent girl in the school. People avoid you when they see you. TSK, TSK. Ashley's forehead was bulging with veins, and she clenched her fists. Just as she was about to explode, she suddenly remembered something and said with some confusion, Speaking of this topic, do you feel that there is something fishy going on between the president and the vice president? Huh? President and Sakura. Ashley nodded and analyzed. At the time, I felt that UN Lina was joking, but when I think about it carefully, the president and the vice president are too tacitly connected. Hearing this, Yahashiki sneered and said, They can talk about me eating. Ashley, men know men best. I know the president well. He's a big X-type like me. In my opinion, the one the president really likes is the childhood sweetheart who fell from the sky. How can a childhood sweetheart who fell from the sky lose? How can the other thieving cats win? It's so big, my God, that I think you've damaged your brain from watching so much anime. Just as Ashley was about to leave with her things, she noticed out of the corner of her eye that a teacher wearing round-frame glasses had been standing next to her for who knows how long. Teacher Lin. Ashley was so scared that she took a step back. Yahashiki looked back and was also scared and hid behind Ashley. When did it appear? I heard you two were going to the club building, so I was thinking about going with you guys. Lin Huan gently adjusted her glasses, waved at the two of them, and asked, By the way, I just saw that girl asking you for homework. Ashley glanced at Yahashiki, and Yahashiki looked flustered and quickly explained. Teacher Lin, I was wrong. I have never given homework to anyone before, and I won't do it again. Please don't deduct my points. Ashley also straightened her face and said on behalf of Yahashiki, Teacher Lin, Yahashi doesn't have the guts to do that. And with me here, he won't do it next time. Lin Huan was slightly stunned when she heard this and smiled. What are you thinking? I just want to ask you if you were bullied by the inner students. After all, this kind of thing happened frequently in previous classes. I have seen worse situations than yours. Huan counted on her fingers for Yahashiki and Ashley. They asked external students to write their papers and assignments for free and put their names on their assignments. As a result, they almost dropped out of school. Seeing Yahashiji and Ashley opening their mouths at the same time, Huan smiled again. However, this class rarely has such extreme cases, so the teacher is just asking. If you have any questions, remember to come to the teacher and the teacher will help you. Yahashiki's face turned slightly red, and Ashley smiled and asked, "Has the teacher also taught psychology?" "No, but I'm a very optimistic person. I will never back down no matter what difficulties I encounter. So, my students used to come to me to talk and say that it is very effective." That's it. After Yahashiji and Ashley packed their things, they followed Huan, who had also packed her luggage, to the club building. But halfway through the walk, the attentive Yahashiki suddenly remembered and asked Huan, "By the way, Teacher Lin, what are you doing in the club building?" "Look, I was invited to be the instructor of club, so I'll be going over there every week to check on things." It's hard to imagine that Teacher Lin would take on such a thankless job. Huan smiled slightly, but did not talk about the circumstances when she accepted the invitation. Clatter! It was an afternoon when a group of people wearing Lion Group uniforms came over and placed a heavy suitcase in front of Huan. "Teacher Lin, we sincerely invite you to be the instructor for our young lady to set up a club. We hope that you can fulfill your duties as a teacher, guide our young lady out of the maze, lead her on the right path, and help her avoid being expelled from school." Huan pushed up her glasses and looked at the people in front of her seriously and said, "I've heard about Spencer's story, and I sympathize with her. But to be honest, I have other plans during my weekly club time, so I'm afraid you'd better find someone else." The staff members of the Golden Lion Group seemed to have not heard Huan's words at all. They just opened the suitcase, revealing bundles of cash inside. "Teacher Lin, this is the compensation for hiring you as a tutor. If the young lady is not expelled by then, there will be a second compensation of the same amount. We just hope that Mr. Lin can properly supervise our young lady to carry out healthy, beneficial, and successful club activities. Isn't this simple?" Huan's pupils shrank slightly. She pursed her lips and looked at the staff in front of her again. She wanted to refuse, but they gave too much. Therefore, Huan successfully applied for the job and temporarily became the instructor of a new club. Wow, you can earn so much money just by being a club instructor. Is this the world of rich people? The explosion rate is really high. Huan hummed a little tune with a smile and walked into the club classroom building in harmony with Yahashiji, who had a single-threaded brain. Only Ashley, who was following behind them, touched her chin and vaguely realized that something was wrong. The instructors for the clubs have all been confirmed. So how come Teacher Lin, who has been teaching them for almost a month, suddenly became the instructor this week? Are there any new clubs that have been established recently? Wait, it seems like there really is one. Thinking of this, Ashley's eyes widened immediately. Is it on the second floor, Mr. Lin?" "Yeah, it's in classroom 201. The largest and used classroom on the second floor." "I guess so. It's my first time here, too." Ashley's eyes widened and her face began to turn paler. She looked at the two people in front of her who were smiling and didn't seem to realize that something was wrong, and subconsciously wanted to reach out to remind them. "Wait a minute, that Yahashi, Mr. Lin." "What?" Hearing Ashley's call from behind, Yahashiki turned around almost immediately. What caught my eye was the sweaty face of Ashley. What's wrong?" Yahashiji was confused, but Huan behind him didn't even pause for Ashley's voice. Instead, she had her hand on the door handle. "Teacher Lin, wait a minute. This club is not an ordinary club. It's a book." Ashley raised her hand to stop him, but she was a step too late. Click! The door had been opened by Huan. Huan, with a smile on her face, just opened the door and saw that the entire huge classroom was filled with books full of indescribable mosaics. Books piled up in mountains. And because Huan suddenly opened the door, the mountain-like notebook tilted slightly and turned into a mosaic torrent, roaring towards Lin Huan. Lin Huan, with a smile on her face, seemed to have eaten a full bomb of flash. While her consciousness was swallowed by the obscene holy light, her whole body was suddenly knocked down by the densely packed notebooks. Get back quickly! Yahashiki was horrified, and Ashley's face turned pale, but she suddenly grabbed Yahashiki's collar, as she instantly retreated several meters to avoid the books that were pouring out. Ashley opened her mouth and looked toward the classroom again. But in the room full of indescribable mountains of notebooks, Spencer was also looking at the few people outside who were almost buried by the notebooks with a panicked look on his face. You guys, Ashley didn't even feel like blaming her. She just quickly lowered her head to look at the sea of books in front of her and called out loudly, "Teacher Lin, are you okay?" Lin Huan, who was lying in the middle of the pile of notebooks, rubbed her head that was hit and subconsciously picked up a magazine placed next to her. It would have been fine if I hadn't looked at it, but once I did, my whole brain went white. What is this stuff? Spencer, what the hell are you doing? Why are there notebooks all over the room? This one, that one. Spencer scratched his head guiltily, but didn't know how to explain it. Lin Huan, who was sitting on the ground, heard the names of these things and murmured, "A notebook? This is a notebook. Wait, the notebook company doesn't mean." Lin Huan looked at the mosaic flash bomb screen in her hand, and her mind went blank in an instant. The only thing that came to mind was the scene when those strong men from the Golden Lion group handed over the suitcase. We just hope that Mr. Lin can properly supervise our young lady to carry out healthy, beneficial, and successful club activities. Isn't this simple? At that time, Lin Huan swallowed her saliva and placed her trembling hands on the suitcase. Indeed, but just as she was about to touch the suitcase, the burly men from the Golden Lion group pushed the suitcase back slightly. But let me be frank. If you can't even fulfill such a simple request, I'm afraid the president on the other side of the ocean will be very angry with you, Teacher Lin. Duh. Lying among the pile of notebooks, Lin Huan's hands seemed to have lost their strength. The notebook gently slid to the ground, and she also fell limp as if her eyes had turned into mosquito incense. Teacher Lin, teacher, what's wrong with you? Hearing this, Lin Huan used all her strength to squeeze out a few words from her throat. I want to resign. End of this chapter. Well, look, the script is probably something like this. It will only take you half a day at most. See if you are free on the weekend. body.I sent the script for the MV to Yin Huan via plane. It was a PDF file containing her own handwritten plans. Yin Huan glanced at the document and turned to look at body.I. What's wrong? Is there any problem? Well, it's not a big problem. The rest of the concept scripts are pretty good. That's all. Yin Huan smiled slightly, held up the phone screen, pointed to a sketch storyboard, and said, "Are you sure you want to put your aunt's affairs so obviously in the music video?" In body.I's script, many things that Zhui Jianxin had done to her were almost clearly revealed, which easily makes people imagine. body.I looked at the script Yin Huan pointed out, pouted, and said, "This is exactly how I felt when I wrote this song, so there's nothing wrong with it. Anyway, you've seen my mother, Yin Huan. She's always like this in front of outsiders, and even more so in private. I've gotten used to it over the years. I'll just take these things in and let go. That's what I think." Yin Huan locked his phone and just looked at her and said, "Student body.I, if you take pictures of these things, you may not be able to let go of them even if you want to." body.I was slightly stunned and also looked down at the message on his phone. After a second of silence, she smiled and said, "Anyway, this is just a rough draft. The specific script still needs to be discussed with a professional MV director. I will revise this part. Thank you for your advice. It's okay. Anyway, I have time during the weekends these days. Just let me know in advance when you want to shoot." No problem. The two walked downstairs to the club building and heard the noisy sounds of various activities in the luxurious and spacious teaching building. Behind the building, in a track and field stadium that could accommodate several thousand people, a group of people were running in a group, led by a burly man with blonde hair. While running, he still had enough energy to whistle, using the whistle to adjust the pace of the players behind him. It was the president of the track and field club, Owen. On the sidelines, his girlfriend Gongzi was sitting on the grass, chatting with several female classmates and occasionally exchanging glances with the team leader Irving. Come on, track and field club. Oh, by E, who had witnessed all this, retracted his gaze, tapped his chin, and said, the club war is coming soon. Before coming to Tatsuki, I heard that this event is very famous. Students and parents from other schools will come to visit. Yeah, by E. Have you decided which club you want to join? Well, I joined the light music club. After all, I can play some instruments. Light music club. Hearing this, Huan was about to say something to Bai E when a loud noise suddenly came from the second floor. Boom! Crash! Bai E thought it was an earthquake and panicked, holding onto the handrail beside him, and asked Huan, what's going on? Huan glanced at the direction of the sound coming from the second floor, and suddenly thought of something, and the expression on his face froze slightly. That direction. No way. After saying that, he hurried to the second floor, and Bai E behind him also hurried to follow. Wait a minute, Huan. What on earth is on the second floor? Where are all these things? Bai E had just walked out of the stairwell on the second floor and stood behind Huan, whose face had turned completely black. Just as she was about to ask in confusion, her attention was drawn to the mosaic picture books scattered on the ground in front of her. After taking a quick glance at the cool girls posing in various seductive poses on the cover, Bai Yi's face became hot as if it was burned by a lighter. This is too shameless. Why are all these things covered with holy light? Wait a moment. What is this? Transparent Adjustment X series. The president knows nothing about what happened last night. Oh yeah, this title. No, this style of painting is really fascinating. Bai E blinked. First looked up and glanced at Huan's back in front of him, then quietly glanced at the beautiful Otome comic book with a strange title on the ground. Her eyes were watching all around, but her body quietly took a step forward and stepped on the comic book. I kick, clap. The next second, with Bai Yi's light hit, the notebook slid and successfully hid under the fire extinguisher box. Afterwards, Bai Yi pretended nothing had happened and followed Huan, who had a dark face and clenched fists, towards the classroom at the end of the corridor. President, you are finally here. I really admire the president. Look at what this guy has done. Teacher Lin almost died. Walking along the notebook road, paved with various mosaics and holy light, Yahashiki and Ashley, who were standing at the door of classroom 201, were each holding a sack and picking up the notebooks on the ground. As soon as they saw Huan, they both started to complain to Huan with ugly faces. Huan had no expression on his face. He just gritted his teeth and asked them, "Where's Spencer?" Needless to say, there would be no other person other than Spencer who could be such an idiot who could do such a thing. Alas, as soon as he opened his mouth, a certain golden-haired lion squatting on the other side of the L-shaped corridor trembled slightly. She turned around and glanced at Huan guiltily, but as soon as she saw his ugly face, she quickly and quietly turned her head away. However, as soon as she turned her head, Huan's tall shadow had completely covered her while she was squatting on the ground, and she could still see him even if she lowered her head. Alas! She was startled and quickly released her ninjutsu, jumping and skipping away with the sack in her hand, as agile as a flea. While being extremely vigilant and alert to Huan, he avoided her gaze and pretended that he just knew Huan was coming. "Oh, Huan, how come you are here? What a coincidence. What the hell is going on?" But oh, this is a long story. Spencer's eyes became more and more vague, her mouth slightly turned upside down, and she scratched the back of her head as if thinking about how to get away with it. Immediately, she seemed to have thought of a solution and her eyes lit up instantly. He reached into the sack, pulled out a notebook, handed it to Huan, and said, "Anyway, this is all an accident. I'll clean it up quickly. Just read the book and calm down first." Huan looked down at the mosaic that she handed over, and she really wanted to hit her head with a hammer. "Hurry up and take these things back to the club room. Then come in and explain everything clearly." Huan turned and left, leaving Spencer standing there with a frown on his face, muttering softly, Vicious, vicious. Just wait and see how I'm going to teach you a lesson later. At this moment, in the stairwell, Anil was gasping and holding his chest. She glanced at the location Spencer sent on her phone, turned to the three members of the book club behind her, and said, "Our club classroom is on the second floor." Spencer said she has already prepared the club classroom and activities. Anil still had a smile on his face, but the next second his feet froze slightly when he stepped on the second floor. She was slightly stunned and looked down at the mosaic under her feet. The title above reads, Pleasure Purgatory. Ching Mei, who wanted to make him happy, chose to do this. Just one glance, and her gaze shrank back as if burned. Plop, plop, plop. She hugged the book at her feet in panic, and turned to explain to the members behind her who were frightened and retreating like she was about to cry. Well, I don't know what Spencer did, because the noise coming from downstairs was so loud. Many other students who were participating in club activities upstairs also heard it. So many students came down and were immediately shocked by the scene of mosaics all over the floor and started talking to each other. Jiang Yun behind him quickly covered his face and said in a trembling voice, "Sister Anil, do you think it's too late for us to quit the club now?" "Oh yes, I'm sorry." In other words, you, an idiot, temporarily piled all these notebooks at the door in order to clean up the club classroom? A while later, in the spacious club classroom 201 book club, Huan sat on the tatami, took a sip of hot water, and looked up at Spencer across the table. 201 is indeed the most expensive classroom in terms of rent among all the club classrooms. Not only is there a spacious activity space, but there are also tatami mats, tables, chairs, tea sets, and other things. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, you can see the wide red runway in the evening light, as well as the step stands that can accommodate thousands of people. With the air conditioner on, Spencer folded his hands and nodded, saying, "That's right. I didn't expect someone to open the door. I miscalculated." Yahashiki, next to him, was playing games with his head down, while he could still complain mercilessly, "No, it's just because you're stupid. You knew the instructor and the other members would be here at this time, but you still piled all the notebooks at the door." Ashley propped up her chin, slapped the table with veins popping out on her forehead. Snapped. "Is it time to discuss whether this guy was stupid for piling up notebooks at the door? The question is, how did this guy bring so many contraband items to school? Don't you feel creepy sitting among a bunch of mosaics?" Spencer blinked and looked at Ashley and asked back, "But if there are no books, can we still call a book club?" Ashley blushed at Spencer's words and said angrily, "So you just spread these contraband all over the corridor? Did you know that there were a lot of people watching? What if other students took advantage of the chaos and picked up these contraband?" Hearing this, Anil covered her face and lowered her head. A notebook with a strange title was faintly hidden in the arms of her school uniform jacket. Beside him, Bai, who came to visit for unknown reasons, blinked and dodged for a moment. Duh. The instructor Lin Wan seemed to have just come to her senses and realized that she was the only elder present. She adjusted her glasses, looked at the young lady of the Golden Lion group, and asked with a forced smile, "So, Mr. Spencer, how did you buy these things and send them here?" "Oh, I asked AI to buy it for me and then send it to me." Spencer was honest and explained after glancing at the pile of mosaics next to him. Huan looked at her. "AI?" Yahashiki turned his eyes away from his phone and asked with some confusion, "Doesn't the AI of the Golden Lion group have legal protection settings? How could it help you buy these things?" Hearing this, Spencer showed a proud expression. She raised her thumb, pointed at herself, and said, "I've been with AI for so long that I already know how to deal with it." "What? Of course it wouldn't buy it for me normally, but as long as I say I'm suffering from depression and that seeing a psychologist and receiving treatment is ineffective and that I need to order a lot of books to recover from depression, then it will order it for me." Huan blinked, and Yahashinu looked at Spencer, who was holding his hands and turning up his nose with an expression of disbelief. Everyone present fell silent, and only Huan finally spoke. "You are invincible. Hey, you head." Hearing Huan's impolite voice, Spencer, who was smiling just now, immediately frowned and stopped smiling. Huan took a sip of hot water and turned to look at Anil beside him. But when she was seen by Huan's gaze, she didn't know what she was thinking about and lowered her head with a slightly red face. By the way, he held something hidden in his arms tighter. And Lee's application has already made it very clear that your club's activities can be related to comic books, but they cannot be contraband with illegal content like this. I'm sorry, Xiao Huan. I didn't supervise Spencer well enough. Bai, who was sitting on the tatami behind Huan, noticed in Lee's reaction through Huan's figure. She frowned slightly, as if she had noticed something strange. She suddenly remembered what Vice President Sakuramiya said when she was invited to his office. Where's the president now? Well, I don't know. Maybe he went to see his childhood sweetheart. Chingmei. Sakuramiya Hitomi smiled slightly and said, Yes, Anil from Class 1C. Come to think of it, she was with us when we went to the Linmin Game Expo that day. She called me Xiao Huan all the time, which left a deep impression on us. Bai looked at Anil's pure and pretty face, his eyes moving down little by little. Boom! His gaze seemed to be pushed back by the softness of some huge object, and Bai quickly wiped the sweat from his forehead. Isn't this too exaggerated? What on earth did you eat to grow up? In front of him, Huan turned to look at Spencer next to him and said, No matter what, these are contraband, and the discipline committee will confiscate them all. Ashley. Hearing this, Ashley snorted coldly, stood up, looked at Spencer and said, I'll ask the students from the discipline committee to help transport all of these away. Spencer pouted and was about to say something when Huan's murderous gaze came over again. She immediately glared back in dissatisfaction. The eyes of the two people collided in the air, emitting heat like sparks exploding. Sensing the tension between the two, kind-hearted Anil quickly acted as a peacemaker, waving his hand to interrupt. No matter what, today is also the first club activity of the book club. Spencer, Teacher Lin is here too, so please discuss any questions with the teacher. Spencer curled his lips in dissatisfaction and retracted his evil gaze from Huan. Then you guys can carry out the club activities. Ashley, please dispose of these contraband items. Yahashiyu, I'm also going to go take inventory of each club's equipment. Seeing Yahashiki also stand up, Huan looked at Bai and asked, Bai, can I take you to your light music club? Okay, let's go. Bai smiled slightly and stood up. With this, the absolute beauty that had been concealed in the chaotic atmosphere just now suddenly blossomed. As a popular idol in Linman, Bai has an outstanding appearance and a beautiful voice. As soon as she appeared, she instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. Anil stared at the young and beautiful girl and pursed her lips. Seeing the shining star at the Linman Game show at such a close distance still made her feel amazed. But while she was amazed, she was also surprised by the enthusiasm between Bai and Huan when they communicated. She couldn't express this surprise, but the little finger on her shoulder spitted out its tongue and became a mouth. Oh, your Xiao Huan is always in love, and now there's another cat-stealing gorilla who is so well-matched with him. Woo! And Spencer's golden hair, who was originally very unhappy with Huan, seemed to have received a signal as if an antenna had suddenly become brighter. She glanced at Huan, then glanced at Bai who was walking towards Huan, and then glanced at Enlu who was pursing her lips. As if she had noticed something, she gave a meaningful smile. Duh. After a brief commotion, Huan took Bai away. Ashley led a group of discipline committee members to take away all the sacks of contraband. And before doing so, she gave Spencer a cold look. Yahashiki went door to door with a tablet to count the facilities. All irrelevant personnel left, leaving only 5 members and a nearly broken instructor in the club. Lin Wanwan glanced at Spencer, who seemed to be deep in thought, thinking that she was angry. Then she forced a smile and consoled her. Mr. Spencer, it is wrong to bring prohibited items to school. Just remember that it was confiscated this time, and don't take it to heart. I didn't take it seriously. It's not worth much. Besides, as Spencer was talking, he lifted up the tatama board next to him, revealing several stacks of plundering mosaics inside. The first one is titled, Gradually Surrendering While Saying Hate, but Acting Honest. She looked at the secret treasure below and said to Huan, who had opened her mouth wide, "The ones I took away were the ones I found boring. I have hidden away all the ones I liked." The smile on Huan's face began to crack little by little, and her pale soul floated out from it. The soul became an abstract cry, from which a distant call was faintly heard. Why am I not dead yet? But no matter what, the book club has been established. The storm is gradually calming down, facing the upcoming community war. Spencer will attack in the form of a book club. Just pile them all here. Okay. Thank you for your hard work. Let's go. A moment later, in the discipline committee office, which was also located on the top floor of the first grade department, several discipline committee members piled the large sacks on the ground. Then they turned and left, and Ashley also prepared to leave to go to the club building for training. Ashley, what did you bring back? Just as Ashley took out the key and was about to lock the door, a quiet female voice suddenly sounded beside her. Ashley turned her head and saw Sakuramiya Hitomi, who was wearing an elegant Sakura-style dress and holding a few file bags, with a puzzled look on her face. "Ah, Vice President Sakuramiya, it's that Spencer. He brought a lot of contraband here. The president asked us to confiscate them, so I put them in the office for now." Sakuramiya Hitomi smiled slightly and replied, "So that's how it is. You go and join the training first. I still need to sort out some information. I'll lock the door afterwards." "Oh, okay. I'll be leaving first then, Vice President." "Well, walk slowly." Sakuramiya Hitomi smiled and watched Ashley trot away from the top floor. It seemed that she was about to be late for training, so she left in a hurry. After she left, the elegant smile on Sakuramiya Hitomi's face faded little by little and finally turned into her true appearance. She walked into the office with the file bag, but was still surprised by the several large sacks piled in the corner. "What are all these?" Sakuramiya Hitomi was a little curious, so she put the file bag on the table beside her and walked towards the sack. He stretched out his hand and tugged at the opening of the sack, intending to see what was inside. However, he did not expect that it was the action of opening the bag that caused a book that was originally stuck in the bag to fall out and land on the ground. Crack! Sakuramiya Hitomi was slightly stunned and looked down at the sketchbook on the ground. On the cover, which was covered with holy light and mosaics, there was a title in enlarged cursive script. 48 Days of Surveillance and Imprisonment, My Exclusive Basement Game. Duh. Sakuramiya Hitomi's face instantly turned slightly red. She looked at the fascinating mark below. No, the picture, and she covered her mouth and sighed softly. "Oh my God, I didn't expect it to be something like this." After a moment's silence, she turned her head and looked at the quiet, empty office. After confirming several times that both inside and outside the door were very quiet, she quietly lowered her head and picked up a notebook that was scattered on the ground. Then he looked around to make sure there was no one around. Cough, cough. She put the sketchbook behind her, as if nothing had happened, and closed the slightly open bag at the back. Then he sat down at his desk and observed it carefully. Allah, this is really... End of this chapter. Chevron_left.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.